Yes, welcome back to Football Heritage TV. It is all happening. Spurs have signed Eze, according to every fan in the fan base. Gherkin could be coming back from Sunderland. That is the report doing the rounds today. Matisse Teller's just scored a goal for France, and already I'm seeing everyone on X making it out as though he scored some sort of Messi-esque goal. Tottenham Hotspur, it's all happening, guys. Welcome to the Danalist. Welcome to Danny. Welcome to Lubo. Gentlemen, happy Sunday evening. Are we all good? Are we all healthy?
Yes, we are.
All
good
today.
Lubo, how was your fish and chips? Because when we were on the phone at 7 p.m, I heard you go, sorry, Sav, 1 second. Hello, mate. I'll have some haddock. I'll have some burger. How was it? Was it good?
It was very nice, thanks. We got a very nice chippy round the corner.
Good.
Very, very nice.
Good. There you go. There you go. So Lubo had fish and chips. Everyone in the chat, tell us what you had, or don't. We'll be here all day. Guys, I'm seeing a lot of people losing their minds. A lot of people losing their minds as we start episode 25 of the Spurs review. Liverpool have done all of this. Man City have done all of that. Arsenal are in talks left, right and centre with these people. Chelsea are doing this. People are asking questions. Why aren't Spurs doing anything? Guys, as talks yesterday, we were talking with Levy on Sean's show, was saying people have to remember that Spurs' yearly financial budget starts on the 1st of July. So Spurs wouldn't put through any new transfers in June because that would go on to this year's figures instead of next year's. Is it that simple, or are we being levied? What's going on in the transfer market, lads?
Sav, there's nothing to worry about. Chairman Dan has actually said we're going to win the Premier League and the Champions League. We're going places. There's nothing to worry about. He's bringing Ronaldo back from Saudi. He's going to bring Messi back from Inter Miami. I'm telling you, it's all going to go on July the 1st. It's all going to happen. It's all happening.
On a serious note, are you? I know Lubo. We're a very impatient bunch at Spurs, and because of Daniel Levy's previous, should we say, we do get very, very anxious, don't we? Where's the signings? What's happening? Well, hang on, look at them. Look at them. Are you expecting 1st of July we start seeing a lot of movement at Tottenham Hotspur? The players come back on I believe most of the players come back on the 4th or the 7th, depending on holidays. Are you calm about it, or do you think we're going to see some good signings in July?
Yes, I do. I genuinely do. I think there'll be 2 very good signings. I think he wants a 6 and maybe an Eze. And Buemo, question mark. The longer it goes on, the more chance we've got of getting him, because I mean, I did see one report today to say that United had up their bid to 65 plus 5 million for add-ons. And if we don't get him, we'll go after Semenya. And if we've got to pay a little bit more, we pay a bit more. If he's serious about making us competitive, as he said, the chairman, then he's got to lay out a little bit more. And sometimes you overpay on transfers. You can't get the right price every single time. We had to overpay on Archie, didn't we, to get him? You know, as a
we overpaid on everyone.
No, Bergvall we didn't. Bergvall was
okay. Bergvall, fair enough.
You know, Basuma was the deal.
Solanke, Richarlison, Johnson.
Well, no, Richarlison we overpaid. Richarlison we underpaid. Everton originally wanted 80. We got him for 48.
Hang on. I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that, Lubo, in any way, shape, or form.
Don't start.
No. Hang on. I'm just stating facts. Ken Wright asked originally, I believe, for about 75 or 80 million. That's what they valued Richarlison at. Levy ended up.
Daniel Levy's got a deal. So Daniel Levy deserves some praise for that deal, right? For
getting him down? Well, that depends if you think he's been the dog since he's joined Richie or not.
I mean, dog's something, yeah. I mean, look, Daniel, let me come to you. Good evening, mate. Are you well? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Big up panel, big up chat. Guys. So, re-signing Ben Davis, getting Tell on a permanent, good signs. Yeah, really good signs, eh? But look, I don't know. I just find it so hard to believe, isn't it? Really, like at Levy coming out and saying that silliness in that interview, absolute silliness. And but I'm just sitting here waiting, like everyone. What are we doing? Who are we going to sign? Are we going to bring any top players in? Maybe we'll get one at a push. Is that enough? No. Who else is going to come in after that? I don't know, guys. It's just so frustrating the summer transfer window, isn't it? Seeing all the links. I mean, what made me laugh yesterday was the 3-part deal. What was it? Eze, you can get him at 20 million, over 3 installments. And then all the fans are going like, yes, we're on to this now. I mean, it's just desperate stuff, right? Desperate stuff. But look, we need to do some business and we need to do it as soon as possible and start giving the players to Frank before they come back to the, back in pre-season training. Am I hopeful? I don't know. I wish I was, but until I see that business get done, I'm more cautious.
So do you think then, Danielist, that do you think that, I mean, the Eze noise for years, like, I feel like it's been the last 3 seasons at least, but we talk about Eze all the time. Like, and it came out yesterday that, it could be closer because now that apparently it was 50 million they wanted up front. I don't know how true that exact number
Something like
is,
that.
but
56.
Now apparently it's 3 20 million pound installments, Dan. What out of 100%, what percentage are you giving on Spurs making Eze a signing this summer?
Well, I mean, look, if that's the deal, that's the sort of deal Spurs take, right? By paying something back over so many years. So, I mean, there's no excuse, is there? Just go out and get him. Yeah, put the money down and get it done. But how long will that take? This is it, isn't it, with Levy? And look, I saw a question in the chat, Rob, saying that would I rather him come out and not say that? What I'd rather Levy come out and say is how we're going to get there to winning the league. What's the process? What's the change in the transfer strategy, right? Because they talked a lot in that interview, that 7-minute interview, but they didn't give us any idea how they're going to get there. Right, what's the plan? Are they going to go for
what's the time frame?
Players? Yeah, it was just silliness, wasn't it? Oh, we're going to win the league, of course. We all want to win the league. I just find it as nonsense. Now,
I reckon he meant 12 months, Dan. I reckon he meant next May we'll be lifting that. Next May we'll have James Maddison as captain, lifting that Champions League trophy aloft. I'm kidding, of course. I don't believe that, but listen,
it's just go on.
Is it? Look, I mean, Danny, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we all, let's be fair, we can bitch and moan like the best, can't we? Football fans, we can bitch and moan like the best of them, and we all go, Levy doesn't communicate, and Spurs don't communicate, and the PR, it's nothing's communicated to us. When they do, we all go, what's he talking about? It's all talk. It's all a load of waffle. Does it lay somewhere in the middle? Like, he's got to say something, but talking of titles and Champions Leagues, Dan, has just kind of made everyone go, hang on, who's stolen Daniel Levy and replaced him with an AI version? Like,
I mean, for me, it helps, and there's got to be some sort of communication. If you really want to link up with your fan base, or not even in football, but in anything, if you really want to link up with your supporters or the people that buy your games or your clothes or whatever, you link up with them one way or another. You keep some sort of contact with them, even if it is just a little video you do them here and there or whatever else. Or whether like they do it with games and that on X, where they get the main person out there to have a chat and answer questions on X and stuff like that. They just keep contact with the people, get the people's opinions in and that. That interview, we've all been asking for Levy to do an interview for a while. Sit here and tell us what is going on. For me, that interview, I didn't even watch the whole thing because it made me cringe so hard about it. The only thing I knew afterwards is where them two were going, and that was back to bed together. It was that cringy. It was.
But what could he say? Let me challenge you on this, Dan. When we're saying, when you're saying, he didn't tell us where we're going. What is it the fans want him to say? Like, Lubo had a 7-point manifesto last night that he wanted the club to come out with, didn't he? So what did you want to hear from Levy and Vinay, Dan?
I if anything, I just wanted a bit of reality off him. Sit there and say, right, some of the signings ain't gone too good. A couple of them have gone all right. Had to get the manager out for obvious reasons, whatever. We've got a new man in. We're going to back him up. We've got an idea of what we want to do. And you know what? If he actually just sat there and said, I want to stick with this youth system. It's what we're going to do. It's how I'm going to do it. I don't have to agree with it, but I know where I stand now. I still don't think any of us know where we stand. I mean, them two, they just couldn't have been any nicer to each other if they tried. I think that's about the best way I can put it without being too blunt on it. And they were too busy.
The transfer window shows, you know, Dan, like, let's be fair, right? If, look, it's what's today, the 22nd of June. All right, it's now the 22nd, 29th of August, right? Which is what, 10 weeks away, roughly. Surely we'll know what their little love fest conversation was about, depending on who signed. If we're sitting there in August and you've got Eze starting on the left and you've got Semenyo or Mbuemo starting on the right, you're going, hang on, all right, they weren't messing about. But if it's, well, our front three is Tell, Solanke and Brennan Johnson, and you go, oh, well, you know, nothing's bloody changed, is it?
Exactly. It's basically the thing of like, all right, you've talked the talk, now just shut up and walk the walk for once where we are. But the interview they gave just couldn't have been more cringy if they'd have tried. I know some people would have lapped it up. For me, I think they'd have just been better off sitting in a pub together talking like a pair of men. Not a pair. I'll just leave that out from there. I just did not like that interview. Cringy was an understatement with it. I mean, you couldn't even see where their hands were, for God's sake. It was that bad. And, okay, you've talked the talk, now walk the walk. Now, for me, if we go out and get Eze and say Paulinho now, yeah, and that's all we buy, you know what? We'd have already got Danso and Telwyn. I'll be happy with that window. Could it be better? Of course it could. But I know then he means a bit more business because he's brought in 2 players that walk into that first 11. And I think what a lot of people have been asking for, and this is where you're going to see how many people stick by what they're asking for, is get me some solid players in there. Get me some first team players in there. If we only buy 2 this window and 2 next window and 2 the following window, I'd rather do that than go and buy 1 half decent player with 4 kids or whatever, or sub players and that. So this is where we're going to see how much business he means. I'll be quite happy if he goes now and just buys 2 first team players. I'll sit back and say, okay, I think he means a bit of business, because usually we don't even really get a first team player half the time, or someone that you're excited about to get in that first team. I mean, Solanke is about the only one we've bought in the past, 18 months that you could say, does he even walk into that first team? Well, we did, but is he, you know, it's just like, I don't quite know how to put it. But you go and get Eze and Paulinho, bang, bang, they're in that team straight away. You're like, yes, he means a bit of business now. Solanke, you looked at it like, all right, he's going to get in because we just haven't got a bloody striker and we just got knocked for 65 million, basically. Whereas we go pay 60 million for Eze, 70 million for Eze, whatever the deal, and then say, go get Paulinho on loan or even a 40 million deal, you're going to sit there and say, he means business. That's improving the first 11. And then with Danzo as well as part of it, and Tell, I think that would be a good window.
Go on, Lubo.
I just think I said that I'd rather than actions speak louder than words. Come back and talk to us at the end of the window, number 1, or 2. If you're going to talk to the fans now, then let's have an honest message from the top. You know, let's not have bullshit. We want to win the Premier League. We want to win the Champions League. Everybody knows. Everybody can see that the business model that ENIC have got, and it's always been to get the club to a certain level where they're semi-competitive, that bring the fans in, bring the money rolling in, make them profit without them actually stretching that extra mile to really compete. Everybody knows that. That's their model. We've all seen it. We're 25 years down the line. If you can't see it, not sure what you're looking at. To just come out and just come out and say, do you know what, we're gonna, you know, etc., with Bilbao, with the parades, we're gonna, you know, we want to win the league and the Premier League and Champions League. I mean, basically, he gives every manager 18 months to 2 years. So basically, get out of my club. So basically, Frank's got 2 years to win the league and 3 years to win the Champions League. Unless he expects we're going to, unless he expects Frank's going to win us the Champions League in Budapest on May the 30th next year.
I mean, Ian, do you think he actually put more pressure on himself by sort of?
No. I'll tell you why.
You know when someone's being that cringy, they're saying what the fans want to hear is one thing, yeah, and then there's basically doing it to the next degree as such. I just don't really know how to explain this without. Either way, the way he done it in such a cringy way that you could tell he couldn't suck up to the fans any harder if he tried. And then talks about winning the Champions League and the Premier League when we've never even heard of him really talk about winning anything as such. And do you think he's actually shot himself in the back of the head even more than he could have by doing that? Or do you reckon by doing that, he's actually pulled a load of people off the fence onto his side as such? Because I don't think he'd done himself no favours.
I'll tell you why he's not bothered. Because he knows he's not gonna back the club to that level. I mean, look at the money that Liverpool, Man City are spending in order to win the Premier League. We're going to be nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. So we're not going to compete. And the fact that Levy is not accountable to anybody, he can actually say what he wants and get away with it. It doesn't bother him. He's been doing it for 25 years. Why change that? Why change the habit now? It's so he doesn't.
Well,
care.
he just has changed the Ian though. He just has changed the habit. He sat there and he done an interview.
He does do interviews from time to time. It is rare. It is
But
rare.
that was
Once
Vinay,
in a
wasn't it?
blue moon.
That was Vinay's fingerprints all over that little.
Yeah.
No one's got a work ethic like you. Oh, thank you very much.
You know.
Thank you. Lovely.
Oh, I just dropped my tissue. You know what I mean? Oh.
Well, I bet Danny Kay was jizzing in his pants watching the Daniel Levy Vinay Venkatesham 7-minute interview. Good evening, Danny.
Good evening. All I saw was Vinay going blah, to Daniel Levy's arse, mate. So that's all I saw. To be honest with you, I didn't see nothing else. But yeah, no, I mean, good old Vinay, however you pronounce his name. So yeah, it's just look with that interview. I think look, Daniel Levy. Let's be honest, he's never ever said those words. We want to win the Premier League. He's never said that in a million years. Right? At 25 years at this club, he's not once ever talked about any competition and then say the words, we want to win it. So that in itself it's like, has he taken some drugs? Has he done something? Has he been hit on the head? Has Vinay like given him some kind of truth serum? I don't know, whatever it is, right? He's done
it turned you Levy in, didn't it? Like that interview changed you to Levy in, Danny.
Definitely not.
That interview.
Definitely not.
Does anyone on here ever watch Simpsons? Like years ago? I don't know. Some might be able to relate to me. That interview just reminded me of that one where Mr. Burns gets drugged up and starts saying, I bring you love. That is literally what Levy done. I think some people will understand what I'm saying.
But hang on. Somebody made a great point, guys. Just hang on. Let me see if I can find it. This point was spot on. If I'm playing devil's advocate, right? Hang on. Where is it? Yeah, this point here. So when the Newcastle owners said we want to win the Premier the next 5 years,
they said next 10 years. They said next 10 years.
Okay,
not 5 years.
5 or 10, whatever. But they did get praised, Danny. Everyone said, "Oh,
hang on.
Hang on. Look, hang on. Let me finish the sentence. Jesus Christ, I'm literally 8 words into my sentence. Right? They got praised for it, and everyone went, "Oh, I wish our owners would say things like that." Now our owners have. We've all gone, they don't mean it. So,
well, look, the thing is, right?
They've been here 25 years.
But look, Lubo, it doesn't matter. He said it now. He's put himself in it, right? So if anything, what he's done is he's basically put that rope around his neck. He's standing on the plank, and he's basically, if he doesn't deliver, he's basically hung himself out to dry. He's literally done that, right? Because I mean, I think by doing that and saying what he said, I think if he has a transfer window where we sign lots of Archie Grays again, and then one player that is maybe not not good enough to walk into actually our first 11, but is classed as a first team footballer, right? Then I think you're going to get the majority of fan base go absolutely mad, because you can't go out and say you want to win the Premier League, right? And then show us completely different, because then everyone will see even more so that Daniel Levy is just all talk. It's just all it is bullshit that comes out of his mouth. Sorry for the swearing, but
but at the same time, Danny, listen, I completely agree with you. But to play devil's advocate, we're not expecting a window that suddenly turns us into title challengers in 1 year. So
no, definitely not.
Surely it's a couple of players to show intent at the beginning would be nice, right?
I'm with what Dan said. I'm completely. If we go and buy like 2 first-team players, good first-team players like Eze and Paulinho, that walk straight into the first 11, then I will look at it and be like, okay, let's see what happens in the next window, right? Because then they've got to keep doing that. It can't just be one window and then they think, whoop-de-doo, we've done it now. We've got 2 good players, and then we go back to buying 18-year-old, 17-year-old kids. It's not going to work, right? So it just won't. So if they do 2 or 3 windows where you go and get 2 players that walk into that team, you spend 100 million each window or whatever you want to spend, or a 50 million pound player that's actually good, right? Then you'll start to believe the words. But until then, you're not going to know what. Well, me personally, I think Lubo as well, and maybe some others won't believe it until we see it.
Sure.
It's like
sure. Can we get it? Hang on, Daniel, let me bring you in here, right? I mean, first of all, I think it's a double-edged sword because, and I'm not going to sit here and stick up for Levy, but first of all, are Spurs a team that should be winning a Premier League title? Because when we look at Man City, when we look at Liverpool, and I'll use those two because I think for the last 7 or 8 years, they're the only 2 teams that have won the Premier League, right? When you look at their squads, Danilist, I mean, their squads are just superior to everyone's. I mean, Arsenal are getting there, and I think Arsenal fans want them to get a couple of players to be up there with them. But to get to that stage, it's not realistic at any time soon, is it, for us to try and compete with that, is it?
Look, this is what I mean with this, what he come out and said, right? What is going to change? He didn't mention how. We're all probably thinking he's just going to keep to the same old thing, buying younger players, getting players cheap, getting deals. He didn't come out and said, look, we're going to change how we make transfers. He didn't give a target for Frank. He didn't. This is the thing. I've watched it back a couple of times, and it's just a lot of talking, but not really anything that makes you think, okay, I can take this seriously. Now, they may go on and make those transfers, and fair enough. But until I see it, I don't believe it. But working towards winning the league with Spurs, look, Liverpool haven't got a billionaire owner. They've managed to do it. So it's about how we recruit, looking at the recruitment, improving that massively. Yeah, bringing in a couple of top players in each transfer window, and then work towards it. It will take time, 2-3 years to work towards the title. But we saw under Pochettino, even under Levy, that he did get quite close. But again, he didn't get backed in those key moments with, he needed, those winners to come into that side, and we could have gone on and won something. So we can do it. But can Frank be a Poch type manager? I don't know. Who knows? But the recruitment's got to be so much better, and there's got to be a plan in place. But we need to see intent from the board. That's for this summer transfer window. There's got to be intent, 100%.
But guys, can I ask you? Listen, I don't disagree with you, Dan. Can I ask you guys this? We always look at it as, has Levy put pressure on himself by saying these things?
Yes.
Can I look at it? Hang on. I want to look at it the other side of things. For me, I don't think it's fair on Frank, because in this year, I'm not expecting Frank to come in and be anywhere near those clubs. If we're brutally honest, next season, I think Frank's got depending on who we buy, he's got to be looking to get back in the top 5, 6, 7. Like that. That's where you've got to be. We're 17th in the table. So is that going to be fans judging Thomas Frank a little bit harshly based on the chairman's words?
I don't know, guys. Look, if you're a fan, right, and if you're thinking at things logically, we finished 17th. You've got, we've fallen off it so much last season. A lot of coaching needs to go into the team, a lot of confidence building. you know, we've got to get used to Frank's system. I mean, there's going to take some time for it to work. So realistically, if we finish 8th or above, we've done well in his first season, trying to get close with winning a cup. You know, being competitive, not losing like we've done last season, week in, week out, defeat after defeat. So year one, you know, I'm not putting much expectation on it, to be honest. But again, if I see the recruitment's good, then maybe I'll up my expectation a little bit. But I'm 8th. You've done well from 17th. Do you know what I mean? And getting in those cup competitions, right? And really trying to have a go. And if we get beaten by a better team on the day, fair play. But, you know, Frank has got a lot of work to do. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I think.
Yeah. Is he under pressure, guys?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think in the first season. Maybe the second season. It all depends. It all depends on like what. And I think Scott M said it, which is probably true. Levy does talk a lot of BS, right? And he always has done whenever he does these like these interviews that he does sporadically every so often. And it's like what my thought process. Maybe it's the hope that if it doesn't go to the plan or doesn't go the way that he's saying it's going to go, by apparently they want to win the Premier League. So, but what does that mean to him? Does that still mean getting young players, developing them because they've got the potential to be superstars? Or is that going to buy ready-made players, right? Because it's kind of very clever how he's done it, right? He is a clever man, right? So it's clever how he's done that kind of wording around it, because he hasn't outlined exactly like a time frame when he wants to do it. Like if he says we want to win the Premier League, okay, what does that mean, right? Does that mean 10 years from now? So does that mean for the next 5 years we're going to be buying youngsters, training them up, so then in 5 years time we're going to have a team that's good enough maybe to compete then? It's like, so this is the thing that we have to wait and see what happens, and unfortunately only time is going to tell what his intentions are with this football club and if those words are true or not, because I think a lot of us don't believe a word he says, especially since he'd said a lot of stuff before and gone completely against his own word. So it's not unlike Daniel Levy to go against his own words. He does it all the time. So
he's such a good manipulator, isn't he?
Yeah, of course he is. 100. This is exactly it.
That's what a businessman does, isn't it? Manipulation. Yeah. And if you know how to manipulate,
but
hasn't he started the summer different? Guys, hasn't he? Again, devil's advocate, hasn't he started the summer different by he's let go of Ange and his staff?
Do you know
that cost 7 million?
He's then
spent, hang on. He's then spent 10 million on getting Frank and his lot in. He's, you know, there's been a clean sweep. Paratici's coming back in. Vinay's come in. He's doing interviews. Are we seeing a slow but sure?
Well, the thing is, Sam, I think that maybe, like, do you know what? Right, I'll be honest. I've always said that, like, Daniel Levy's always been someone that is not like the kind of doesn't have that mentality, right? That say Abramovich had when he was at Chelsea, where if a manager won a Premier League or won a title, doesn't matter what they did. If it was time for him to go and he felt he needed to go in a different direction, he would bin him, right? It doesn't matter. They would win a Champions League, bin him. He doesn't care, right? The fact that Ange won our first European trophy in 41 years and he sacked him, I know that we had a poor league form, but you could think that maybe under the way that we've been run in the past, that they would give that guy a chance because he won a trophy like that. And the fact that he did bin him off, maybe you could say it's slightly different. And maybe the things that are going on is slightly different. But do you know, I'm gonna put a little conspiracy theory in here, right? If Daniel Levy is gonna stay true to his word, say by the end of the summer window, say we go and get an Eze and a Paulinho, just for example, and then we get maybe a player that's not as good as that level in the first team, that is kind of like a Danto type player, can play in the first team but also rotation, and then we get another 2 youngsters or something like that. If that was to happen, right, then I think it's kind of like is he really sticking to his word? Are we really going to start seeing a change in him? And I think that's the kind of biggest question that all of us want answered, but we were not going to get that answered, especially not until the end of the window.
No, absolutely.
I think he's bought himself some time in a way as well. With what you've just said there, come back on what I'm saying. I mean, there's one side of me that says I think he shot himself in the back of the head quite nicely, because he's actually put pressure on himself to an extent that he never puts on himself. He always manages to divert it one way or another.
That's true.
Even down to the point with Ange in January, a lot of people screaming, "Where's my Levy gone? Sack this fella, get him out of here," whatever else. He just sat back, shut up, and kept quiet. He done it different. This time again, he's done it different. And with what you said there as well, I get where you're coming from. He's put it on the plate, but he hasn't given himself a time structure with it. He hasn't given it, we're going to do it in the next 3 years.
Can I?
So it's on his back a bit, but there's no light at the end of the tunnel just yet, sort of thing. There's no, what's the time barrier you're looking at, basically? He's just said, we want to win the Premier League and Champions League. Well, no shit, Sherlock. We all want to do that.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I get where you're coming from. I'm making you right.
Can I ask all of you guys a question, right? Now, I want to hear your actual opinions, and I'll tell you what I think afterwards. In that interview, do you think Daniel Levy got a little bit emotional when he was talking about winning the trophy that we just won? And then when he started talking about right at the end, he started saying that we want to win the Premier League and the Champions League. That's what we want, right? Do you think that maybe that is part of maybe an internal change in him, that's maybe now that Vinay is here, that maybe he can just let him run the football side of things and he can do the business side of things? Do you think do you think maybe there is a kind of maybe, and the reason I say this is because there's obviously been a lot of talk over the last few years about investors and whether investors want to buy a minority share or a majority share and all this kind of stuff. And obviously we know that the Tottenham is officially owned by the family trust, the Joe Lewis family trust, right? And obviously we've heard some people say, I know Luba has, I know we all have, we've heard rumors that Lewis's daughter wants to take over Spurs and that she doesn't like Daniel Levy. Do you think maybe there's a kind of play there that he's trying to do this now to see if he can prolong his stay in the club? Because if the Lewis Trust family, they decide enough's enough, they're done, they want to sell up, he's got no say in the matter, because if they sell their majority share, right, it's done. He's done. He can't do anything, right? Even technically,
he's just sitting in the background, isn't he? Even though he still owns 25%. If someone goes in and buys 70%, okay. If someone goes in and buys 70% of that, he's still got his hand in the pie as such. But at the end of the day, he can get told to shut up and get the sack, and he's just an investment, basically, isn't it? Because he hasn't got a majority.
I've been told that there's an agreement that they won't sell separately.
Yeah. And we'll see when it comes to the crunch, when the true businessman sits there and sticks to his word.
No, but Dan, why do you think Charrington's come in on the board? He's Lewis's guy.
Yeah.
He's Lewis's personal financial advisor. He looks after all of his investments.
I totally get that. So obviously he's lost a bit of faith in Levy somewhere.
Obviously.
Right. So if Lewis turns around and says...
It might not be he's lost faith in Levy. It might be that now the family are starting to think about their options because they want out. That's another thing.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, I don't think anyone can discredit Levy for turning a £25 million investment into something that's worth £3-4 billion. I don't think anyone in their right mind would dare discredit that, because that's unbelievable for over 25 years of turning a business, an investment into something that's what it is now.
No, so on the business side of it.
Couldn't we be seeing? Sorry, I had to go and get some Ben and Jerry's chocolate fudge brownie. I just had a craving. Huh?
I said, "You fat boy, eating ice cream while streaming."
Dude, I've dropped 2.5 stone about being fat boy. Look, I'm wasting away. I went to my doctor and he said, "You've got to eat more shit food." That's what he said. He said, "You've got to eat more shit food." He didn't. He did not.
Perfect comfort food for a Spurs fan, then, Sav.
Yeah. Could we be seeing that Vinay
Sugar hit.
People are going, oh, what does he do? Arsenal fans going, you'll hate him. Could we be seeing, though, the effects that Vinay Venkatesham's come in and Danny and Lubo have streamed with me the most, I reckon, of this panel. And I said for ages, didn't I, that I felt like the only reason he hadn't sacked Ange was because there was something going to be happening in the summer, which has come true. Some of my predictions are right, some are wrong. We've seen communication already coming out from Spurs. I thought that they put together a really good welcome video for Thomas Frank. I thought that was really good, them showing us him going around the training ground. And it all looked a bit different to normal. And I've got a feeling that Vinay would have come in. Listen, Vinay Venkatesham is a seasoned CEO, right? This is a guy that knows football. He's been around it for years, and he knows finance. I've got a feeling, and I think we had this chat, Lubo, once. I've got a feeling that he would have come in before he'd even joined Spurs. He would have done his homework, and he would be saying to Daniel Levy, you've got to get rid of Ange because look how much money he's lost you. Look how much money he's lost you from league position. Look how much money he's lost you in this, that, the other. I think that they've done the right thing. I've got a feeling that Vinay might be in his ear, and things might start to change a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean I think we're going to win Premier Leagues. That doesn't mean I think we're going to compete with Man City and Liverpool for Champions Leagues. But I do think we'll see something different. And clip this, because if at the end of August I am completely wrong, I will hold my hands up and go, well, he sold us down the river again. We've just gone and bought more kids. But that's just a little hunch I've got.
We're winning the league this year, Seth. We're winning.
How are we doing that, Ian? How are we doing that?
We're winning it. Chairman Dan has spoken. We are winning this Premier League this season. I'm telling you.
And Champions League as well, yeah?
No, next year. Next year. Champions League next year. Next season.
If you told me in 2 years' time we're going to win it doesn't matter how we're going to do it, we're going to win a Premier League and a Champions League, I'd take your hat off for that.
I must be honest with you. I did say, I think on either yours or Stell's podcast, Sav, a few months ago, that I questioned whether I would ever, if ENIC outlive me, I doubt it. I question whether I would ever see another trophy in my lifetime. And I did. So you never know. You never know. Premier League this year.
A lot of things seem to have been done a bit differently. Ian, a lot of things seem to have been done a bit differently. Down to the fact that he even hung on to Ange, which a lot of say was the wrong thing to do. But at the end of it, with the results, it turned out for the cup, it was the right thing to do. And I still stick by what I said. I feel we had that decision to make. Right, the leagues, I ain't getting Champions League there. That's the only way I can do it. Do I hang on to Ange to do it? Do I get someone else to do it and focus on that cup? And I just don't think he expected Ange to be that absolute crap in the league that we finished 17th. And the way he done that isn't usually the way Levy goes about things. And then he's done his interview. How quick he got the manager out and got the next manager in, and also bringing the coaching staff with him, which he doesn't usually do either. Things are being done different. And he has sat there, even though it was the most cringy thing ever, but the interview with his new man and whatever and that. And things are looking like they're getting done different. But there's a long way to go as such. Let's start seeing the transfers.
I don't believe it. But
at the moment, it looks like things have been done differently, doesn't it?
Yeah, I take that.
And you're so scarred, Daniel. You're so scarred, aren't you? I love it.
I'm sorry. It's all lovely, yeah? It all sounds so lovely. Get them transfers in. Shut me up. Yeah?
That's
be serious. Be serious. Yeah, well, let's see if they do it. I'm not convinced. They're faffing around in the transfer market. Where's the money going to suddenly come from? I thought we had no money. We have to sell before we buy. What's suddenly changed?
I thought, man, you had no money.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It's just all so confusing. I don't get it until I start seeing those signings come in the club. Proper players. Yeah, I don't want. I mean, we've already signed Tell, which I have my doubts about, which I'm not too happy about. But maybe Frank can turn him into a good player. Who knows? Ben Davis. Don't know. Maybe it's because he's played at the club for a while. We need those English quota players. I don't know, guys. Look, I am so what do you want to call? What's the word for it? Just
believe it when you see it. Basically,
yeah. Just we've seen it all before. We've seen this story so many times, moving pieces around with different people.
Dan, let me ask you.
Yeah,
Dan, let me ask you. This is where I think it's a double-edged sword. we're all going to judge Levy, right, based on the next 3 signings. Is that fair? We're going to judge him based on the next 3 signings for the first team.
Yeah.
What if they're 3 signings that Thomas Frank wants, but the fan base don't necessarily think that's up there with my expectations as a fan? But what if Thomas Frank has... So let me use an example. Let's say Thomas Frank went and brought in Collins, the centre-half from Brentford, who he knows, who he trusts, who he's coached better. As a fan base, we'll turn around, you know, majority and go, oh, that's shit. We've got no ambition. Typical Daniel Levy. Thomas Frank might be knocking on the manager's door, on the chairman's door going, that's who I want. So how will we know? Are we judging it on our own expectations, analyst, or Frank's?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? There's the whole thing about the managers don't have the final say on transfers. There's a club signing. You know, we hear many people have said that, you know, it wasn't Frank's decision to sign Tell. You know, it was made for him. But then we saw today, I think there was an interview, right, where he was praising Tell, thinking he can get, you know, a lot out of him. We don't know. I mean, is Frank just going to be another yes man? You know, which Spurs manager's not been a yes man other than Conte, who came out with that famous rant?
Dan, I don't think I've ever wanted to have a go at you more than I do right this second. We're going to do it, right?
Go for it.
What on earth does this nonsense of yes man mean? I hear so many people talk about it on their YouTube channels. He's a yes man. Which manager in the world is not a yes man? Right? No one would manage any football club if they weren't a yes man to a degree. No manager gets every single football player they want, right?
Yeah.
And
Unless
the
Pep
bit where I'm going to have a
Guardiola,
go is, if we're saying Conte wasn't a yes man, well, why didn't Conte walk then when he was signed Richarlison, Jed Spence? Of course everyone is a yes man to go by that description of the meaning. Isn't it?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but look, Ange, you know, we look at the summer transfer window. Like, if you're serious, you know, you're provided with a bunch of kids and Solanke, right? I mean, what is going on? And the manager,
didn't he say he didn't want experience?
Jose, well, this is it, isn't it? Jose, you know, we hire Jose, we hire Conte, but we don't supply him with the players we need to challenge, to push on. Just mediocre players.
Dan, I think what Paul O'Keefe came out with last May was correct. And Paul turned around and said that this summer window is about getting the X's down because Levy's looking for investment and he wants to make the figures look as good as possible. So that's what last summer was about.
Because he wants to build the flats as well, doesn't he? Not just the hotel and that. And that is why he desperately needed the Champions League this year.
Yes, that's right. But that's what last summer's transfer window was all about.
Look, with a manager, I think you can pretty much say 100% of managers have got an extent of a yes man in them. But then there's going to be the others that stand their ground more. Someone like Pep, someone like Klopp, someone like Conte, someone like Mourinho. They're more likely to stand their ground. But then you're also going to have the other managers like Ange, which was, as far as I'm concerned, just Levy's little bitch at the end of the day. If he would have said jump, he'd have said how high 5 times. And you're going to get the managers like that as well. He hasn't been in a big enough situation to sort of stand there and fight with Daniel Levy, neither has Thomas Frank. Levy don't want that manager now, like Conte, that's going to confront him and argue with him. But we at least need a manager who's willing to put his foot down to a degree, I think. But every manager to an extent is going to be a yes man to an extent, isn't they? But there's going to be a lot that will have a lot more say in the matter as such. But Levy don't want that.
But this is it. Like yeah, I get you, Dan. Totally get you. And I just think a manager comes in, right? You know, this is the job. This is the budget. You know, who are we signing? You know, what players are really going to push on this team? You know, this is the conversation you hope that a manager would have. You know, giving them options. Who are we going to sign? Who are we going to buy? How are we going to kick on? You know, this is what I mean. We need a manager who's going to, you know, want a certain player. Like we're all second guessing. Did he want Tell? Did he not want Tell? Does anyone know? I don't know.
Tell was what happened with Tell, I think, is we wanted him full time. He didn't want to come over full time. He wasn't sure of it. And then in the end, we managed to milk him over on a loan. The deal was already sat there, ready to be made, and it was basically down to Tell on whether he would come to Spurs at the end of the season or not. He stayed at us with a loan, decided he's going to get more game time with us than at Munich, and said, you know what, stuff it, I'll go to Spurs, and it was done. I think it was all sat there, ready to made. It was just the player had to make that decision at the end of the season. But again,
and if that signing fails, if he doesn't work out, you know, and he doesn't turn into a player that, you know, maybe it'd take a couple of seasons. Now, who are we blaming?
We don't have to blame anyone. If it doesn't work out, why don't we be a big club for once and go, it's not worked out, let's sell him? Like, let's be fair, right?
But Savva, don't you think it's a mistake signing Tell? Do you think we could have done better?
Mate, listen, I think everyone knows my opinion on Matisse Tell. Listen, at the end of the day, Matisse Tell, if he's coming in, if he's learning and he's being coached, cool, I'll eat words in a couple of years if he turns out to be brilliant. I agree. But you know what? Man United, look how many players they make mistakes. Man City make mistakes. Liverpool.
Too many mistakes, Savva, this club. Too many mistakes.
Yeah, of course. But look at Liverpool. Darwin Núñez paid massive money for him. Now looking to move him on. This is where I want Spurs to be better. I've got no problem, guys, with Spurs making mistakes in the transfer market. Every football club makes mistakes in the transfer market. Yeah. The difference is when Pep makes a mistake in the transfer market, he moves them on in a year. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like this hasn't worked. Boom, 2 years tops. Spurs, we go, nah, let's give this player 5 seasons, 7 managers, and hope that someone will get the best out of him. Just move them on. You know, because for me, I feel like we're at a stage where we have to be somewhat level-headed. I talk about this so much. We have to realise that we're not going to just sign all the players Man City and Liverpool are. And you know, I think any Spurs fan that thinks we're going to compete with those clubs for those players, they're kidding themselves. But Daniel, I just want to see it. Huh?
Daniel said we are.
Hang on.
I can't believe it.
I just want to see that if we're bringing in players, that there is a plan in mind. I want to see that there is a plan in mind. So for me, I want to see what Danny said earlier on. If we only sign 2 senior players this window, for example, make sure they are 2 senior players that walk straight into the 11 that raise the bar. So even if we're only raising it by 2 players, it means 2 players have dropped down to the squad.
Yeah.
These 2 players have come in. You've upskilled the team. If you do that again with 1 more in January, 2 more next year, slowly but surely over a year, 18 months, you're going, hang on, look at the level of the team's gone from here to there. Mm-hmm. Man Cities and Liverpools, they don't need to do that. They're such big clubs. They're serial winning, league winning, Champions League winning football clubs that they can just go, hang on, we've fallen off here. Let's go and get 4 or 5 top players and get straight back up there. But it's just the whole yes man thing that I do find when people talk about it, I always find it funny when people say to me, Conte wasn't a yes man. Well, surely Conte was a yes man if he let it go on for 18 months. By that respect,
like
surely Conte came
there's
out.
a degree of it.
Hang on. Conte gets credit because he came out and blew up right at the end, right? But if I was going to give Conte maximum credit, guys, that should have been in his first summer window. It should have been sod this. Nah, we've got to the end of this window. They're not serious. I'm out of here. And I would have turned around and gone, fair play, mate. Fair play.
Yeah, but Sav, you know why they don't. It's the money, isn't it?
But yeah, sure. But Dan,
if that was me, I wouldn't walk away from a club just out of pride. I want my money.
No, sure. But Dan, that's the reason why I can't take it seriously. Not just that Daniel said it. Everyone says it when they go, oh, Conte wasn't a yes man. Well, Conte accepted Spence. He accepted Richarlison. He accepted Perisic. He accepted, was it Roden? Not Roden, Longley, right? He accepted these players. So if we're going to go by the yes man theory, then they're all yes men, right?
I mean, we can different degrees of a yes man. Like I said earlier, I think you stepped off for a minute. It's different degrees of a yes man. You've got ones like I said, like that are going to be like Ange and quite possibly even Frank. If Levy says jump, they do backflips basically because they're not really big enough to stand there and start throwing their balls about as such. Whereas someone like Conte, Mourinho, Pep, Angelotti, Klopp, whatever, you can imagine them being a bit more of a they're going to take their orders to an extent, because at the end of the day, Levy is still their boss. He's still their employer. And there's only so much you can say to your boss before your boss tells you goodbye. And I just think there's different degrees of a yes man. Like I said, you're going to have the ones like Ange and quite possibly even Frank, who just take what's given to them and shut up. And you're going to have the other ones who confront it more. And this is where I think Frank is a good signing for us as manager, because there's a very high chance he's just going to take what he's given and shut up. No different to Ange in that aspect. But I feel he's the type of manager that will deal with Daniel Levy as his boss significantly better than a few other managers can, because he can play with the cards he's got. He can adapt his system. He can improve players. Yes, we all want a Pep in there, we all want Angelotti or whatever else, but we've already seen Levy don't want that now, not after Conte. And I just think with the yes man thing, there's a different degree of it as such. Some are going to be significantly more than others.
Guys, I'm just sick to death of mediocre. I'm sick to death of this club never being serious. I'm just calling it all out. You know, when are we actually ever going to be serious as a club? Where's the money? When we're going to break the wage structure? When we're going to show intent? Yeah, look, I'm not getting any younger, and I reckon we'll be here in another 5 years' time having the same conversations. You know, Spurs didn't push the boat out with backing managers. You know, it's just the same old rubbish. Now, all of you on the panel and in the chat, what's achievable under this structure and this manager in the next 2 to 3 years? And would you be happy with that, or is it just sets in Spurs and we're just a Spurs fan and this is all we get?
Well, let me kill two birds with one stone, because I saw a comment from Paul Pablo. It's called a Pile State. We're the same age, more or less. Do I think I'll ever see Tottenham win the league in our lifetime? If Enix stay here, I don't think we will. Unfortunately, I wasn't quite 4. I was just under 4 when we won the double. That was the last time we won the league. For me, that would be an absolute dream, would be to win the league. You know, to go through the journey with the team from August to May, and it would just be amazing. Can you imagine how fantastic the parade that we saw the other Friday would be? Nothing compared to what it would be if this club won the league. And I can't see it, Dan, in answer to your question. What I think is possible is maybe to get 6th next season if they buy rights. I have every confidence in Thomas Frank as a tactician. And then go back into the Europa League season after next with a good chance of winning it. For me, that's where I see our best chance in the next 2 years, because managers don't normally get more than 2 years. So if you're saying there's a 2-year plan, which isn't part of my, well, I suppose it is short term. It is sort of 1/3 of 1 point of my 7-point manifesto, which I've seen mentioned on here a couple of times. That for me, I don't think we're good enough at the moment to win a domestic trophy. I think the teams are too strong for us. You know, sooner or later, like we got to the semi-final of the League Cup, we just bumped into Liverpool.
The League Cup's harder than the Europa Cup to win.
Absolutely, because the level of the teams in the Premier League are better than the level of the teams were, and the 2 finalists were 16th and 17th in the Premier League. So
it doesn't say much for the Europa Cup, then, does it?
Well,
that the League Cup is harder to win.
Which is why I don't want to smoke up Andy's arse for doing it.
No, I just think the level. I think the overall level, because of the money that's in the English game. You know, you've got many more clubs within this division that have money, right? You know, as against other leagues that don't have the money that pours into their leagues like it does into the Premier League.
So we basically spent 400 million to win the Europa Cup.
Well, okay. Do you know what, Dan? I don't care about the money. I'm a fan.
So how much have we got to spend to get a League Cup then?
Well, there we go. Probably $1 billion.
That's what I'm asking. Basically, if it cost us 400 million to get the Europa Cup, and you've said that the League Cup is harder to win than the Europa, what is that? Another 400 million we got to spend to stand a chance in the League Cup and finish 6th?
Maybe. I think tonight's a little bit about banter. Wayne, You said, Lubo, did I forget my meds? No, it is banter, Wayne. I seriously don't think, even though Daniel said we're going to win the league, I really don't think we're going to win the league this year. And Philly, we're winning the quad, mate. What's happened to you? Are you on stronger meds? We're going to win the quad.
When you actually look at what Newcastle had to do to win that League Cup, it's bloody impressive.
Isn't it?
Their cup,
Chelsea,
really impressive.
Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool.
And that's why when everybody was changing from, I was Ange out last night, I'm Ange in today, I was like, hang on, what? Because what? We beat a Man U who just finished 15th in a final. Like, no, that for me didn't show it. But anyway, listen, I want to move on, right? I want to move on. I don't know what I said that was negative. I genuinely don't know. I feel like I've just asked questions to the panel here, but okay, big up Tribal Chief. Once a troll, always a troll. Guys, lots of reports today doing the rounds about Dennis Churkin. Obviously came through our academy, the young left back. Lots of people seem to rate him. He didn't get a chance. I don't remember him playing at all for Tottenham. Maybe a couple of 20 minutes here or there. I really can't remember. And then he was let go to Sunderland. Now, Tottenham, it appears, have a bit of a homegrown situation going on at the club, where we need homegrown players. We need club-trained players, of which Churkin falls into that, as does Carl Walker-Peters. Do these rumours linking Churkin, do they surprise anybody? Would it be a good signing? Is it typical Spursy? Is it just a state of how bad we've been run? Where are we at with the whole Churkin rumours?
I think he's a good player. I think he's a good player. I think it's a squad player to come in to cover Udogie. I think he's a good player. I'd be quite happy with that. You're not going to get an ambitious top left back joining the club to be a reserve to Udogie. At the end of the day, we've got to be realistic. Churkin's a good player. I was sorry he left. I don't know why we spent 33 million on Reguilon, and then Churkin left at the end of that season. Just didn't understand it.
Yeah, but do you want to go for squad players? Shouldn't we go out there and get that Eze and Paulinho, or who else we're going to be there?
Dan, I personally, I'd like to see cover for left back, cover for Van der Ven, and a Paulinho and an Eze.
Well, we've got cover for left back.
Well, we haven't.
Why do we need cover? Yes, we have. Spence. Why do we need cover for left back? Spence covers left and right.
Well,
and then Porro on the right, you can cover him with Spence, or we can stick your boy Archie Gray on there or whatever. And that we've got cover.
But the problem with that is, if you're going to put that on Jed Spence, that means one injury wipes out two positions, doesn't it? If Jed Spence got injured, you've now lost both your fullback cover on both sides, haven't you?
I agree, but that's why
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm just saying. But we do need more club. We need a club trained player, right?
Yeah, true. We do.
Which is what
that's why they're looking at Cole Peters.
That makes sense.
It does make sense. It's not the sort of one you want to go for, but if he's one that's on the back of the list when we go and get an Eze or and Brett, whoever else, at least we get two players for the first team. You can turn a blind eye to someone like Walker Peters coming in, and you can understand why he's coming to the club, basically, because he's got all the ticks on the box, hasn't he? Except he's just not a first team player. But he does help out in other aspects and does cover your ass in a couple of things. But we want to see those at least two first 11 players in, more than anything.
No, absolutely, Dan. But we need more than that this summer window.
How much do you think what we need and what we will get are two different things? I mean, what's your limit that's going to impress you with this window?
What do we need? Well, bearing in mind how short we were last season, and we played 60 games, I don't expect us to play 15 in the Champions League, because that would mean us ending up in Budapest for the final.
That's not going to happen.
No, but if say we play 52, 53 games, that's still quite a few games, particularly December, Jan, when you're probably going to play 16, 17 in 8 or 9 weeks. And, we need cover. The squad just wasn't strong enough. There wasn't enough depth last year. For me,
I disagree. he didn't use the depth he did have. I'm not saying the strong was totally deep enough, but that squad was strong enough to not cripple it like he bloody did. If he'd have had more of a football brain on him and not been so stuck up in his own way and actually rotated some of the players more, maybe Kulusevski wouldn't have got burnt out like he did. Maybe Porro wouldn't have been burnt out like he was. Maybe Udogie wouldn't have had the injuries he would if he'd have actually been using Spence when he could have used him and not just when he had no option. He had a lot of chances in there to rotate. Go for it.
Dan, I want to back up Danny on this. And this is something, Dan, we've talked about this all season, right? It's so funny that when everyone was fit, right, he wasn't rotating any of these players.
No.
When everyone was fit, Jed Spence weren't getting games. Ben Davies weren't getting games, right? Radu Dragusin wasn't getting games. Bergvall wasn't getting games. Gray wasn't getting games. All these people weren't getting games, right? Suddenly you get a few injuries and people go, oh, he hasn't got the players to rotate. No, he did have the players to rotate. He didn't. What he did was, look what he did with Kulu. I mean, he ran Kulu into the ground, right? Yeah. He started last season, Destiny Udogie, if I'm not wrong, guys, at the beginning of last summer. The beginning of last summer or the end of the season before, Udogie had a big operation, right? And he missed all of pre-season. I think he came back for like the last game of pre-season. And there he is, bang, straight in the 11 for the season. It's like, hang on, you got Jed Spence. Why is Jed Spence not playing there until Udogie gets back fit? So I don't buy all of this. He had no squad. He didn't have players to rotate. He doesn't know how to rotate. He didn't know what to do. For me, I'm not buying into. I'm with you, Danny. I'm not buying into this. That who could he have rotated? What could he have done?
No,
I just think he was bad at it.
No, but Sav, we didn't have. Just say we have the same injury list as Brighton did this season. And Hertzler didn't run these players into the grounds. They were a lot of those. Most of those were injuries through matches, and they didn't even have Europe, and they had more injuries than us. So just say we had a year like Brighton do. You need to have a stronger squad than what we had. We got rid of
our squad is massive. Our squad is
strength in depth.
Hang on. Okay.
So many established players. Let me finish. We had so many established players that went out the door, and he only replaced one of them. He left us shorts last year.
Lubo, hang on. Let's break this down, right? When we're talking about strength in depth, I love it when we recreate history here, right? You look at it. Last year, you had Porro and Spence as your two fullbacks on the right-hand side, right? In the middle, you had Van der Ven, Romero, Dragusin, and also Davis, who can play there, right? Didn't rotate Romero and Van der Ven at the beginning of the season at all. Just kept playing them, even though knows they're injury prone, right? And then at left back, you got Davis and Udogie that can play there, and didn't play anyone there other than Udogie. So that's your back four. You've got 8 players there.
I'm not talking about his lack of rotation, Sam.
Hang on.
I'm talking about the strength of the squad.
Let me. Okay, but hang on. Everyone was raving about Jed Spence, right? Everyone tells me that Ben Davies is Mr. Steady, right? Everybody was raving about Spurs getting Radu Dragusin from Bayern. Remember that, lads? Oh, my God, we've beaten Bayern Munich. Then all of a sudden, we're not seeing him get game time. In the midfield, I didn't see him doing anything different. Week in, week out, the same thing. He did have footballers, I'm afraid. I'm not hearing that he didn't have players. He had players that he didn't utilise, right? And then what happened was he ran so many of the first team into the ground that then we're going, but they're all injured. I wonder why. I'm not.
The other thing you can say is, I think there was enough depth in that team, but the problem is we had quantity with lack of quality, basically. I think that is one way you can look on it with that. But we had players that could have easily covered a game or two for the rotation. Spence could have covered left or right many a time. He could have done that. We could have done a bit more swapping about in the middle. Did he need to go and put 2 basically unfit players in against Chelsea at the same time? No. Did he have to put... There were certain games where he could have done a little bit of rotation on there that could have made a big difference during the league, I think. Some injuries, What happened with the goalkeeper? It's just, it happens. You can't, and some injuries happen. But then you also noticed a lot of injuries was also down to the way we played bloody football and also the training. But he had enough players up there to rotate during the season as such. And the other thing is with him, with this team, if anything, we need to trim it up more than anything. If anything, we need to get a significant, say, 6 players out of there who just aren't good enough for that to bring in the 2 quality players to walk in there and build from there, basically. And there'll still be enough to rotate on. I personally think it's just, are you going to be able to rotate using League and Champions League is a different story. Have we got the quality to do that? Not at all. But we had more than enough quality, I think, or quality. We had enough to rotate League and Europa.
But what you're saying as well, Dan, I think, again, I'm going to back you up here in a roundabout way. For me, this is the difference, right? Is when you are missing senior pros, when you are missing players, that's where a coach tweaks and adapts. So when this bloke is saying, "Oh, okay, I've not got Van der Ven and Romero," cool, don't play a high line. Like it's the basics. Yet we'd go out, Archie Gray and Ben Davis, kid who's not even a centre half, Ben Davis who's not quick. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to play on the halfway line. And then people go, "Oh, but look at all the injuries." Cool, you can have injuries. Look at what happened with Bournemouth. Bournemouth had more injuries than us for that spell. Won like 11 in 15 Premier League games. You know why? Because Iriola didn't play some sort of crazy gung-ho wide open formation. He made them hard to beat, had that kind of togetherness, you know, that kind of everybody rally together, fight for the cause. Ange didn't do that. He kept playing wide open and we paid the price for it. And then everyone just kept going, "Oh, because of the injured players." It's the tactics. Everyone has injuries. It's the tactics.
That's not the point I'm making, though. We know his lack of rotation was poor. We know his system of playing was poor. Mm-hmm. We know his team selections a lot of the time were poor. What I'm saying is that we got rid of Højbjerg, we got rid of Emerson, got rid of Skip.
His choice. All of these were his choices.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is that we got rid of established players. We brought in kids.
That is true.
We should have done
choice again. He said he didn't want experience. He said he didn't want experience, Lubo.
Right, but no, you just asked me what I would do for this season. I'm saying we didn't have enough established players last season. And bearing in mind the amount of games we've got to play, we've got to get some established players in, which is why I think we need at least 4.
I can go with what you're saying. Like the established side, we basically kicked out experience and brought in kids with a few things and that, yeah. But I still personally think with that squad he had, he could have done significantly better if he knew how to rotate a team.
Amen.
Well, he would have had less injuries.
That would have been a big help, don't you think? You know, if he wouldn't have been getting those injuries and that. He could have rotated Kulusevski enough times. There's 4 players he can rotate in the middle where he plays 2 there or 3 there, up to him. He can rotate Maddison and Kulusevski in the middle. He can rotate Solanke with Richarlison, Son up front, and even Tell up there. On the right-hand side, you can swap about Johnson over to the left or right. Whether they're going to work there is a different story. But there was enough players there to rotate. And in defence, he even had goalkeepers he could rotate if he wanted to. There was more than enough players to rotate where, okay, I've got a game coming up against Ipswich. Don't underestimate no one. Right, but this is... Do you know what? Porro, you're going to have a day off. I'm going to stick Spence there. Or Adogi. Okay, Romero, I know you're a bit... like to take a knock here and there. I'm going to take you out. I'm going to put Dragusin in there next to Van der Ven or whatever else.
Never did.
Kulusevski, do you know what? Maybe I'm going to start you as the number 10 instead of Maddison. There's a lot of things that he could have done, maybe just 2-3 changes in a game. And if he'd done that consistently with the rotation, could have been a whole different season. But he didn't. He just stuck with the same thing, busted after players, and got to the point where he had to rotate because he had no bloody option. To the point where we had to stick Archie Gray in bloody centre-back.
Dan, I'm not arguing with all of that. The point I'm making is that I don't think last year, after the transfer window, the squad was as strong as it should have been.
Because of him.
Because,
but I think the squad was strong. It would have been the squad was strong enough to rotate.
I'm making a point. It wasn't strong enough.
Yeah, but when you've got sure,
Do
no,
we not
I get
agree
it.
with that? Do you not agree with that?
I agree. But when you've got the manager coming out and saying, I didn't want experience, I didn't want to sign leaders.
That's fine.
Right?
No, but we're talking about this season now, Sam. Last season,
No, hang on, but we're not. We weren't. You keep saying last season the squad wasn't good enough. Well, so I'm telling you why it wasn't good enough last year. But there are teams with squads much weaker than ours that cope with 2 games a week. One thing I never do, but I'm not saying you've said this, Lubo. I hate it when football fans use the excuse. So if I say, oh, Bournemouth cope, Brighton cope, they go, oh, but they didn't have Europe. Don't want Europe then. If you want your football club to qualify for Europe every season, don't then use that as an excuse the season after. Oh, but the other team have got an advantage. Well, act like a big club then. You're in Europe. Deal with it. If you want to be in Europe, deal with it. Right? And if you actually look in Europe last year, if you look at most of them group games, he didn't put a first 11 out in those group games. But yet we were going, oh, we're playing our best team every 3 days. We weren't. You know, I don't know. It's all funny. By the way, talking of depth, we have not had 1 subscriber tonight in an hour and 10 minutes. We've had over 600 in here the whole time. We've now got 652 in here. And the likes, we have only got 187 likes for 650 in here. We're not even at a third. Guys, girls, it's free. No one's charging you any money. A couple of people have been very generous, though. Big up to my man out there in Dublin, Sanctuary of 7. Said, big up Savva and panel. Let's get Eze. Listen, there's going to be many, many people disappointed if we don't get Eze, aren't they? I mean, everyone is all in on Eze. Big up to you, Sanctuary. Really appreciate you. And Jordan, very generous, has come in and said, Conte at Napoli was given Billing and McTominay. If we gave him those players at Spurs, our fans would say he wasn't given the players he wanted and that he wasn't backed. Listen, Jordan, I think sometimes for me, the problem is fans just associate big names with what managers want. Sometimes managers like Conte will look and go, I need a McTominay. Yeah. And fan bases might go, oh, he's shit. He's rubbish. But I bet you McTominay, yeah, I bet you he runs through brick walls every 90 minutes for Antonio Conte and his style. I bet you every game he comes off and says, appreciate that, Scott. Every game, I appreciate that. Love that. And you need some players like that in your team. And when we were linked with one last year, half our fan base didn't want him. I know we weren't going to get him. We were linked with Conor Gallagher, who would have given us exactly that. And our fan base were going, not better than Bentancur, not better than Sarr, not better than Basuma. Give me Conor Gallagher over all of them all day, every day. But big up. Thank you very much, Jordan. Really appreciate that. So please do smash the like button. Please subscribe. The link is in the chat. To not have 1 subscriber in an hour and 13 minutes, I don't think I've ever had that before. Utterly crazy. Come on, people. Everyone's giving you their Sunday night. Guys, look, the window did open a week ago. Not a lot has actually happened. I know we keep talking about other clubs are moving, but most of the clubs that have moved, other than Liverpool, whose financial year starts a month before ours, if I'm not wrong, Lubo, right? Liverpool's year, I believe, starts June. You went on the show yesterday. Liverpool's financial year starts June the 1st. Ours starts July the 1st. So that will answer a lot of their questions. And the only other team that are really moving is Man City, who, because they had the World Club Cup window and they took full advantage of that. Guys, with that in mind, we've got Paratici probably coming in. He's got 7 days left of his worldwide ban. Are we expecting things to start skyrocketing from the back end of this week coming up? Are we all expecting to see some outgoings as well as incomings? Because we're not even selling players right now.
There has to be. Sorry, go on, Ian. You go.
I just think Frank's going to sit down. He's got to ascertain very quickly who wants to stay at the club as well. If anybody wants out, because obviously he doesn't want to be have players in the squad that aren't committed. So I figure that he'll be having a chat with, first of all, with Romero, and then secondly with Son. and I think they will be his first two. They'll be his first two conversations that he'll have. And those two alone, I think, would bring in at least 100 million. I do think there'll be plenty of ins and outs this summer. I think they'll be ducking and diving right the way through financially. I do think there is more money because of the number one, the extra events that Spurs have been bringing in, the money in this financial year that they've had from Europe that we didn't have last year. So you got 30 million there. I know we've lost 36 million on the league positions, but I think by and large, yesterday Connor was saying that he thinks it's going to be around turnover around 575. Remember the wages to revenue would have dropped even more in this financial year, probably to around 36, 37, 38% from 42. And that will probably drop a bit more because the turnover would have gone up and with the wages coming down. And I think Levy got a shock last year with 17th position.
Yeah,
I'm sure the sponsors weren't happy as well. Sponsors put in a hell of a lot of money into the club. Do they want to see a club, that they're sponsoring, just sort of nosediving down the league? I'm sure they didn't. So I reckon there'll be more money to spend this season than this summer than last summer, and I'm quite confident that Levy will want to make sure that he's seen to be looking after Thomas Frank in this window, and we'll see. I'm more glass half full than the usual glass half empty with Levy's transfer policy. We'll see. Hopefully,
Okay.
Go on, Dan.
Sorry. Yeah, so look, if the financial position, the way Ian talked about it there, sounds like we should be in a good place financially, right? Is that what you're kind of saying, Ian? That we're in a better financial position?
I think we would have had a better year financially, year ending June 25 than year ending June 24, because of the extra events plus Europe as well.
Being in the Champions League.
Last season, we had 3 cup games only, didn't we? We were knocked out of Fulham in the first round of the League Cup and in the 4th round against City in the FA Cup. So this time round, we've had, what have we had? We had Coventry, City, United, 2 Liverpool. Was it that fights? We had 5 League Cup games and 2 FA Cup games. So we've had an extra 4 games in cup competitions, and that's basically been home games, hasn't it? Because we had United at home, we had Liverpool at home, we had City at home.
City at home, yeah.
So we've had 3 extra League Cup games at home. So there's 3 there, plus Europe, plus you've had, what have you had? I think we had 7. We had 7 home games in Europe. So there's an extra 10 home games. How much have they brought in?
Badger in the chat. Let me just answer Badger in the chat. Frank, I'm okay with Frank coming in. That's not my issue. It's how we support him in the transfer market is my worry. I think Frank is a good manager. I think he could do well at Spurs. It's not I hate Frank. I'm okay with Frank. Was he my first choice? No, but I think Frank, I think he deserves the opportunity at a bigger club. And I'm hoping he'll be a bit like Poch, Frank, get that togetherness, get a structure in the team, bring the fan base together, all of that. And Frank, I don't think will be the problem. It's just going to be the backing. And we talk about this transfer window and we talk about, yes, we do need to shift some out. Of course we do. We have to. There's players that could be moved on. I think Son will be gone. I think Basuma will be moved on. So who do we bring in to cover those 2 positions? It's got to be better. It's got to be quality. It's gonna really help us and help Frank next season. And going back, Savva, about was his name Kurt Sirking? Is that right? The youngster?
Yeah, Dennis Shirkin.
Yeah, I get that. There's got to be some, sensible bit of business around making sure you have enough English players. I get that. I'm okay with that. As long as we go out, and I think everybody in the panel, and I agree with you, if we can bring in at least 2 serious players into this team, that's a start, right? That is a start. And then we'll wait in the transfer window and see what else comes in with them. And that's important as well, guys. Whoever else is coming in, they've got to be players that we think, yes, I get it. They can make a difference to this side, and Frank can really coach them, improve them, bring them into the team. We've got a lot of games next season. We're in the Champions League. It's going to be tough. The cup games, we need to improve the squad. The quality level must be improved. The recruitment, whoever's going to be doing it, the Lange is still going to be here, right? Everyone thought he was going to go, right? But he's still here. Paratici coming in after his 7 days left of ban. Hopefully he can get working on some quality signings. And it's just all a lot of hope right now. And we'll have to wait and see how it plays out, guys.
So, can I ask though? I mean, when we say that, lots of people say, Basuma's going to go and
he didn't mention him, did he? He didn't mention Basuma when he was talking about players. Is that something?
No, and he didn't mention Son either. Listen, I'm all for these players going, but for me, I'd have a massive clear out. I'd listen to offers for anyone at Tottenham right now. As I said, I've said this many times. There's no one there that I go, oh my God, we can't live without you. There's no one in that squad that's that good at what they do that I go, how will we possibly survive? So I just wonder if maybe when the 1st of July kicks in and other clubs' financial budgets kick in, are we going to start receiving some offers, Danny, for these players? Are we going to start seeing the merry-go-round? Because, Dan, we do have a massive squad. Contrary to belief, we have a huge squad.
I mean, we've got 11 inside forwards with one winger there, or whatever way you want to put it. I mean, that's half the problem. We haven't got any wingers.
And about 9 centre-halves and 9 goalkeepers.
Yeah, exactly. I think about the only player, 2 players maybe, or can I even go for 3, that I'd actually be, I wouldn't say upset, but I'd be a bit rattled if we lost them. I wouldn't like to lose Porro, because I think for the way that Frankie's going to play, I think Porro, you're going to see a significantly better player there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see the back of Maddison. And I think the other one that would probably get on my nerves the most, but it's more of a potential thing, is Bergvall. And that's more of, I don't think we'd miss him now, but I can definitely see there is a player there and he can improve a lot. Whereas on other players, I haven't even seen a good player yet. Whereas with Bergvall, I think he'd be one that I'd raise an eye sort of thing. Like, I don't think we should have got rid of him. Whereas if we put him out on loan, okay, I'm game for that. I'm fine for that. As long as he's got someone else who's going to walk into that first team place. But I think they're about the only 3 that I'd actually not be happy if we got rid of. The rest of them, Son, baked potato, mate, see you later. You've been here, you've done your job, well done. You've got your cup now, time to go. You're regressing. I know we can say everyone regressed under Ange, but as to the player of his quality that he was, he's regressing and he ain't going to get better. Romero, you know my feeling about him. On his day, world class, but too average at the best of times with up and down games and everything. I wouldn't mind seeing the back of him. Van der Ven, he's another one I wouldn't necessarily like to see the back of, but like you bring up and others bring up, I don't even know what he's like as an out-and-out defender yet, really, bar 1 or 2 games sort of thing. I haven't seen him consistently play as an out-and-out centre-back, as a back 3, not a ball-playing defender. And I think there's pretty much anyone else you can look at. If Bentancur goes, do you care? If Basuma, not really. I mean, Johnson, I must say I wouldn't raise an eyebrow. I'd say, okay, we need someone to tap in 15 goals for the season, but I'm sure we can sort something out. And you look at pretty much anyone else there, I wouldn't even be bothered if we got rid of Kulusevski. And I quite rate Kulusevski, but he's another one. I don't think none of those players are unlosable as such. But the 3 I said are the ones that would probably bother me the most if we got rid of them. But even if we got rid of them, it's not the end of the world. It's not like if we lost Harry Kane.
Thing is, Dan, I feel like we're a very sentimental fan base. And it's like if I turn around right now and said, if somebody came in and said 50 million for Kulusevski, I'm all over that. I'm all over that. Refresh, go again. Our fans lose their minds. Oh, you can't lose him, can't lose him, can't lose him, can't lose him. At the same time saying to Daniel Levy, but we want you to go and buy 3 or 4 first-team players. Well, I hate to break it to people. To make space for 3 or 4 first-team players, you've got to move 3 or 4 on, and you've also got to make sure you're balancing the foreign and homegrown quota. And I don't think people understand this, Dan. I genuinely don't. They want to keep everyone, whilst bringing in more and more players. It don't work like that. I think we've been really poor at this over the years. We keep everyone far too long. For me, if I woke up tomorrow and Bentancur and Kulu have gone after 4 years at the club, all right? I'm not saying I hate them. I'm not saying they're not decent footballers. They can stay. But if I woke up and saw they'd gone, not one part of me goes, what? They've gone. I don't think they're that good. But our fan base don't want to let go of anyone.
No, we have got a very sentimental fan base. I've said this for bloody years. It is too sentimental. And Son is one of the main ones I use on that. He's been brilliant for us, but he's past his best now. Get rid of him. I don't care about sentimental and love and everything else and that. It's a dog-eat-dog world, like I say. He's regressing. Doesn't matter what manager he goes under. He's going to start coming down further and further and further. And that's just what a player like Son, who relies on his pace so much, starts doing when they hit in their 30s. It's normal. Someone like Harry Kane will survive a lot longer as a player than Son because he doesn't rely on pace. True. And now is our chance to still get a bit of money for Son and get rid of him. But I know there'll be a lot of people here saying, no, keep him, give him another 3-4 year contract because of what he's done for us. Okay, fine. Sorry, I don't care what he's done for us. I have to look ahead for the future. The past, brilliant. Thank you. Well done. Do you know what? Even build a bloody statue for him. But we need to progress. And for that, we need to get rid of the players that are on the way out, basically. And there's other players there, like you said, if they go, are you really bothered? Can we go and get better? I think we can.
No, so we don't rate this squad then? We don't rate this squad. Is that what we're saying, Dan? We don't rate it at all where they're just average?
I'd say we've got a significantly good enough team there to do significantly better than what we did. But I don't think there's no one in that squad that you're going to get upset over necessarily if we got rid of them either. I don't think
would you be? Would you be, Danielist? Like somebody summed it up to me the other day and they said this, is back in the day, they always knew what shirt they were going to get their kid. They always knew it was a Defoe shirt, a Ginola shirt, a Keane shirt, a this shirt, or that shirt. Said when they go in there now, there's no player where you go, it's got to be him. We haven't got a Kane anymore. We haven't got a Van der Vaart. We've not got a Ledley King. Is there anyone, Dan, that you... So I'm not saying the sum of all the parts could be good, can be blended into a good team unit. But is there anyone there, Danielist, that you go, wow, that's a top-class quality footballer I wouldn't want to lose?
How has this happened, right? How has this happened? Like we come into this stadium, right? Build this amazing stadium, best in the world, right? Where's been the kind of game-changing signing since that stadium's come in? None. Can anyone name anyone? One player that's come in since that new stadium's built. And we think, hang on, that's the one.
There's one, Archie Gray.
Sav, I've got to fly for a few minutes, but I've just been down the back of the programme for the Brighton game. There were 29 players listed. I'm not talking about the players that are out on loan. 29 that are listed. Werner, Whiteman, Forster, and Reguilon will all be leaving at the end of this week. Their contract ends and they're going. So that leaves 25. You've then got to add players coming back in. You've got Keeley, Donnelly, Devine, Phillips, Solomon, Abbott, Scarlett, Gill, Vuskovic, Lancashire, Kang, and Gunter. Right, and also age, you've got two really good young Lancashire, I said. Then you've got two really good youngsters coming through who I expect to break into some sort of football with the first team squad next season, which is Luca Barnett-Williams, who is meant to be absolutely brilliant, and Alexander Russell-Denny, who's scoring goals, I think, for the England under-19s that just went out to Holland, I think, during the week, who Spurs bought from Chelsea in February, that's looking like an excellent prospect. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 here. I'm sure players like Gill will go. But players like, you've got Gunter and Keeley that go with the keepers. But he's got a lot to sift through there. Put out on loan and bring players in. I'll see you in a few minutes. Cheers, guys.
So,
see you, mate.
So, Savva, answering your question, I like Maddison. I think, he's a good player. But other than that, I like Van der Ven. I think, if I go through the whole team, the goalie, I think we could do better.
Yeah.
A Doggy, I think we can do better, but he could get better under Frank. Porro, I like. Romero.
Can I
don't
ask you a
know
question,
what to
Dan?
say about him. Go for it.
Like, what in terms of, you said we could do better in what players could we realistically bring in that does better? We can do better than Vicario or do better than Udogi.
Oh,
What
many.
player?
What? Yeah. What players?
Scouting, innit? A
The
scout.
Porto goalkeeper, Dortmund goalkeeper. I think we could get both of them, and there's a
realistically-
couple more. Realistically, I think we could get the Porto goalkeeper. What's his name?
But-
Is it
Yeah, but
Sanchez?
we're not going to.
Costa.
We're not gonna spend
I
money on him.
disagree, Dan. I think if Diogo Costa goes on the market, he's got suitors. I hear Dan. I agree with you. In
Possible,
theory.
but
I
you got to
agree
at
with you
least
in
try and
theory.
go for it. How many other big teams out there at the moment need an Eze? Or how many other big teams out there who can pay that sort of money need a goalkeeper? I don't think Liverpool do. Man City might be looking at a goalkeeper.
See, Man
Arsenal
City,
ain't
I've
gonna
just
be
got
looking
Man
at
City
anyone.
written all over it. hasn't it?
That is
Diogo
one I could
Costa.
see going for it. But really, PSG ain't going to do it. Munich ain't going to do it. Arsenal don't need to do it. Aston Villa don't need to do it. Nobody in Italy could afford that man come love nor money if he's over 30 million. Maybe by Juventus. Apart from that, even down to Inter Milan are absolutely destroyed with money. Realistically, I think that we could go for him, and the only ones we might actually have to worry about is Man City. Because Barcelona don't need a new keeper.
But you're forgetting in here.
Atletico don't need one. Madrid
Yeah,
don't
but
need
Dan,
one.
but Dan, you're forgetting about the circle of life in football transfers. When all it takes, for example, is Donnarumma to not sign a contract at PSG,
Obviously, I know that.
And now you've got the they've sold them, so we're going to buy him. Now they need someone. I hear you. I don't think Diogo Costa's realistic, but what I would say is there are so many good footballers out in the world. There are so many good footballers if you watch other leagues, quality players from all over the world that I think are better than players we've got. I genuinely do believe that. I genuinely believe that. Look at Flecken of Brentford. I would have taken Flecken. I think Flecken's a really good goalkeeper. I would have taken him. I like Kelleher. What did Brentford just pay for Kelleher? 12 million?
If you take it back, say, 2 seasons, and you go for certain, but like I said, at the moment with Eze, I think now is I know we've been saying it for 2 years, but I think now is one of the best times to go for it, where we won't really get much confrontation because there isn't really anyone who's got money that needs him, I would say. Okay, Man City, no. Arsenal, no. Villa, I don't think they've quite got that money to throw about all over the team anymore. I think they need players more established in other positions than they do there. Newcastle, no. I don't really see any. He's not going to go to Italy, and I don't honestly see him good enough to go for PSG or Munich. So now is the perfect chance to go for someone like that. Like Embremo as well. It's the perfect chance to go for someone like that. About the only one you could know who I would say would be arguing for one of them would possibly be Man United. I know it's opinionated, but realistically, same as the goalkeepers and that, I don't really think there's any big clubs out there that particularly need that sort of player. They're more interested in other positions.
Well, let's see. I mean, if Milan come in, there's lots of talk that if Manyan leaves, Milan want Vicario. Let's see. If Vicario goes, let's see what Spurs,
they're saying about Udogie as well.
Sure. So let's see. But my point is, I think there's very good players everywhere that we don't scout. And whether or not they're household names is something very different. Do you know what I mean? That's really, really different. But and by the way, I don't think this squad is rubbish. I feel like people aren't listening when I say about this. I don't think the squad is rubbish. I just don't think there's any superstars in there. I don't think that there's anyone where I go, like when Kane was here, everyone would have been like, oh, imagine losing Kane. Do you know what I mean? Like when we had Ericsson, you're like, shit, how are you going to replace Ericsson as a playmaker? How do you replace Kyle Walker at right back? I don't look at any of the players in this 11 right now and go, losing one of them is an issue. That doesn't mean I think every single player at Tottenham is crap. I just don't think there's any standout players. And I think that is probably why Frank will get a tune out of them, because he'll actually build a team rather than everything going through one player, if that makes sense. That's where I'm at with it. I don't think there's anyone Who's an 8 out of 10 every week for Spurs? I don't think there's one. I don't think anyone for the last 2-3 years have gone every week. You're consistent.
I think
patches. We have Coglou patches, Bentancur patches, Romero patches, Maddison patches, Porro patches. Who every week where you go, God, they've been bloody good all year. Can't remember.
I think the only one that I would say has been good, I wouldn't say quality, but good consistently when he's played, bar I think one game, and that was Danzo when we got him. But that's only over a matter of a few months. I think he's about the only one that we've had that every time we've played him, bar one game, he's looked pretty solid. Not saying he's looked quality or whatever, but I'd say a 7 out of 10. The rest of them, it's been extremely up and down, hasn't it?
I agree. Danny K, do you want to mute yourself if you're going to smash the keys like you're punching somebody? It's like, yeah. I mean, Danilist, there's people in the chat saying Mickey van der Ven. I wouldn't say I watch him every week and go, oh my God, you're amazing. I think he makes some great recovery runs, but is he an 8 out of 10 every week? I don't think he is.
But Savva, the season with Ange and the setup and everything, it made a lot of players not look great. Like, don't you think, Savva, that we just need to see him under a Frank and see him defending better, set up in a better system, and then we can really judge.
5 years, Dan, I'm not just going back with the ones that Ange bought. I'm going back with the Bentancurs, the Kulusevskis, the Romeros, the Richarlison, the people that have been here for years as well.
What you're saying that we can do better. We can do better than them. Of course we can. It's just who is that player, isn't it? Who's going to come in and do better? How much? And I agree. We can do better. Of course we can in all these positions. But they can function in a good system. But we clearly need a DM, don't we? A proper or a playmaker in there in that midfield to help set the tempo, things like that. So I don't know. Is that what you're kind of saying, Savva, there, or?
Yeah. Listen, but listen, Dan. I think that Frank will make them all better as a team. All I'm trying to say is that I don't think normally in every club, like look. Let's use Frank's old club, right? Let's use Bournemouth. These clubs are being raided, right? These clubs are being raided for their best players, Dan, because they're having consistent years playing well, and everyone's going, look at Vissa, look at Mbuemo, look at Flecken. Look at Houston, who's gone to Real Madrid. Look at Zabanye, who's signing for PSG. Look at Kirkers, who's signing for Liverpool. Let me ask you a question. Why aren't PSG, Real Madrid, why aren't these big clubs, Liverpool, why aren't they looking at any of our players? Why haven't they come in and gone, we must have a Dogi. We must have Coglou. They're going to these other clubs who have got standout players. That's my point. I don't think we've got them anymore. I don't think we've got those players that have put themselves in that position.
It depends. If you're just looking on last season or you're looking at previous seasons, just want to check on that one. You're looking at 3 or 4 seasons.
I'm looking at all of it. Even the year, even if we look at, forget last season, the year before, I don't think there was any players that you could say, what a great season they had. They had brilliant spells, some of them, but no one that's, no one that I've looked at and gone, oh my God, you're amazing. You've been consistent. Like, I love Maddison, for example. I'm aware how up and down Maddison can be. But my point is, why are PSG going in for Zabanye and not Romero? Why are Liverpool going in for Kirkes and not Adogi? Why have Real Madrid gone for Houston and not Romero? Why have Man United gone for Cunha and not Kulusevski? Do you know what I mean? I just don't think these players are quite as good as some of our fans make out.
Well, that's why I asked the question. What do you rate the squad? Is it just average? And that's why I asked it. And
I think it's better than average. I think it's better than average. You play it the right way, you will definitely see significantly better out of it. Like it did get shown a couple of times last season. But do I think we're a quality team? No, far from it. But I do think we're a top 7 team. I say top 7, so take us out the top 4. So from 4 to 7, I think we've got the capability of doing that with the team we've already got. If you play them in the right way, get everyone playing to their strengths, get them on the right formation, I think there's a team there that is significantly better than than 17th.
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
But do I
with
think
that.
we've got a quality team or any quality players? No.
We
I
don't
know
have
some
any
say
game
we got
changers, do
world-class.
we?
I
We have
don't
no
think
game
so.
changers. This is
No.
what we need this summer. Game changers. You know, players who are going to come in and win you matches.
The closest we've got to a game changer is Maddison, where he can just do something in a split second and it changes the game as such.
Yeah.
But is he someone who can come on or run a whole game or whatever? No, I don't think he's got that capability. He's one that you have him on the pitch for the moment as such, in my opinion. He's not that one who controls the game and the heartbeat of it and everything else. But I'd say Maddison is the closest we've got to a game changer by being that moment changer as such, being able to have that special moment. Apart from that, I totally agree with you. We haven't.
So Frank will come in and he will, he'll get this team going, right? He'll put in a good system. We'll see defending. We'll see a better setup. We probably see an improvement with a lot of these players. But without the kind of better quality signings coming in, he's only going to be able to take Spurs so far, right? As I said earlier on in the show, we hope that we could have something like Poch again. I know it's going to be hard to do that, but why not? And this is it. Like, this is what it is. There's two things here for me, right? Obviously, I want to win the league. I want to win the Champions League. I want us to buy all the top players in the world. It's unrealistic under Levy, right? But what I'm being realistic as, what knowing Spurs, supporting Spurs all these years, is that what can we achieve with what the club spends, with the level of manager we have and the players that we have in the squad. And I think that is trying to get into Europe and trying to win a cup. And that's it. I know it's not good enough, but that's the truth, right?
I agree. And that is why I think Frank is an ideal manager that we got, because he is the sort of manager who has played about 4 to 5 different formations at Brentford, knows his football, knows how to coach a bloody team himself, not just relying on everyone else to do it for him where he's only a manager and hasn't got the coaching staff to do it. And I think he's the type of manager who will just take what he's given, which we don't necessarily want, but he's going to be able to play with the cards he's got. And I also think he's another coach that is going to sit there and say, right, I want to play a 4-2-3-1. That's how I want this done. But with this team I've got, it's just going to work better in a 3-4-1-2 or a 5-3-2 or whatever formation was. So I'm going to do this one to win this game and the next game and get so far. And then when I get the chance, I'll get that player, so I can divert to how I want to play. He's not so far stuck up his own arse he can smell yesterday's dinner like bloody Ange was, who would just stick to playing one way, even though it's suicidal, for God's sake. That's why I think Frank is actually... I think he's an ideal manager for the situation.
It's a sensible appointment. It's a sensible appointment.
Yes, I think he's a sensible appointment for the way Levy works, and he ain't going to change anytime soon with his stuff. I just think he's not the most wanted manager and one that would get anyone excited, but I think he's one of the most ideal for the situation we're in and the owner we've got. I mean, he's known for progressing players. Ange bloody regressed every player in that team, bar... maybe Johnson because he scored and Bergvall. Every other player regressed under Ange. Yep. Tell me one other that did not regress under him. They might have had a good moment here or there, but as a whole over the season, they regressed.
The kit man.
Frank is known of being able to progress players or at least get them playing to their standards. Ange had them playing below standards, for God's sake. He couldn't even get them up to the standards that they were good enough to play at. Oh, sorry. He adapted. He changed when the players told him, yeah, I'm going to adapt now. I'm not going to stick 10 men in front of the ball. I'm going to stick 10 men behind the ball. Well done, mate. Great coach. I'll get a Blue Peter badge out as well.
Sorry, Stanley's in trouble. That's why he's up with me. Stanley's in trouble for being a naughty little puppy. Yeah, by the way, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat, by the way, saying, oh, it's Levy. That's why no one comes in for our players. It's Levy. He's a nightmare to deal with. I hate to tell you, under Daniel Levy, we've sold Michael Carrick. We've sold Carl Walker. We've sold Ericsson. We've sold Harry Kane. We've sold, I could go on and on and on, right?
Modric.
We sold Gareth Bale. I'm sorry, but this nonsense, no one wants to deal with Levy. Well, why have loads of our players always left to go to these clubs? These big clubs, if they want your player, they will come in and bid for them. Can we please stop pretending that they will look at Tottenham players and say, no, we're not bidding? My point is this. If PSG wants Zabanyi at 60 million euros, right? Why are they not going in for Romero at 60 million euros? Right? If Real Madrid are buying Houston at 50, 60 million from Bournemouth, why are they not coming in for Christian Romero? I'm just asking. Listen, I don't know the answer. I'm just asking the question. It's like, why? Why don't they want them?
Right. So the recruitment at Spurs in the last 3 or 4 seasons has been.
Alex, sorry, grow up, mate. No one's bashing our team. Alex, I'd love you to come on because you. Sorry, sorry, Dan. Just quickly, I got to call this out. I hate it when fucking thick people like Alex. I called you out. I'm calling you out. No, I will call it out. I'll call it out because they just say dumb shit because they think that they're special. No one's bashing our team. What we're saying is, I just don't feel like back in the day, maybe you've only supported Spurs 5 years, I don't know. But back in the day, there was always players where it was inconceivable, guys, to lose them, wasn't it? It's like, oh my God, Robbie Keane, Berbatov, Modric, Walker, Bale. It was like, God, please, we can't lose them. Now I don't think there is anyone where I look at and go, this is going to be the end of the world. There's good players in our team, but no one that I look at and go, you're irreplaceable. Romero's a good player. I don't look at Romero and go, you give me enough over a year that I think we can't replace you. Same with Maddison, same with Kulu, same with Bentancur. I don't know why this is always seen as bashing the team. There's a reason that our average league position over the last 3 years is 10th. There's a reason for that.
So what is the issue with bashing the team? What is bashing the team? What? Because I sit there and I say this manager isn't good enough, or I don't think this player is good enough, and I think we could get a better player in there to improve the team. So what? I'm just bashing the team now, or do I just turn a blind eye to it like a lot of people did with Ange and say, "But he's our manager, get behind him"? Well, I'm sorry, if I think there's someone better out there, and I think someone in our team isn't good enough, I'm going to say so. What do you want me to do? Just sit here and agree with it and say, yes, go do it.
It's called football conversation. It's what it is. It's football conversation.
Pull your shorts down at the same time, yeah?
I just don't get it. Listen, what I've never gotten, Dan, so I'll come back to you. Sorry, mate. For what I don't get is people want YouTube channels where they talk football, but then they just want everything to be said nice about our team. We've just finished 17th. The year before was 5th. The year before was 8th. If people think that is me going to be sitting here going, oh, they're all amazing. All these players are amazing. I can't put everything on Ange Postecoglou, by the way. You all knew my opinions of the manager. But at what point do you turn around and go, some of these players, I keep hearing, well, let's see them under this manager, that manager. Yes, and he might be able to get more out of them. But let's be fair. Top players, it don't matter who they play for. Top players stand out. Ledley King played for some shocking managers and shocking teams, right, guys? Ledley stood out like a sore thumb because he was a class act. Harry Kane played in some shit teams, stood out. Gareth Bale played in some awful teams, stood out. So all of this nonsense that, oh, everyone's amazing, it was just Ange. I can't have that. That's not right. Sorry. And by the way, I have put Alex into a timeout because literally sat there and said, yes, I rattled him. I goaded him. If you're going to do that, mate, you're a child. So see you later. Jog on. Sorry, Dan, very rude of me. Sorry, mate.
It's all right. Yeah, so it's looking at the recruitment in the last 3 or 4 years, right? Under all these managers, right? I mean, if we think back now, who's really worked out to be a success? You know, look, Van der Ven, you know, again, young player, potential. I don't know, guys. Honestly, I just look at the signings over the last 3 or 4 years, and they just we haven't really pushed them on to be, you know, like you said, like clubs are coming in to buy them and to make bids. Even when we had Son, no one really came in for a bid, did they? Can you remember anyone putting in a bid for a Son who's been fantastic for Spurs over the years?
Not a solid bid, no.
No. So
Liverpool was interested, if I remember right, but that's it.
Yeah, look, so, I mean, it's sort of, I mean, if you think back under Poch, you know, who did Poch bring in? Was there anybody you think, oh, wow, you know, he brought in a young Son. Son was doing well in the Bundesliga, but then he become a better player under Poch. Dembele from Fulham, Yeah, he improved under Poch. Wanyama come from Southampton, who we already knew was a good player. Continued that at Spurs for the season or two he was there.
Alderweireld was good, but
yeah,
he wasn't quality or nothing like that. And Poch brought him up a level or two. I agree.
So it's all about the manager, isn't it, as well, right? It's so important, right? Poch was there 5 years, he really got it going, and he did so well for us, right? We were enjoying ourselves supporting Spurs week to week under Poch. Yeah, we got close. Yeah, we didn't get over the line, but we had some great games, had some great seasons. Now, this is what we're working with, isn't it? Like, we just have to hope Frank can improve these players, and then the recruitment is better. But again, this is why I keep saying, what is going to change at this club with, what Levy come out and said in that statement with Vinay, what is going to be different? Are we just going for potential again? Are we going to just kind of up the age with the signings where they're a little bit more established? Maybe they're playing in the Premier League currently, like an Eze. Are we going to take that approach? And if we are, then that gives us more hope as fans.
Yeah.
Has Frank got, in some ways, an easier job than some managers have had with Spurs at the moment, in the aspect of that he doesn't necessarily have to improve the players. He just has to get them back to their standard. He hasn't necessarily got to make them better than what they are to climb the table, if you see where I'm coming from.
I think he's got a harder job because he's following a manager that's won a trophy, and now everyone feels that we're going to win a trophy every
on that
season.
aspect, yeah. But with the players, he's basically got to get them back to standards. He hasn't exactly got to get the player and make him a better player or so.
Yeah. Square peg, square hole. Give them some basic tactics without trying to reinvent the wheel. Don't ask them to do 15 jobs at once. Yeah. Danny, I think you need to go, don't you, mate?
Yeah. I need to head off, man. But thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for having me, Sav. It's been a pleasure.
No, always, man. Thanks for popping on. Really appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. I've got a few bits to do, but anyway, enjoy the rest of the show, guys.
Take care, man.
See you later, man.
Yeah, Dan, I think it's interesting. For me, as I said, I think we're a team that has been put together where the sum of all the parts is greater than the one, right? I think we're going to have, what we're going to see is a hard-working team that Frank can coach and make us difficult to beat. Have we got the X factor? That's where I think an Eze comes into it. That's where I think an Mbeumo comes into it. I think you've got to add that X factor. I don't think we've got it in the squad other than flashes from Maddison. Other than that, I don't think anyone else in the squad remotely excites me. I don't know. That's only my opinion.
I totally agree. I mean, this is what I've been saying. We need this excitement back in the team, right? Game changers. And Mbeumo, imagine having him in the side, going away from home to somewhere like Anfield or Newcastle, where you've got to keep it tight, and then you've got that weapon. That's what we need. I need a couple, really. And then we're looking at the forward line. You're looking at, Richie needs to go. He needs to go, but he's not going to leave easily. We need to bring in another striker. How do you rate Solanke? I mean, Frank said that he's going to get lots of goals out of Solanke. Well, we'll see about that. But should we be doing, we need competition in that forward, in that central striker. We need somebody who's going to be clinical. I don't know about Solanke. I think he's a hard-working player. I think he's okay. But, is he going to get you a match winner? Unlikely. Yeah, so this is what I mean. It's about building something. What we've got there now, and it's building onto it. And the X Factor signings, experience in that midfield, somebody who can tackle, someone who can spread the play. We're crying out for someone to work alongside what we already have in there, which is going to improve them as players as well. So, it's so important, this window. And I mean, this recruitment, man, they've got to get it right.
It's like
putting the link in the chat for Alex. I want Alex to come on and tell us why we're bashing everybody. No one else. This is for Alex. Please don't all try and jump on. You won't be allowed on. I'm looking forward to Alex, because Alex, I saw the post you put in my chat earlier. You're very direct about Savva. You abuse this. You abuse that. I feel like you're a very woke young person. Everything is, oh, you've abused me. Oh, you're saying nasty things. Come on then. Let's have the chat. Alex, you're more than welcome. Sorry, Dan, go on, as you were.
Fine. I think the only player last season that we seemed to build a team around was Van der Ven. And that was because we were so reliant on him with our suicide up front. And he came back and covered our arse many a time, which he did, which definitely made him, it definitely was one of his stronger parts that stood out with that. Apart from that, who have we actually got that if you look at that team, you say, right, I'm building my team around that? I don't actually think we've got anyone in particular that you build your team around. Whether it's the keeper, you can. Not the best idea to do it, but it can be done if your keeper is that solid. Defenders, you can do it with. DMs, you can do it with. Midfielders, strikers. I wouldn't say wingers you can necessarily build a team around. But again, that's just opinion. But who have we actually got on there that is you build that team around? Like you said earlier, if we drop them, how much of a difference would they make that we haven't got them?
Dan, it's funny though, isn't it? Because Frank, he's really praising, I know he's got to say certain things. I get that, right? But he's coming in, he's saying he's really picking up the players that we've got, hasn't he? Even before he even joined the club, he was praising these players. I mean, Dan, what do you think about that? And Savva and Ian, he clearly sees something in these players that he thinks he can maybe get more out of them. It's interesting to kind of get your opinions on that.
He's upskilled Brentford. Right, let's be fair. I'll say the same thing that I'll say about Ange. This will be the best squad of footballers that Thomas Frank's ever had. Won't it? Let's be fair. This is a guy that's lived off of what? His average spend is 35 million per season. This is a guy that if he does get an Eze or a Semenyo, he's never been able to spend that money on a player before. So for me, I of course see why he would come here and say these players are good. I want to see what can he do if Bentancur stays, which I'm guessing he will. What can he do with him? Will he finally put Bentancur in a position in the team where we go, that's where Bentancur should play? He's in a double pivot. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. But, let's see. For me, Dan, I think we've got to take into account, right? Some managers manage down, some managers manage up, right? If you gave this squad of players to a Pep Guardiola, they'd probably be like, what am I dealing with here? Right? They can't do the things I want them to do. Thomas Frank's put together a squad over 5, 6, 7 years at Brentford that have constantly punched above their weight. So if he can do it there, why can't he do it with better players here? For me.
He also knows the Premier League. And this is one thing a lot of people have always complained about. That they want a manager that knows the Premier League if we're not getting a world-class manager as such. Well, he does know the Premier League and he knows it very well. And he's managed to keep a team that you could quite easily say should have been relegated a couple of times, maybe in mid-table. And since he's been there, have they ever even gone into relegation? Have they ever actually hit the bottom three?
Had a problem.
Brentford have never been in the relegation zone in 4 years.
Yeah, I don't think they've been in the relegation zone. Maybe after the first game or something. Okay.
That's amazing, isn't it? They've not been in the bottom three once for 4 years.
Whereas I think that was one of Ange's biggest problems, where he came here swinging his balls about a bit too big and didn't have a clue about the Premier League because he was too used to Scottish Premier League standards. Came here and just got the shock of his life where he didn't know what he was getting himself in for. And at least with someone like Frank, he knows that Premier League.
I'm looking forward to seeing. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does with this team. Who he keeps, who he sells, who he brings in. No, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm
interested. I wouldn't say excited, but I'm interested. I'm actually looking forward to next season again. Whereas before, I'd have probably just gone down to just watching the numbers come up on Sky Sports and not watching it because it was just that painful by the end. But I'm interested in next season again.
But he won't. I mean, Luba, let me ask you. He won't as well, will he? He won't say all the crazy sound bites that we got from Ange.
Well, listen, we watched him on Match of the Day on Sky, on TNT, haven't we?
I was going to say, hang on. By the way, for anyone watching the Germany-Italy under-21 European Championship game, Nonto of Leeds has just been sent off with 10 minutes to go. It's a good game. Germany won, Italy won. Luba, my point was with this is Ange came out with a lot of outrageous things. Some of which came true, which everyone went, there you go, he told you. Most of which didn't. wouldn't it be nice to just have a coach that doesn't come out with this shit, that doesn't constantly say silly things in the press? And by the way, where's Alex? Where's Alex? He said he's going to come on. Come on, Alex. You gave it a big one. Where are you, mate? Sorry, Lubo, as you were.
No, listen, it's we got a normal football club back, haven't we? I'm nice and calm. It's the madness, the madness of the last 2 years is over. And yes, Bilbao was fantastic. Don't let me take anything away from Ange on that one. Ange is a good manager up to a certain level, and that's his level. And I think Europa League, was superb for him. That raised his ceiling for me from Scottish League up to Europa League. But I don't think he could take us any further. And I think the longer the season went on, and the more the results got worse, I thought the more. I don't know. It was just strange. It was just ridiculous chat he was coming up with. He was getting more and more pissed off. The fans weren't happy. He was having clashes with the fans on several occasions, which he shouldn't be doing, particularly the hardcore. The away fans that go week in, week out. Cup in the air at Chelsea was just ridiculous. Arguing. He got booed. Him and the team got booed big time in Holland in Alkmaar, and they deserved it because the performance they put in was absolutely appalling for all of us that went out there. It was just dreadful. And instead of actually coming back and saying, I really apologise for that performance, he took umbrage with the way the fans were. We're back to normal now. We've got a normal manager. Yeah. Looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to I'm looking forward to pre-season. I know we got the big game with your local derby down in Bromley. That's the big one, followed by Arsenal, Newcastle, Bayern Munich, and then PSG. So Bromley's obviously the big one, and it goes down there. So
it's like we've gone from one extreme to another, and I think a few of us are just happy or hoping that we get a bit of stability. And I know a lot of people don't like that word, but when you've lived a life of either 100% that way or 100% that way, sooner or later you do get to a point in life where you're like, do you know what? Just a bit of stability. Let's just calm down. Even if it means a bit boring for a little while, let's, none of this 10 in front of the ball or 10 behind the ball. Let's actually just see some stability at the club now. Some sensible coaching, some sensible playing, because we've had basically far left and far right, if you want to go like that. It's one extreme to another.
Ange was high risk, and unfortunately Conte and Jose had to play safety first because of the back four they had. So we have gone from one extreme to the other. Let's get back to watching football played as it should be played, tactically, system-wise.
But isn't it even when we look off the pitch? I just like knowing that our manager's not going to bring this club into disrepute in every single press conference. I just look forward to seeing, there's Thomas Frank on the TV. I'll unmute it and I'll watch. I want to hear what he's got to say. With Ange, after about 6 months, I got to the stage where I was like, I'm not going to listen to his press conference because it's just nonsense. Like one week it was we've played too many games. The next week we're not playing enough games. Then the next week it's, we're only going to play this football. We know who we are. The next week it's, we're going to play 10 men behind the ball. Like I just think he talked too much. And whenever I watch Frank, I just think, calm. He's a calm influence. Like even, did you guys see the 2 videos they put out? So you had the interview with him and then him being shown around the training ground. He's so calm. Yeah. He's a very calming influence. He's very warm and embracing with the players. He's very warm with the media. He just comes across, dare I say it, like a normal guy. And I relate to that. I look at a guy like that, guys, and go, yeah, that's my manager. I didn't look at Ange ever and think, that's my guy. I didn't. I'm sorry. I just didn't. I wasn't bought into all the, we know what we're doing. When the players come back, we're going to fly up that table. And I didn't buy into all of that. So just normal. That's the word for me today. I just want a normal guy.
Yeah.
He's the normal one.
He's the normal
And
one.
I think
There's
he's
nothing wrong
also
with being
shown,
normal.
I think he's also shown that he's also got a pair on him to turn around and tell a player about himself. And that I don't think he'd be too bothered about dropping a player if he was the best player at the team, if he felt he had to drop him, basically. Because you watch a few of the interviews he's done and everything, he's the first one who says there, I don't accept dickheads in my team. That's his exact words. And there are not many coaches that go necessarily and talk like that on there. And I think he's also got the front to do that. It's basically what we've been from. It's like when you're 18 and you get that girlfriend who's just wants to get out and get on it all the time, basically. And you go through about a year of being with her, and by the end of it, you're so run down where it's just so psychotic up and down and everything. You're like, right, and then you go and get with a nun, basically, and then within 6 months, you're like, oh, this is too dry as well. I need the best of both worlds and a bit of stability, sort of thing. Why has it got to be one extreme or another? I need a wife material now, sort of thing. And I think we're just at that stage now where we need stability in this team, at this club. The players need a bit of stability to know, to be able to play their way, basically. And that I've had enough of psychopaths and nuns. Let's just get some stable wife material. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it, but
it's
get
like
some wind on the table.
you know what I mean?
You know those girls that just pick the bad boys because they're exciting, and that's all well and good until they're all, they're getting nicked and they realise that they're being left on their own. Let's just have a normal person that can actually, you could settle down with and actually build. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But the problem is, a lot of our fan base, it's like, I'm so bored of this one, guys. I'll call out anybody. But what's he won? And you're like, Jesus Christ, for a football club that's won one trophy in 17 years, who the fuck do we think we are? What's he won? You know, and then when I go, well, what a Poch won? Oh, but Poch was a failure. Like, hang on. I seem to remember many fans loving 5 years under Pochettino, and now all of a sudden he was crap and no one liked him. Mate, I'm happy. I'm a happy pig in a lot of shit right now. That's all I can say about the appointment of Frank.
I think what it is as well for me, Savva, on a personal note, I mean, it was just such a difficult season losing every week. I mean, we just got to get back to just a normal team, winning games, playing well, looking like we're making progress throughout the season and on to the next one. And that's a start, isn't it? Like, you know, a lot of work needs to be done.
We'll be okay. Yeah. We'll be all right this season. First few games, possibly. You know, I mean, thankfully, on paper, I know matches aren't played on paper, but we haven't got too many of the top six in the first few games. I know we got Man City, but we haven't got
quite a good start, haven't we? If I remember right.
So as the team are learning the system, you know, you're going to have a few up and down results, so that by the time hopefully we get into November, where we got those 3 games that are brilliant, hopefully, you know, we'll be up and running, you know, in the groove by then. Don't expect anything in the Champions League. It might just be a little bit too soon, you know, learning, you know, with Frank's new tactics. But I think in the Premier League, I think definitely from Christmas onwards, I think we'll have a good run. I think we'll have a good season.
Ellie, not every week, but God, it did feel like most weeks.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean, Ellie.
Ellie always does this to me. If I say something that's generalising a bit, she goes, hang on. Italy have had a second man sent off. Italy are losing 2-1 and they've gone down to 9 men. It's not going well for the Italians. Most weeks we will lose. Listen, when you lose 22 of 38, I think we can all turn around and go, we don't want to lose every week, right? One win in your last 12.
Didn't we? We can say we lost most of the time, can't we?
Yeah.
In the league.
For sure. We lost 34 from his 66.
Yeah. We're not used to losing that many games, you know, under all previous seasons. So it was hard. Like I was coming on and moaning all the time on YouTube every week, most weeks. And it was just so tough. And obviously winning that Europa League save the season, because we had that, that joy, that euphoria of winning that cup, and it's been so long. More relief, I think, as well. Been 17 years, massive relief, and then that put us in a good position. It should have put us in a good position to go again next season, knowing we're in the Champions League. And then you're thinking, money, come on, more money available, go out and attract better players. So it was so crucial we won that. If we hadn't have won that, then oh my days, well, I don't know what would happen.
No,
but
go on, Dan.
That 17th has also held us back as much as that Champions League has helped us forward as such, in my opinion. There's going to be a lot of players. There's going to be certain players, like I'd say an Mbeumo and Eze. We just keep using them because they're the ones who look like they're in the market at the minute, who we have got the money to get, and they will look at us because we're in the Champions League. They haven't been in Champions League. They haven't been up to that standard yet. But then there's also going to be significant other players that are going to sit there and say, right, you're in the Champions League. You finished 17th last year. I ain't going to look at you twice. I think that 17th is going to do us just as much damage as that Champions League can help us out as such. If not, the 17th might even hold us back that bit more. But that's just opinion.
We'll soon see, won't we?
Yeah, we will see. I just fail to believe we're going to be anywhere near 22 defeats. I fail to believe that this manager will let that happen in any way, shape, or form. This is a man that if we actually here's Alex. Let's see. This is a man that hasn't ever lost 22 games whilst managing Brentford, and we had Ange Postecoglou losing 22 games as Tottenham manager. It's just simply not good enough. It simply wasn't. And I just can't see that. I can't see that this guy does that at all. I can't see that this guy is going to make excuses after every single Champions League game as to why it's okay to lose games. And I hope the fan base have the same energy. Last year, for me, it was too many. The big thing for me was too many. This week's a free hit. This week's a free hit. This week's a free hit. That can't be a thing at Tottenham Hotspur. We can't be talking about wanting to join the Liverpools, the Arsenals, the Cities, the Chelseas. Those fan bases never say it's a free hit, do they? Imagine people on AFTV going free hit this week. They don't talk like that. But our fan base has got very, very comfortable with losing. We got very comfortable with losing. Very comfortable for the last 2 years of watching god-awful football. Now we're not going to see that.
It
might not
normal.
be. You what? Sorry.
It basically became normal for a lot of people,
For sure.
which it should never be.
No. Mate, absolutely, Dan. Absolutely. I just got so bored of, all season. I remember it started, Lou, but I remember when we lost to Galatasaray and how it wasn't 15-0. I don't know. But, we lost to Galatasaray, and then people are going, oh, that game's a free hit because we'd already won the first 3 group games. And then we play at home against Ipswich on the Sunday and you lose and you go, well, okay, so what does a free hit mean then? When does a free hit apply? So I don't want any of that this year, Lubo. I don't want any of that. None of this free hit.
You're not going to get it, are you? You're not going to get it because you're in the Champions League and he'll play his strongest team. So
sure.
That's just not going to happen this year. I don't think it would have happened under Ange either, to be fair. He couldn't have rotated with Champions League games.
He would have.
Well, not unless you've lost the first 6, you've got 2 left, and you're going to blood a few players because you can't get in anyway. So, but that's not the case now. So, that's done. Thankfully, we've moved on. As I said, just looking forward to next season now.
Yeah, Alex, welcome to the show. You're getting a little bit cheeky. Getting a little bit cheeky in my chat room and also my comments section after my show. I saw your long-winded that you sent me earlier.
I can keep going on. I can go on about that. Honestly, I just get. I think we misinterpreted each other all the time. When I'm in the chat and you're like, it's a horrible combo, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but speaking of that, if you wanna go on about that, I can use it as an example because it's actually a pretty good example. So a player you like fairly rate. I would say, is Kudus, for example. Right? That's a play.
Sorry, just
That's a play.
quickly, Alex. Sorry. In the 96th minute, 9-man Italy have just scored a direct free kick to make it 2-2. So they're now going to have to play 30 minutes of extra time against 11 men. Sorry, Alex. Sorry. Go on.
worries.
Sorry. Brilliant
No
free
worries.
kick.
So a player you rate, I'd say, is Kudus, for example. I'm going to compare him with a player in our team that they're not the same profile of player, but fairly similar in that they're more for Kulusevski. I'm going to take Kulusevski and Kudus. In my opinion, the way you speak about Kudus is he's a good footballer. He does all that. But when I watched that video you mentioned with that comment you brought up, you cut him slack because you said, well, this year he hasn't been good because if you look at West Ham, they've had two managers, two managerial changes, different systems, all of that. But I never hear that logic being used for our own players. Them being like basically uncoached for almost 2 years on the bounce under Ange and sort of not being developed or optimized in any. Because I don't think you can say a player like shit. He really reached his prime under Ange. Like none of our players they really did that. So when I hear these kind of things, I can bring up stats too. You say Kulusevski loses the ball a lot, which is fair. He does. Kudus last season was the player in the Premier League that got dispossessed the most. 93 to Kulusevski's 74. But I don't hear that being mentioned about Kudus, him losing the ball. Never, because to be fair, we don't watch him you don't watch him as much as you watch Kulusevski. He plays for our club. You're gonna watch him more. But for me, they're like we're not too critical, but we're scrutinizing players. We're scrutinizing our players to the point of I'm not making our players out to be world class, but we're scrutinizing them to the point of like, it's so I don't know what the word is. When you like go into detail so deeply that you see every mistake, no matter what a player does, and and then you compare them with players you don't really watch. You watch them, but you don't watch them as much as you watch our players, and I think it becomes an unfair comparison. And that's probably I used the wrong choice of word in chat when I said you bash our. I didn't mean bash, but I think it's sort of an unfair comparison to make between certain players if you don't watch them as much.
Sure. Okay, so first and foremost, though, I've never directly compared Mohamed Kudus and Dejan Kulusevski. Second of all, they're not the same. They're not the same type of player at all. I don't think they're anywhere near the same type of player.
I said
I think Mohamed Kudus is a get you off your bum type player who's got all the tricks, all the flicks, and we saw him when he came in for this first year at West Ham. He was very, very good. This year, not so good. I've seen 4 years of Kulusevski going like this. I've seen 4 years of Kulusevski under different managers where I don't mind Kulusevski, by the way. I don't rate him as highly as you do. I know you've got an affiliation to him because you're Swedish. I don't give a shit about their nationality. I couldn't give a rat's ass what nationality they are. As I've said, I don't mind Kulu. I've not sat here and said, oh my God, we must sell him. But Kulu doesn't do anything to excite me. Kulu doesn't get me off my seat. Kulu for me is very much, he's a frustrating player. And I get it. Some players are frustrating. Sometimes Mavericks are a little bit more frustrating because they're trying things. Kulu for me is a frustrating player and a player that doesn't try things because I don't think he's got it in his locker. I don't think he's got that turn of speed. I don't think he's got that skill. I don't think he's got that quick footwork. I would rather see, my personal preference is a player like Kudus out on the right than a player like Kulusevski, because what you failed to mention there is, yes, Kudus gives the ball away a lot, but Kudus also has the most take-ons in the Premier League, which tells you that man is getting the ball and he's running at his fullbacks. So whilst he's giving it away, when he's not giving it away, he's successfully completing take-ons. So now I'm putting him in a better team than West Ham at Tottenham with better players around him. And I think you've got a really top player there. But bearing in mind, you made the comparison between those two players.
Yeah, I used them examples. But
yeah,
you mentioned all these take-ons, and those take-ons has amounted to, I think it's 3 goals and 4 assists in like 34 Premier League games this season.
Sure, he's playing at West Ham.
Kulusevski matters. All of our creative players, they play for Spurs. They played for the team that finished 17th. Isn't that the sort of...
Kulusevski's played in a team that's finished 17th once, right? Kulusevski's also played in a team that's finished 4th, 5th, and 8th.
Yeah,
right.
When he played for the team that finished 4th, the comparisons I heard being made of him, how great he was during that first 6-month spell, then you can argue, okay, because he played in a team that's really gelling and everything sort of working like smoothly, and there's no sort of dynamic issues within the team, which it was when he played with Son and Kane during those first 6 months. Everything was just, I think that trio had the most goal contributions in Europe in January till the end of the season.
Easy to do when you're playing with a peak Kane and a peak Son, isn't it?
Yeah.
Easy
Savva, I said this before. Yeah. Kulusevski he's not that player that's gonna on his own sort of carry an entire team on his shoulders. And like when Kulusevski plays with class next to him, he's always gonna be class, if not even more. Because I have a lot of different when he plays with, this is a level above, but when he plays with Isak and Gyökeres behind them as a 10 for the national team, Kulusevski is the player during this entire Nations League campaign with the highest rating, higher than Yamal, higher than all of these different stuff. He's the player. I'm making a point. When he plays with class,
I think you're making out that I don't like Kulu. I've seen 4 years of him, Alex. And
I said he's never going to be that player that
he's underwhelming for me. He's just. Do you know what I don't like about him? Can I tell you what doesn't do it for me? Right? For me, he's too slow. For me, he's too slow with his speed of thought. He makes the wrong decisions most of the time. He holds on to the ball for too long, and he telegraphs to the opposition what he's going to do all the time. He opens his body up and shows everybody what he's going to do. So it's not that I don't like him as a player. I think he's decent. My point is this. I think we can get much better players. I don't think he's as good a playmaker as Maddison in the middle, and I want a winger that can beat his man on the outside. So for me, in a Tottenham team, I just don't see that I don't see it's a big loss. If he goes, he goes. I think he's very one-paced, and he doesn't score enough or assist enough for me to be worried about him leaving.
Yes, I'm not
consistent enough.
I'm not going to die.
He hasn't been consistent enough for us. Whereas when he plays for his country, he's solid. Nearly 9 times out of 10.
Let me just say, I'm not going to die on a hill on Kulusevski, like being he's for me, he's a great player. I follow him in most teams because I like his talent. He's not everybody's cup of tea. He's not. But my point is that we bring up these stats and I'm not going to say bash because my choice of I don't have this. My vocabulary isn't that. I don't know what other use to words, but we scrutinize. I'm going to use that word. And we bring up these stats like, oh, he loses the ball so much. He gets dispossessed. Kulusevski last season got dispossessed 74 times. Morgan Rogers got dispossessed 74 times. When do we ever hear, oh, Morgan Rogers loses the ball?
But it's not just about one. That's if you're looking at one thing in isolation, Alex.
I know. You have to bring in other.
If I offer you right now, I'm offering you right now, you can have one of them in your team, Morgan Rogers or Kulusevski. Who are you picking?
I'll probably pick Morgan Rogers. So let me finish. Solely
Why?
Because he's playing in a team with a manager that wanted him. He wanted him.
Who's the better player, Morgan Rogers or Kulusevski?
I think on their day, they're different players. Creatively, they're different players, but I wouldn't say one is better than the other. When on their day, the performances I've seen from Morgan Rogers isn't that much better than the performances I've seen.
Alex, I watch Morgan Rogers, right? We could talk about stats, but you're making it sound like I only use stats, right? When I watch Morgan Rogers, hang on. When I watch Morgan Rogers, I look at him and go, yeah, you've got quick feet, you're strong, you're powerful, you glide with the ball, you get shots off, you can play in multiple positions. Yeah. When I look at Kulu, I don't feel that. Right. So yes, okay, maybe Morgan Rogers gives the ball away a bit. Cool. He's only had like 1.5 years in the Premier League, isn't he? So maybe he'll get that knocked out of him. Maybe Kulu will. But right now, I'm taking Morgan Rogers over Kulusevski every day of the week if I had to pick one of them in my team.
Yeah, very fair. Dynamic. Yeah, very fair. But my point is that Morgan Rogers, he plays for a team with a coach, a manager, Unai Emery, that wanted him. Like, you know, the talks we heard about Morgan Rogers when he played for Middlesbrough. Aston Villa only want Morgan Rogers. It's their main January target. It's their, you know, you were like, who's this guy? Like, why do Aston Villa want him so desperately? And he obviously proved that point why. And Unai Emery loves him. He's coached him terrifically. My point is that I think if you take Morgan Rogers, throw him into Ange's side as a 10 last season, I don't think he'll be as good. I think he'll still show his sort of X factor
Kulu's not
quality.
only played under Ange.
Yeah, but
we're making it sound like Kulu's only played under Ange Postecoglou. I don't like this. I'm judging Kulu on the 4 years. He's been at Tottenham 4 years, right? Hasn't he? Am I right? 4.5 years, whatever he's been at Tottenham. 3.5 years. Okay, so he's played in 4 separate seasons for Tottenham Hotspur. As I said, sometimes you watch Kulu and go, solid, really good game today. Other games I watch and I'm like, it's just so underwhelming. Just like there's nothing exciting about him. Now, that doesn't mean I need to sell him, but I prefer the Morgan Rogers types of this world, the Kuduses, the people that they've got that speed of thought. They can make magic happen out of nothing. That's only me. That's not saying I think he'll go.
If that magic doesn't amount to actual output, then I think we let our emotions sort of, and all fairness to it, you know, we let our emotions sort of dictate how we feel about certain players. Let's say their like creative ability and their quick feet and all these things don't actually amount to output, but it still gets us off our seat. It still gets us excited. And we'll sort of overlook the fact that, okay, maybe. And I also want to mention, I'm basing my sort of, like, the substance I have is Kulusevski. Okay, he's been in for 4 years. There's nothing that doesn't say that Morgan Rogers, for the next 1.5 years, that he'll be underwhelming, or maybe that he'll drop down in form, or maybe Unai Emery leaves and they get in another manager, and this manager doesn't utilize him, and then maybe he, you know, regresses, whatever. My sort of,
but he's going on the up, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's going on the up.
My basis
Kulu, for me, is nowhere near what he was when he joined us. My problem is, in 4 years, I don't think Kulusevski's kicked on. That's my problem. In 4 years, I don't think he's better than when he joined us.
His best period was that January to May under Conte, when we went from 9th to 4th. He's played 146 games, scored 25 goals for Spurs, and his inputs at Spurs is better overall than his career, because I think he scored 44 in 292 overall. For me, the problem with Kulu, and I think he has a lot of ability, but for me, he's very patchy. His form can go, like, early in the season, he was our best player for a period of the season. And then I know people will say that Ange ran him into the grounds, which is probably true. But for me, over the 4 years, forget the first half season, I thought he was absolutely superb with Bentancur, Kane and Son. Thought they were brilliant under Conte. Don't think he was that bad the following season, and Conte left the club in 4th place, didn't he? Hadn't it been for Southampton's that penalty that was never a penalty in a million years, would have been 3rd that day. Conte wouldn't have gone off on his rants. And who knows what would have happened? You know, we could have been Champions League that year as well. But for me, Kulu is a very up and down player. You'll get a period of football from him where he is superb, and then he'll lose it, and then he'll be poor. He gets dispossessed a lot, doesn't beat players, and I think for me the big issue with Kulu is that he slows down our attacks. He gets the ball and he holds it and he cuts inside. He only goes one way, which is plays on the right side onto his left foot. I think he needs to be quicker. Just think he needs to move the ball quicker. I think he needs his spring from 0 to first 5 yards needs to be quicker. And then I think you would probably have close to a world class player. But I think at his best, I think he is absolutely.
My basis of my
Do you know that in 18 months?
Yeah, and I'm just making my base. My base.
Hang on, Alex. In 18 months, by the way, when we're talking about Morgan Rogers at Aston Villa, he's played there 18 months, 1 year and a half, right? He's got 38 goal contributions in 18 months. When you actually look at Kulusevski, he's been at, for 3 years, and he's only just slightly above that number. Like, we could talk all we want about this, that, the other. It creates the most chance of blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, Morgan Rogers has gone in as a young player, straight into Aston Villa, gone straight into their first team, and is now one of the first names on the team sheet. Like, I think there's levels to this. I think the Luba. I think that what you said there was right. For me, he doesn't do anything quick enough. For me, there's too many times where you're like, lay it off, and he holds on to it, and he holds on. You're like, shoot, and he holds on and holds on. And for me, I don't. It's not. I don't dislike him. By the way, I don't dislike him. I just don't think he's the quality.
You'll see periods like the 4 or 5 days in December when he cuts in from the right and put the ball against Chelsea into the near post. That was absolutely superb. Yeah, he did the same thing at Rangers 4 days later. Got the ball, played to Maddison. Maddison squared him as he ran round Maddison, and he put the ball into the opposite corner. Absolutely superb. Got us out of trouble in the game. We were getting outplayed totally, and he got us a draw.
I think
so. But he's inconsistent. For me, that's the problem. And Phil is right. Phil is right. I don't see him getting any quicker. That's his.
The other problem, Ian, with Kulu is the same problem. I mean, I think Kulu's a good player. I've defended him through and through. Stick him in the middle and play him as a shadow striker or an attacking midfielder, central, not a playmaker. He can cover a playmaker for a game or two, but he just has not got the quick mentality or the imagination that Maddison has, that you need if you're playing with a playmaker. And I think with Kulu, I see too much of the same problem that I see with Bergvall at the moment. Difference is, Bergvall is significantly younger. And that is, I see a bit of this in the middle of the pitch, a bit of that up the front of the pitch, like, go on. And then I see nothing on the final third. I don't see that final shot. I don't see that final pass. I don't see that final bit of what he's meant to do. Same as with Bergvall. I think Bergvall's improved a hell of a lot, and I think he's going to get significantly better. Yeah. But the only bit that's been holding him back, on my opinion, is his final third. You see him take 2 or 3 men on. You see him get it round a man. But when it comes to that final pass or that shot, you get nothing off of it.
Well, Dan,
Kulu has just been too inconsistent over the past 3 years. How much more can you defend him now that we've actually been playing him central as well? And other question I'll ask you then, Alex, is you talk about passion and emotion. Would you be defending Kulu this much if he was Italian?
Amen. Amen.
Or English or Spanish? Or is it because you've got a bit of emotion for him because he's from the same country?
If I had followed him, because I liked his talent.
Oh, your internet. Yeah, it's not the greatest at the moment, Alex.
Can you hear me? I don't know if it's lagging. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got you back. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's like.
Alex, you might need to log off and log back on, mate. You might need to log off and log back on.
Yeah, I have to restart this.
Can I just say, sorry, for Bergvall, I think you're going to see a lot more next season, i.e. ball round the corner against Frankfurt, 25 yards out, hit the bar. And I think as he gains more and more confidence, I think you're going to see that a lot more. The run into the box when Solanke squared it and he got that nice goal against Liverpool in the League Cup. I think there is a lot to come from Bergvall. Kulu, I think, has got a fantastic engine. I think that's his biggest strength. But again, he slows down the moves. That's the problem.
If we go and get Eze, where do we play him? And if we go and get Eze and decide to play him in the middle, because he can play centre mid, he can play attacking mid, or he can play on the left, then that drops Bergvall straight away, in my opinion.
I think Bergvall will be part of it.
I don't know.
I think Bergvall will be part of it. I do think Bergvall will be part of it.
I hope so.
Can I just say, like, again, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat say things like, "Oh, when you look at Kulu's, some of his stats are the best in the league. I'm looking at his data in the Premier League since he joined. And there's nothing that screams top player to me, right? This is a guy that averages 5.5 assists a season, right? He's averaging 5.5 assists a season in the Premier League, and he's averaging 5.5 goals a season in the Premier League, right? These numbers are. This is under different managers, different tactical setups. You know, if anything, we should be saying that in Ange's all-out gung-ho play when we scored loads of goals, he should have been getting more goals and assists, right? He's actually, like, his best ever number of assists was his first year with 8, and his best ever number of goals was 8, which was 2 seasons ago. So this is a guy that doesn't, you know, the data isn't brilliant. My eyes also tell me that they're not brilliant. This is the thing for me. I think he's a good player. I'm not knocking him. He's a good player. But I think now, at what point do we stop making excuses for players? It's been 4 years. At what point do you say, come on, mate, you're 25 now. That should be 10 goals, 10 assists a season minimum. Like, he's not doing that. He's getting, last year in the Premier League, 11 goal contributions.
Well,
Okay,
he scored 10 in 50 this season, so he scored 10.
In all competitions, right? In all competitions, sure, right? But 7 Premier League goals, 4 Premier League assists. Like, you know, I'm looking at Damsgaard down at Brentford. Look at the volume of assists he gets playing for Brentford, right? Surely, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Listen, good player, but I just don't. Hang on. Oh, Matty K's here. He's a midfielder. You can't judge on GA. Listen, I'm the one being told by people in the chat, Matty. I'm the one being told by the people in the chat that he's got all these chances created and he's a playmaker. Cool. If he's a playmaker and I can't judge him on assists, I don't know what I'm judging him on.
He's injured, isn't he, for a long time, isn't he? With Kulusevski, isn't he out?
Now, isn't he?
Till spring, isn't he, next year?
Look, when we played him as an inside forward, you didn't see many goals out of him. And you didn't see many contributions out of him as well. When we played Johnson as an inside forward, over 15 goals in the season. And you know I do not rate Johnson. And I do not think Johnson is a better player than Kulusevski. But when it comes to the end of the day, that's what talks, basically. And also, with when we started playing him attacking midfield central, even played him centre mid, he looked a significantly better player, but it was that final third again. You hardly ever saw that final pass. You never saw that final shot and that cracking goal, basically. There was always seemed to be that thing with Kulu that holds him back a little bit. That's his final third for me.
You know what, Dan?
Whereas you'd see him in centre mid, see him a couple of times charge through 2 or 3 players. I hold 2 players off of him and that. But when it always came to that final pass, that is the bit that holds him back for us. It's his consistency overall at the end. The final product. You don't see much of it.
Well, I mean, in terms of league goals last season, you know, there was nothing much in there. Johnson got 11. Maddison got 9. Solanke got 8. And Sonny and Kulu got 7. So the goals were fairly shared around, weren't they? So
okay, but that's okay. Or if you want to say a good player, then good player. But that's not someone who's. This is the difference. I think a lot of people turn around and say he's a quality player, or even some say he's a world-class player. He bloody ain't. Yeah,
This is
good.
it, Dan. It's the superlatives I put in front of them.
Exactly. And on his moment, he can be very good. But he's not. It's like the same thing I argue with Romero. On his day, he's a world-class player, but is he a consistent world-class player? No, he's not. Because he only has 1 world-class game out of every 10, maybe. That is not world-class. Kulusevski has 1 or 2 very good games out of 10, and then maybe has 3 good games out of 10. And then 5 games, he just goes totally missing, or you have to take him off the pitch because he falls to pieces.
He had a really good run.
It's consistency.
Is anyone bothered that he's not going to start?
2 or 3 months.
Is anyone bothered that he's not going to start the season? I'm not.
No.
And that says it all.
I think he's a good player, but nothing
Does he
more,
play
nothing
for the
less.
teams above? Does he play for the big? Does he play for the big 5 or 6? If we're going to put
No.
Villa and Newcastle in there, does Kulusevski get in at Arsenal? Does he get in at Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool, City, Villa, and sorry, Villa, Newcastle, City, Chelsea, Arsenal? I'm missing one. Why can't I think of the top 4? This is ridiculous. Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea, Newcastle, Villa. Does Kulusevski get into any of their 11s? For me, I don't think he does in any way, shape, or form.
I think the only one he might have a fight with is possibly Villa, because he ain't getting in Newcastle or the rest. I think he could fight it, but I'm not saying he'd get in it consistently.
Yeah, see, I
The rest of them,
I can't see he gets in there. I don't think he's Morgan Rogers, Ramsey. I think these are
this is consistency.
I think the first half of the season, I thought he was very good. I thought he got injured, he came back. He was completely blown out, wasn't he? His engine's fantastic. The ground he covers is just immense. I think it was probably the highest in Europe at some stage.
Sure.
And I think Ange burnt him out. I genuinely do. So I think these figures. I mean, yes, he only missed 6 league games at the end of the day, and he played 50 out of 60 this year.
But again, Ian, it's like I said with Bergvall, when everyone was bigging him up that much, I thought, yes, he came up standards and that. But the thing I see with it, though, it's all good taking on 2 or 3 men. It's all good running about like a headless chicken. It's all good getting the ball and getting forward. But when you've got nothing on the end of it, that you haven't even got a shot on goal or a good pass, to an extent, it makes it irrelevant what you're doing. Like Richarlison, basically. It's all good trying. It's all good getting the effort and that. But if you've got nothing on the end of it, where'd you go?
Dan, I think they. It's funny. I was just flicking through some old matches over the weekend.
Can you hear me or am I lagging? I don't know.
Yeah, no, we can hear you, Alex.
Yeah, you're back, Alex.
And we talk about the running, and they showed the Villa goal in the first minute against us in the cup game, when the ball came to Morgan Rogers in what it was Rogers, wasn't it? In central midfield, and you had Bergvall, Bentancur, and someone else in a triangle way over on the right. The running, it was just headless. It was just headless chicken running in our club. The tactics, the system were dreadful, and it showed. And Porro got pulled inside. Ball went out wide. Who was it? Was it Murphy?
But even with different systems, Ian, Kulu has been one of our most inconsistent players.
He was better.
One day he's really for 6 months.
Better under Conte, wasn't he?
But but when it went to the second season,
the second season
he was brilliant. And then the second season was as shaky as you can get, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, he was.
One great game, 2 good games, 3 crap games, other ones. He's an inconsistent player, and that's the problem. And I'm actually starting to think, and I was one who defended him for a long time, is he even made for the Premier League? Stick it back to Serie A, and I think he'll stand out tenfold better. I'm starting to think, is he actually an out-and-out Premier League style player? I can think, play him as a shadow, I think you'll see that bit better out of him. But he's been inconsistent from day. Purple patch,
Dan,
whatever you want to call him.
The problem for me is whenever we have football debates, people can't seem to see past one season under Ange. Like, I'm not judging this player on 1 year under Ange. I'm judging this player on. I've seen this player play for a number of managers now.
3.5.
Over 3.5, 4 years. Saw him play at Juventus as well. I've always had the same thing. Yeah, you're a good footballer. Technically, you're very good, but is he that next level? This is the point I always make. On one hand, we've got Spurs fans saying, "Oh, Daniel Levy doesn't buy us better." On the other hand, whenever you suggest buying better, we go, "Oh no, but they wouldn't get in above Kulu, or they wouldn't get in above this player, or Son, or Solanke." It's like we want our cake and eat it, Dan. All of our players, according to our fans, are absolutely brilliant, right?
The problem is,
hang on. Every year there's an excuse. So I'm talking to Dan here. Every year there's an excuse, Dan. Right? I remember like when I used to critique Romero, it was, got to remember he plays next to Davis and Dyer. And then the next year is, you got to remember he's playing in an Ange system. Listen, top players stand out. Top players stand out. We've got to stop pretending that these players are all absolutely brilliant, and it's just the manager. You know, I don't know what we're doing here. I feel like we want everyone to be so much better than they are. We really
He's
do.
been inconsistent with 3 managers, basically,
Yes.
if I'm thinking right. And
He's been inconsistent
and you know,
with...
Kulu, I do rate him, but it's just starting to get to that point now where I'm actually thinking, is he a Premier League style player sort of thing? Is he going to be better off going back to Serie A? And then he will stand out significantly. Not because the league's worse, but it's a different style of play. It's a lot slower, a lot more tactical, a lot calmer as such to an extent. And one thing that definitely does let him down, I mean, the mad thing is he's not even slow. He's actually one of the quickest players, fastest players at Spurs when you go look at his record and the pace he can get to. His problem is he's not quick. And that is one thing.
Are you talking about decision making?
No, I'm talking about his actual pace. If you go by his pace, he's faster. He's faster than Basuma. He's up there, if not faster.
When
than
he gets
Savva,
ahead of steam, though, right?
Exactly.
Not his immediate.
He's that car that's got 6 gears, basically, that you need to get it to 5th gear before it actually kicks in with a pair of bollocks on it. Whereas you've got that other little car that gets it into 3rd gear and you're already doing 60 and you're leaving behind, but it'll come past you at a certain time. He's actually not a slow person. It just takes him a long time to get his pace, basically. He's not quick. That is what lets him down in that aspect as well. Whereas you look at Bergvall, he's actually quick. But if you actually go look at his top sprint, he's not that fast. He's just bloody quick. And then you go and look at someone like Johnson, who's just the quickest, slowest player you've ever seen, or slowest, quickest, whatever way you want to see it. It's sometimes you don't have to be out and out fast. You just have to be quick. And he hasn't got that. That is one thing that definitely lets him down for me. But at the end of it, he's actually one of the fastest players over 100 meters for Spurs. But you don't get 100 meters to run. You get what, 10? 15, and you've already got to be up to pace. He can't do that. That's not in his capability.
I completely agree with you. But again,
can I just jump in, or?
Yeah, just quickly before you do, Alex, I just want to say this. I think when we have these conversations, it doesn't mean that every time we talk about a player that we think they're shit. Like so many people go, oh my God, we're bashing our players. I'm not. As I've said, I think Kulu's decent. I don't rate him as highly. I know Alex rates him so highly, and I know it's because he's Swedish. We've had this chat before. You rate him so highly, but I don't think he can do what Maddison can do in the 10, and I want a winger that can beat a man. So for me, I just don't. Only for me, I don't. I think we can do better. For me.
Yeah, I really didn't want to make this entire show like a Kulusevski debate. That wasn't my intention. But yeah, honestly, I just wonder whenever Kulusevski comes back to the season, and he's fit, who will start in the 10 for Frank?
Maddison.
If it happens
all day long,
be him.
If he wants to play with a playmaker, it's Maddison all day long.
I'm not saying I can see it, because Frank likes his like 10s, if you may. Like he likes them to be workhorses and to really like put in the sprints. I think Kulusevski is more fit for that and suited for that and matters. But creatively, we can't predict the future. And like the reason, of course, why I've followed Kulusevski is because he's Swedish, but it's not I'm putting him on this pedestal. It's because I've watched him for over 5 by Italia, for example, when he played next to Ronaldo and Chiesa. Got man of the
I watched him at Juventus.
Match, goal and assist in a 2-1 victory against Romero's Atalanta. That was one of the performances where it really went shit. Until that point, I didn't really put Kulusevski on this like, oh shit, he's all that. But when I've seen these performances of him, when he's like, okay, when it actually works for him, which it doesn't always, but when it does, then for me he's a brilliant player. He's not for me like what I like to see, and like, oh my God, I love that every time Kulusevski. I like to make it out to be. I think he's like this dribbling genius, like Swedish Ronaldinho. No, he's not. He's nowhere. He's nothing near to that. But in terms of what he actually contributes to the pitch, and usually with things we don't like to, like, put value. We don't like to value sprints and like kilometers ran and chances created that doesn't lead to goals. But in terms of actual contribution, he does contribute. And yeah, I'm as I said before, I'm not going to die on this hill. You know that he's if he left, if he didn't feel any sort of like belonging to us anymore, and if he felt ready to go back, I wouldn't shed a tear about it. You know, if he wants to leave, if he wants to do that. But yeah, honestly, I didn't want this entire panel or entire show to be a Kulusevski debate, but I just thought I was gonna wrap my points up on him there. Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, look, I just, as I said, I like Kulu. For me, in a team, he doesn't start. Again, I look at him and James Maddison if we're talking about that number 10 role, and for me, James Maddison's superior at what he does. That's it for me. Now, will Frank see it that way? I don't know. Maybe he thinks Kulusevski's superior. I don't know. All I know is if he left, I'm not bothered. I think you can get much better for the money we could get for Kulusevski. And again, it's another one where I feel like we hold on to players for so long, and then every year there's an excuse. It's like, I bet he had an injury, but this manager, but this system. It's like, before you know it, we've had all these players for 5 or 6 years, guys, and then we're going, oh, look at all the deadwood. And it's like, yeah, well, we've got deadwood because we never wanted to move any of them on. I see Kulu as a bit like a Lamella, if I'm honest. Really good technically, doesn't do enough for me. That may sound harsh, but I see him as that. Hey, just me. No one? Okay. All right, good.
Look, I'm bored with him. I'm bored with Kulusevski. I'm bored.
Yeah, me too.
You know. Yeah, we've given him a good chance. He's been there, 3.5 years. He's flattered to deceive. He's a moments player. There's flashes of brilliance, but it's just not consistent enough. And he's just another part of our average front line.
No, I agree. Well, let's round off the show. We've got 9 minutes left. Let's round off the show, guys and girls. As we said, we know that we've been linked with Dennis Churkin. We know we've been linked with Carl Walker-Peters. What I want to know is, if we do sign one of those two next, will the fan base go into utter meltdown? Even if we know why we're buying that player, is the fan base going to go into utter meltdown if that is the next type of signing?
I think people have got to be clever. You know, Frank's struggling on the homegrown numbers. He's struggling badly. You know, do we want to have a squad in the Champions League of 22 players instead of 25? Because at the moment it's looking that way. He's got to bring in home trained players. You know, and the UEFA rules are more stringent than the Premier League rules. So I'm not even sure if someone like Davis qualifies. So, you know, you got to look at it that way. You know, so, you know, it's important. You know, if you bring Walker-Peters in, or you bring Dennis Churkin in, you only need one because you've got Spence there as well. Maybe they need to just to bulk out the home squad. You know, Walker-Peters is on a free anyway. Churkin would be what, 20, 25, 30 tops?
I would think so.
Eddie, he's not there. He should never have been sold by this club.
It's that thing again, Ian,
really
of when we buy
You wouldn't have
player,
developed
it's
if
like
hadn't gone and sold.
Timo Werner. That definitely put people down a peg or two. Getting Tell as the first player, even though I think the deal was done anyway, it makes people look at it and just think, do we even mean business? If it goes the whole transfer window and then, say, for instance, we sign Eze on the last day, or Embuemo, or someone else we want, or someone good, or Vlahovic or whatever on the last day, people are going to be happy, but also relieved, not just happy that we actually signed a good player. And for the other 6 weeks before then, or 10 weeks, whatever, people are going to be going into one because they're not seeing no progressive players that improve that first 11. But I suppose you can only buy who you're going for at the time.
Surely there's better players, though, isn't there, out there in the English market, you know? than him.
But-
Surely.
Yeah, but he's
Are they
club
available
trained.
when they come to Spurs, Dan? That's the thing.
Huh?
Hang on. Isn't this about being club trained? Like, if we're buying Dennis Churkin, it's not because he's English; it's because he's club trained, right?
Well, it's just part of it's just to meet the quota. Then is that all? That's all it's for.
Well,
then, really?
I'm guessing the only reason surely that either Walker Peters or Churkin will join this club is because they are club trained. Surely.
We're also, now that Reguilon's gone, we're also short of cover for me at left back.
I don't get the rule though. I don't get the rule. Can we just add?
Go on. Sorry, you've frozen there, Alex.
I wouldn't even count it as a signing, to be honest. I wouldn't even include it. Walker Peters, Sirkin, it wouldn't even be in my signings.
I think you've got to look at it. I think you've got to look at the next 10, 11 weeks. It's like reading a book or going to see a film. And you wait till the end of it before you judge it. And I think that's how.
Yeah, but that's not the question. I'm asking about the club trained aspect. Like, let's be fair. I'll be honest, if Spurs have to bring in a club trained player, I understand why we're going for Walker Peters or Dennis Churkin. Because other than that, I can only really think of Marcus Edwards or bring in Winks or Skip back, right? My point is, if we don't need it for club trained and Dennis Churkin or Carl Walker Peters is what we're going after, now I'm angry. I get it if it's for club trained.
We're not sure. We are. I think I read we've only got one home trained player. I think in the squad.
Who have we got?
I don't know.
Is it Austin?
Austin.
Yeah.
And Whiteman?
Who's been there 3 years. They've got to be there. They've got to be at the club 3 years, haven't they?
They've got hang on, for club trained, they've got to be there 3 years between the ages of 16 and 21, right?
Right.
Club trained. So I think, hang on, let me just double check this. It is club trained between the ages of 16 and 21. So it can't just be anyone that's been with us. We must have developed them and brought them through. Sure. And that is why, for me, that must be the only reason that you're going for Churkin. Yeah. He's not bad. I've watched him. He's okay. But, you know, you can't be buying Dennis Churkin if it's not about club trained.
We're allowed 4 club trained players, and we've only got 1.
Who?
No, I'm saying we're allowed 4. UEFA allow 4. We've only got 1. Mikey Moore doesn't qualify because he's coming up for 2 years, unfortunately. So,
hang on, what? There you go. So, isn't Chris saying that Divine, Scarlett, Austin?
Well, will Divine and Scarlett be at the club? That's the question.
Well, will one of them be kept because of the club trained rule?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like for anyone that cares, Germany did win 3-2 and it's all kicking off now. They're all fighting. I just feel like the optics, I think, Danny, we talked about this the other day, the optics just wouldn't look great, would they? If in the next week our first signing announced in the new budget of the window was Carl Walker Peters or
exactly.
Or Dennis Churkin, that would really make the fans go, hang on. Whereas if you go and buy your Asia and Mos, etc., and then in the last week of the window, you go, all right, we're going to buy Churkin because we've got club trained issues, you kind of get it, right?
It's that point again of what I said. If we was to say the first player we would have got in was a good player, you'd be like, yes, we mean business. You're now sitting up, you're now looking. What we going to do? Yeah, we went and got Tell, and we've give Davis another contract. You're like, same Spurs, different day, basically. I'm going to need to see it to believe it, sort of thing. It's just the way, but I know you can't necessarily control what order a player comes in, whatever else and that. But it is the way people will look at it, because you're just like, well, it's how we do it every bloody time. And then when it comes to the last minute, and if or we do get someone good, there's going to be that mixed emotion of happy, but you're also going to have relief out of it. Instead of just happy, if it was the first player we bought, you'd be happy. End of. You don't need relief. It's like winning that Europa Cup. I didn't know whether I was happy or relieved by the end of the game. I shouldn't have been like that. I should have been like happy as. but I didn't know whether I was relieved or happy by the end of it, for God's sake.
I was
And
both.
that was because of the way we'd played all season, sort of thing. And it's the same as buying the player. It'll get to the end of the season. If we just end up getting 3 or 4 substandard players in there, basically, and then go and buy the 2 good players at the end, you're going to be relieved that you've gone and bought 2 good players, happy that you've done it. But if 10 weeks before then, you're going to be going on one all the time. Oh, why aren't we making progress? Why aren't we doing anything? Why aren't we going for good players? And then you see a Carl Walker-Peters come in after a tell, after a contract with Davis. It's just how people's minds work in that aspect.
No, but I mean, someone like Walker-Peters is on a free, so he just walks in with his agent. They discuss.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. It's done. It's an easy deal, isn't it?
Yeah, I totally get that.
Negotiating with Steve Parish for Eze is going to be a lot more drawn out than Walker-Peters and his agent walking into the club and sitting down and trying to thrash out a deal. Listen, as I said, I think we've got to wait and see what transpires over the entire window. Sometimes, you look at it. Sometimes deals can't be done immediately. Sometimes, the price is high to start. And
but no one likes to wait, do they? No one likes to wait. No one likes it. You go and buy something off Amazon or whatever, and it's getting delivered a day or 2 later. You're already pissed off, basically.
Yeah,
you want it now. You want it yesterday. And again, that's just the way the human mind works, in my opinion.
It does today.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting. I think it's something that we've got to bear in mind when we're looking at transfers now. And lots of people are making the good point. You can not register 25 players. You can register 21 players, for example, rather than 25 if you don't have the club trained players. But
and
then
use under 21.
But and use under 21s. But again, I don't see that many of those under 21s are actually going to get a lot of game time in a Champions League campaign. But I just got this feeling. It just feels like that's what we're going to do. And it will be a bit gutting, won't it, if 30 million of our transfer budget is spent on Dennis Cherkin? It will kind of feel like the ultimate Spursy. Because
Here we go again, basically.
Did he go on a free, Lubo, when he left to Sunderland?
I'll check. I don't think he went for much money.
I was going to say, if he did go, it wasn't for anything noticeable. If he even cost anything. Yeah, otherwise, you'd know about it.
I'll be honest, that's why I think if we were going to do that, I would have rather have gone for a Marcus Edwards. But then again, he's another winger, isn't he? We could have had our 12th wide man in the squad. But
he's at Burnley now, isn't he, Marcus?
Yeah. He's at Burnley now. I'm just trying to think who out there is squad trained from Spurs. You've got Skip and Winks, Harry Kane. You've got Cherkin, Carl Walker-Peters. Who's that? Do you say Adam Smith?
Adam Smith from Bournemouth.
Adam
right
Smith,
back
who's like 34 now. Madueke would have been another one. Madueke, who's obviously not going to happen.
Romain Mundle. Mundle would have been another one.
Romain Mundle, who's also at Sunderland. Yeah, another. Isn't Mundle a winger as well?
Yeah.
We should just have a squad of 25 wingers. That's what we should do. Just 25 wide men. And lots of people are saying Kane. I can't see it, guy. I do feel like it's a pipe dream. Anyone who thinks that Harry Kane's coming back to Tottenham this summer, I can't see why he would. But it's not happening. Troy Parrott is another one. Yeah, Troy Parrott. Cameron Carter-Vickers. Troy Parrott, Cameron Carter-Vickers, and there you go. New Mexico Hotspur, Tanganga. You can go and get Tanganga from Millwall. But listen, guys, I will leave it there unless anyone's got anything they really want to say. Have a think. Just going to read out some quick super chats. Big up to Sanctuary of 7 who said, I live in Shannon, County Clare. I don't know Shannon. I don't know this area. Maybe you'll invite me out there one day and we'll go for a beer. Big up to you, Sanctuary 7. Really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Very generous on what has been a very non-generous show, to be honest. Not many subscribers. Minus one subscriber and 300 and 21 likes. Been very disappointing from everyone tonight as we sit here sweating in the heat. It is absolutely boiling. Big up to Paul Watkins, who gifted a Football Heritage TV membership. Big up to whoever got that as well. Thank you very much, Paul. That is very, very generous of you indeed. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you. And also Jamie Allen said, in my opinion, Romero is 5 years older than the players you named. Okay, so when we're talking about why wouldn't Real Madrid, PSG come in for Romero? Sorry, that's no excuse. Why wouldn't you want someone who's apparently at the peak of their powers at 26, 27, who's a World Cup winner? Why wouldn't Real Madrid, PSG want that? I don't see that as making an excuse for me. Sorry. We'll see. None of them have come in for him. That's all I'm saying. None of them have come in for him. Big up to you, Jamie. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Guys, anyone got anything they'd like to say before we round off?
Yeah, no, the big clubs are at the World Club Championship, aren't they?
Some of them.
The Real Madrid's, PSG's, they're there.
Sure. What's that mean?
No, I'm just saying that they may well wait till they come back. And
but they've still got directors of football and scouts and intermediaries that all work in the world of transfers, don't they? Like the world of transfers don't shut down.
Well,
you know?
Listen.
PSG, hang on. Let's take your point then, Luba. I've got a feeling the show's going to carry on. PSG are in the middle of negotiating with Zabani. PSG are at the World Club Cup.
See, that surprised me. So I personally think Romero's different class to him. I don't understand.
But Zabani, you know what Zabani is? Consistent. This is what Danny and I always talk about. When you've got a player that does it week in, week out, and just does a good job, as opposed to someone who's brilliant one week, shit the next, and always injured, maybe that's why they're not looking at him.
Who's going to give you more consistency over a season? Someone who plays a 7 consistently, or someone who plays a few games as a number 10 world class, a couple as a 6, a couple as a 7, a couple as a 3 and a 2. And who's going to give you a more consistent, better season overall?
Who's got the better temperament?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I like Sabanya as well. When I've watched him play, I think he's a good defender. I don't know. I think him and Hewson, very, very good centre halves for Bournemouth. I actually think Senesi's not a bad player for them as well. But wasn't
Sabarny one of the most? He was one of the most linked centre backs with us when he was at the Dynamo Kiev. Like, we were really interested for him over a 2-year period.
Yeah, I remember that.
We're in Nuno and Conte. We were really like, we never seem to strike a deal for him. I don't know. It's like that with us. You know, we can be linked with a player for 3-4 summers going, but we'd never make a move for them. It's really odd.
Where did he come from again, guys? Where did he come before Bournemouth? Remind us.
Elias Nabanye?
Yeah.
He came from Dynamo Kiev.
That's right. Yeah.
So he was 27 million euros. 22 million euros. He cost, and they're about to sell him for 60 million euros 2 years later. That's how you do business, isn't it? And look what they've just done with Hewson as well. Look what they've done with Kirkes. These boys are turning over players for fun, which isn't probably great for them. But by the way, I'm sorry. This is where was that comment? This is not true at all. Romero rarely plays badly, just has availability issue. I'm sorry. I feel like we watch a different player. I'm sorry. This man has stinkers all the time.
No, I disagree, Sam. I don't think he has stinkers.
Oh, God, he does. All the time.
I don't agree. Inconsistent, stinkers. No.
Didn't he cost us 3 or 4 games in the first 10?
First four, and after that, it was much better.
So they were stinkers then, yeah?
A player can have a really good game and make one mistake and give away a goal. It doesn't mean he's had a stinker. It just means, unfortunately,
when he does it in 4 games out of the first 10, he's definitely had an issue.
Well, yeah. Listen, he had no rest after coming back from the Copa America.
Oh, here we go.
Got thrown straight in, and he made some mistakes that cost us goals. It cost us 2 points against Leicester. It cost us maybe a point against Newcastle. And the Arsenal one, I was disappointed that the ref didn't give a foul against Gabriel at the corner.
But have you noticed, Lubo, you're doing that thing that Spurs fans do? There is always an excuse. Like, there is an excuse for every Spurs player.
Goals that he was involved in early on in the season.
Sorry, say that again.
I was going through goals that he was involved in that I had him at fault for early in the first 3 or 4 games. Forget Everton, we won 4-0. But the other 3, Leicester, Newcastle, and Arsenal. And again, against Arsenal, that goal should have been ruled out. That was a foul. If that's anywhere outside the box, Gabriel's just pushed Romero. Sorry, anywhere outside the box, that's a free kick. Referee chose to ignore it. VAR chose to ignore it. Arsenal got away with murder on so many free kicks.
Sure, but that's got nothing to do with Romero having. Listen, when Romero was having stinkers in Conte's second season, I remember that the answer was always, "Oh, but he plays with Davis and Dyer." And somebody back then, I remember, sent me. Someone put a funny compilation together of Romero and Dyer doing the same things in the season, but Romero getting called out for it. Dyer getting called out for it, and Romero not. It was funny. Like, if this person was saying, imagine if Romero did these things that Dyer did, and then it went, hang on, wait, and it showed you a compilation of Romero doing exactly the same things, but because his name's Romero, he never got called out for it. He has been like this since he joined. Come on, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, Wolves this year was absolutely diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Newcastle away, both goals. It was just like, what is he doing? Like, just brain farts all the time. We go, he really has bad games. AC Milan, remember that? What was he doing?
I mean, at times he looks like he can even be bothered sometimes. That is, again, the problem I have with it. At times he looks like he can't be bothered. And then at other times he looks like he can't get involved enough. It's basically like the same way of talking about Kulusevski. He's patchy. And that is why he's not a world-class player for me.
No one said he's a world-class.
Not what I said, Jack. Not what I said. If you're going to lie, Jack, you're Jack. Not what I said. No one heard me say there are weak links. Not what I said. Don't do that. You'll be blocked if you start lying. I don't do the lying over here. It's meant to be an adult channel.
That's why there's a lot of defenders out there. I reckon we could get at Spurs who would be better for us than Romero. Right. On his day, again, world class, fine. Whatever defender I bring in isn't going to be able to do that on his day. But he doesn't do it enough. How many world-class games would you say he had this season? He played, 16 or 18 in the league? And then also played a couple of Europa games with a cup game here or there. So how many games do you have last season altogether? About, 22? 21?
18.
Overall, cups and everything altogether, basically. But in the league, I think it was about 17 or 18.
You're right. He played 18. He played 18 in the league. He played 1.
Right. Okay. Stick with the league. Stick with the league.
And 7 in Europe.
Oh, okay. Go with all of them.
26.
How many games can you rate that he stood out in as a quality, world-class Argentinian defender?
I'd say the last few games in the Europa.
Mm-hmm. The last 3. I'd definitely say the last 2. Yeah, maybe even the last 3. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, and then he had 1 or 2 games during the league where he stood out, and then he had about 6 or 7 games in the league as well where he stood out for the wrong bloody reasons. And then the other times he played, he was very.
He was all right. He was okay in the end.
And that's not good enough. That's not stable. That's not stability. That is a patchy player.
Can I just say on Romero? If he let's say hypothetically now, if he got his move to Atletico Madrid, I think you'll see him being locked in every game. You'll see him taking every single minute of every single game he plays like it's life or death. And I think that will have a lot to do if he plays with all his Argentinian teammates around him who have certain expectations of him that he feels he won't be able to he won't be able to shy away from those standards that they have on him. So I think it's a thing of occasion, and sadly, despite of every affectionate word he's expressed of us, and like, oh, he loves the city, the fans. Well, I think for him, he can't get his head around of, you know, these players that are top professionals in any circumstance, whatever. Let's take a Kimmich. You throw him into Brentford, and he won't moan. Hypothetical. He'll still play his heart out, and because he has that professionalism about him. I think Romero is like he has to have external standards of him to perform. You know, like if it's either occasions or teammates around him. When he doesn't have that, when he looks around and see, oh, Brennan Johnson, blah blah blah, like this shouldn't be like that.
Hang on, but hang on,
Because
aren't we just
like
excusing him then?
I don't think
sorry,
it's excusing.
I'm not
hang
excusing
on,
him. I'm
hang on,
saying,
sorry,
unfortunately,
hang on,
I think he
sorry.
is like.
Sorry, I'm not having that. Sorry, when you've got proper top class players, Gareth Bale didn't look at those around him and went, "Oh, today I'll do well, tomorrow I won't." Gareth Bale was like, "I'm bloody brilliant. I'm going to be great every game." Harry Kane ran the show. I'm sorry, if that is his attitude, that I'm at Tottenham and looking at the players around me, isn't that telling exactly why he shouldn't be here? That like we seem to excuse.
Who says he does that? Who says he does that?
Well, you could see from his
Because
performance.
it's the way he comes across on the pitch. Again, we don't know what goes through behind people's minds, yeah. But when you've worked in front of enough people in certain jobs, the one I will go with, where I've done door work for a significant amount of time, you get to learn how to be able to read people's minds to an extent, with just the way they act, with just the way they look, with just things what they're doing. You get to learn to do it because you're always good being 2 or 3 steps ahead of yourself, basically. And him on the pitch, there was time where you could literally see fire in his eyes, and he was game, and he was up for it, and it showed every time. And sometimes showed in the wrong way, but you were still okay. He didn't get that many red cards as people say and whatever, and I don't think he was quite as much of a liability of getting a red card as people said for a long time. I think he got grilled too hard on that. But there was many another times you'd look at his eyes, and your question, was there even any eyes in there? Had he gone blind? Because he was walking about or jogging up the pitch, or the ball's gone past him. He's, oh, fuck it, I can't be bothered. And there was too many times you saw that side of him as well, where he looked like he just couldn't give a monkey's what was going on. Oh, I ain't doing it. I can't be bothered today. Oh, I can't be bothered with this, whatever today. And then another game in, all of a sudden he looked good again. Is he one of those players that he can't hype himself up? He needs the moment to hype him up. He needs the game to hype him up, i.e. like a Europa Cup final, like a semi-final. Is he one of those people that just when it comes to just a bang average everyday game, 8 times out of 10, he can't get himself hyped up to his ability to play the game because he ain't got the mentality for it?
Dan, can I ask you this? Right? If Romero is one of these top centre-backs, and we're saying there's not many of them in the world, and he is this top centre-back, Bayern Munich have just got a new centre-back. It ain't Romero. PSG, it's not Romero. Real Madrid, it's not Romero. What? If he is that good, can I ask why are none of these clubs going in for him?
I'll tell you another defender who I wouldn't mind getting over Romero. Again, it's all for different reasons. I don't just play for that one game. Like I say, I didn't change my opinions over Ange because of bloody 90 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm not satisfied that quickly. I need at least more time as such. I don't just want the foreplay. I want everything. I'm greedy like that, yeah? And everyone knows that I rate severely. I know it does also come down to with how Ange gets you to play. But Milinkovic, if we sold Romero, Milinkovic would be one of the first ones to go in for. Another player I think we could go in and get in for at a respectable price because they always have to sell. And I'm not seeing any of the bigger teams needing defenders at the moment. And he's not a world-class defender. Is what's his name at Dortmund? Nico Schlotterbeck. I can't pronounce his bloody name. Schlotterbeck. Now there is a player, very stable player, very consistent. No, not world-class. But every time he's played for Dortmund, I've seen he's been solid been more than respectable. I think he's had about 22, 23 games this season. I know he had a knock. But every time he plays, he looks game up, he looks up for it, and he's another player who I think Spurs could actually get hold of because Dortmund are a selling club. They have to sell. They cannot get enough money out of that league or other things they win to keep that club going. Dortmund are like another Ajax. That is how they've always been. That is why they always lose their best players. And I think he's another one. We could go and offer him a cheeky 35, and then it probably goes up to 45. And I think we could get him in there quite easily. I think he'd settle in the Premier League pretty easily. And I think from what I see, he's also got the German mentality. And that's a very good thing to have in football. In other words, he don't care where he is, he will play. He's like an Audi car.
I just want someone to answer me why. I just want someone to answer me. I want Lubo, because Lubo loves Romero. I want to know, why are none of these bigger clubs, why are the best clubs in the world not coming in for him?
Well, if Atletico Madrid do come in for him, I think they're a top club in Europe. You can't just
sure, but they haven't got a lot of money. PSG and Real Madrid have got bags of money. Why didn't they go for him?
Let's see what happens.
No, that's not an answer. That's not an answer to my question.
They may come in for him. The PSG and Real Madrid. Do you think they finished their business? I'm saying we've identified everybody and we're not identifying anybody else.
If you
ask me in 2 months.
Because otherwise, we can't be YouTubers and then say, ask me in 2 months because you haven't got an answer to a question. My question is, if Romero was as good as you say, if Romero is better than Zabanye, why on earth have PSG not rocked up immediately and gone, right, we're not getting Zabanye, we're going for Romero?
Maybe Romero's agent said he's waiting for Atletico Madrid.
Well, then he's waiting for the wrong thing, because unless they offer us a player, they ain't paying the money. And then this is where it comes down to the confrontation, where Romero is going to be a very hard tactic to deal with, because if he ends up staying there next season because no one went for him, even if Levy said, right, go on, 70 million, go do one, baked potato, mate. I still don't see anyone coming in for 70 million because he's just not worth it. Not for one good game here and there. And who's going to pay that sort of money for him?
I'm not defending.
And then the next season, he's just going to be playing with probably even more of a bitch face attitude because he hasn't got his own way. And he does seem to have the attitude that he thinks he's bigger than the club as well. Or is it going to be that Levy ends up having to sell him for 40 million because Romero comes across with the attitude, to me, he's not a pussy like Harry Kane, lovely fella, but when it comes to the crunch, he should never have stepped foot on that Spurs pitch again. When Man City wanted him, he should have just said, right, boys, I've played my time. I ain't doing no more. You are going to sell me or I'm going to make life hard for you. People say they don't want players doing that. Well, people are human as well. Players are human as well. And I think he's got more the attitude of like, right, Levy, I want to go there. You're selling me there. Levy will act all business with him. And I might be totally wrong here, but for me, Romero, he's got the attitude to either have Levy up by the spark of the throat up against the wall, or he's going to turn around and say, all right, prick, you want to be a prick? I'll be a fucking prick. He's going to go downstairs, cause havoc in the dressing room. He's going to go all over X, all over everything else. His agent's going to go about and kick it up to the point that now the clubs that are looking for him now step back a sec and say, I don't think we're going to offer 70 million for him now. And to get rid of him, Levy will probably have to drop it for 40 million. That is more the sort of thing I see happening, because Romero will not just sit back and take it like a little bitch. When it happened to Kane, I know it wasn't necessarily in his favour, but he should have blatantly sat there and put in his transfer request and then gone straight to the press and said, I've put in my transfer request. Give a lovely report to the Tottenham players like he could. I've loved it here. I've enjoyed my time here, but I'm sorry, I need to win something in my career. I've give you everything I can. I haven't got long left. Yeah? Did he? Yes, he did. He gave us a lot of goals. And he says, I need to go somewhere to actually have something on the end of my career. I can't do this whole career and be one of the best strikers in the world with nothing. He should not have stepped foot on that pitch again. He should have made it clear as day. Man City want me. I am going to get there come love nor money. Because a player can do it and other players have done it. Berbatov refused to play anymore. Bale was only a young fella. And for you, Berbatov went on strike. No one made it quite clear, if you don't sell me, I won't play. Modric said it quite clearly, I won't play. Players can do it.
No, but for me, that tarnished Berbatov.
And Romero is the sort of player that will do it. That is how his personality comes across.
I agree that he will. I don't
reckon.
agree that Kane shouldn't have. Listen, I think that the difficulty is when he had that many years left on his contract. Man City only offer him £100 million.
Sorry,
right? I think what? What?
City made one offer.
Yeah,
They took the piss. City. They offered 75 million. They absolutely took the piss. I don't blame Levy for saying no.
That was he's so angry.
That was a disgusting offer by City. No, I'm just saying. No, sorry, Kane is a legend as far as I'm concerned.
Listen, hang on.
Kane had to leave because of our chairman.
Yeah, but look, Man City, they put in that crappy bid at first. And then they're obviously going to have their chat with Kane in the background. And they're obviously going to have that chat with the agent in the background. And we all know it gets dirty out there. And at the end of the day, again, it's dog eat dog. You do what you got to do to get what's best for you. Yeah, I'm sorry. If I play for this club, I play my best for this club.
Scenario.
I think we could have.
Yeah, but Dan, it couldn't have because what Harry Kane was worth. Because what Harry Kane's value was to Tottenham Hotspur, right, isn't the value that Man City were going to pay because they knew that they had Erling Haaland as an alternative. So it would have been, we will take Harry Kane for 75 million. If not, we know we've got Erling Haaland over there at 66 million pounds release clause, right? So Man City, so Man City had the cards. Daniel Levy didn't have the cards on this one. Daniel Levy could have gone back to them and gone, I want, for all we know, right? Daniel Levy did go back to them and say, you want him, 130 million, we start talking. I don't know, right? I'm just saying. At that point, Man City are going, well, we've got Erling Haaland at 66 million pounds. So what does Kane do? What does Kane do then? Kane, hang on. In your scenario, you're saying you want Kane to throw his toys out the pram, right? Say that he's not going to play for Tottenham again, right? When he's got no one else out there that can afford the 130, 140 million that Daniel Levy wants for him. And then and then Harry Kane doesn't play football for a year. Or is
I don't think it would have got that deep. Because if Levy is sitting there saying, right, I want to make a pound out of every penny sort of thing, and then all of a sudden someone like Kane's, which he hasn't got the bottle to do it, starts making up a bit of a stink, has also put in his request, makes it known everywhere that he's put in his transfer request, also going to give a statement to the fans how he loves it, but he's ready to leave and everything else now. And then all of a sudden there's arguments going on there. His price is going to come slightly down because he's so desperate to leave.
No, it's not, man. This is where you're getting this. We've had this chat before about how transfers work. They don't work. The way you're suggesting this is that Tottenham Hotspur are going to go, oh, Harry Kane's upset. All right, we wanted 130, 140 million. We'll take 70.
I'm not saying that much. I'm saying, but it can drop the price down a little bit, and it has done at times. When you've got a player,
and who had the money to pay it?
City. At the time.
No, you're missing the point. Man City had the trump card, Dan. You're missing this point completely. Man City at the time, Dan List, thank you very much, mate. Love you.
See you later, guys.
You very much.
Good night.
Please don't subscribe to Dan List.
See you, mate. Cheers.
This is the problem, Dan. I think what you're saying is, again, it's the football fan thing of this is how easy everything is to work. One, Harry Kane is the ultimate professional, right? Two, Daniel Levy is never going to turn around. How many years did Kane still have on his contract at that point? Harry Kane.
Was it 2 or 3? 2 or 3, I think it was, wasn't it?
3. You think Daniel Levy's going to go, well, this is all getting a bit much. I'll take 100 million for one of the world's best strikers with 3 years left on his contract. Never happening. Now, Levy wouldn't let that happen. And Man City are going 100 million for Harry Kane. We've got Erling Haaland at 66 million, who's about 7 years younger than Harry Kane.
About 200 million.
Well, that was a year later, sir. That was a year later.
That was not a 60 million deal. That was a 60 million deal what Dortmund got, and then the other 150 went in.
Hang on. We're missing the point. I'm talking about the actual fee to get him out of there, right? The actual fee to get him out of there was something like 65 million, something like that, his release clause. I'm not saying it was the same year, Lubo, but that was my point. Man
Kane
City
would've been
knew
cheaper.
that, okay, can we go for one more year? Yeah, we probably can go for another year. And I bet you they won the league that year. Can we go for another year and wait and get that guy at 66 million? Yeah, we're going to do that. And look how it's worked out for them. So if Harry Kane had done all these things you said, Dan, no one wins. Spurs don't get any money for him. Man City don't care because they're winning leagues anyway and waiting for Erling Haaland. Harry Kane's now in a huff. Everything at Spurs is now much worse than it was. So I don't see
for
what
the first
scenario
10 games you could see he didn't even want to be on the pitch.
Sure, I understand. But if you're saying for him to do what he did, oh, cool, I'll land in a transfer request. I don't want to be here. Cool. Daniel Levy's turning around going, cool, you don't want to be here, Harry. Let's wait until somebody offers 130, 140 million for you. And if that bid doesn't come in from anywhere, now you've got an unhappy fan base, an unhappy player in Kane. All his teammates are unhappy. I don't know where you're going with this whole thing.
So now it's causing havoc inside the squad and the team.
Yep.
You're going to have a lot of fans fighting with each other over him. You're going to have a lot of fans turn on him because they love him, basically. It could just cause a lot of hassle and he could have got a move out of that.
Who does that help?
The person who wants to go.
But he's not going, is he? Levy said no.
But as we said, Man City weren't going to pay that money. Man City weren't going to pay that money for him. So again, what you've done.
So if Kane would have done that, you don't think Man City would have maybe put another 10 million on there?
No.
But Dan, you're not listening. Daniel Levy wasn't going to accept £85 million for Kane with 3 years on his contract. In what world do you live in where you think that was going to happen? We got 100 million for him when he had 1 year left. And you think with 3 years left at the age of, what was he at that age, 27?
His problem was he didn't have the buyout clause, would it? I just think if he could have gone about it a different way, he might have got something out of it, like a lot of players did. Berbatov was told, you ain't going nowhere, mate. Berbatov told round and said, fuck off, I will do what I want, and you are going to sell me or I won't play.
Yeah, but man, you had to start up the cash.
Modric, and they paid less than what we wanted for him. Look, Modric did exactly the same. Gareth Bale did exactly the same. I'm not saying it would necessarily work, but I don't think Kane done anything to make it work as such.
You haven't explained how. You haven't explained in what reality. What you're talking about sounds lovely, but you're not actually addressing the point. Daniel Levy is not going to reduce what he wants, which is 130, 140 million for a top striker with 3 years. And Man City had no need to go above the 75 million. So in which reality do you think they'd have been able to, with Kane doing that, and then Man City know they've basically got Kane in their back foot basically in their back pocket. Right, now keep seeing this, now keep seeing that. And the more and more hassle it starts causing, starts bringing the price of a player down as well. But it doesn't to Daniel Levy.
Come up to that.
No, mate, not when you've got one of the world's best strikers. He had 3 years left on his contract, right? He's one of the world's best strikers. And we think that Daniel Levy's going to go, oh, this is a bit of hassle. I'll tell you what, I will accept 75, 85 million. In what reality? Imagine, Daniel Levy's not that dumb. Imagine the backlash Daniel Levy would have had. And Man City on the other side of
it as well, there'd have been a lot of people who want to see the back of him as well. I just don't think Kane is mentally that sort of person. I'm not even calling him weak. I just don't think he's that sort of person that's up for a fight, basically.
But Dan,
he could have made it a lot harder. He could have made something happen.
You can be up for a fight, but there's got to be a solution to it. What you're saying, you still can't give me an end goal. So if Harry Kane turns around and makes it really difficult, I'm handing in a transfer request. I don't want to be here. Cool. Daniel Levy's turning around and going, great, you can leave. Yeah, I want 100. I'm just using this as a number. I don't know. I want 150. I want 130. I want 130, 140 million. When I get that number, Harry, you can be sold. So now what's your solution, Dan?
Are you telling me then with stuff that he could have, like, he sits there and says, right, I ain't stepping foot on the pitch again. Fine, stick me on the side for 6 months. I'll just train. I will still get into a world-class squad. Some players will do that. Some players have done that. He's just not the
Who?
sort of mentality
Who
of a
has
person
done that?
that would. What, turned around and said, I will never play for you again, and if you don't sell me, I just won't play.
Who?
I told you.
Hang on.
Who says
No, no,
Spurs?
no, no.
Spurs.
Who
Bale-
stayed at a
Bale
club
said
and
it.
did that?
No, he didn't.
No,
he didn't.
hang on.
Bale
Who?
said he wanted out.
Bale
Modric
did.
threatened them. Bale
Modric-
said he wanted
Oh my
out.
God,
Sell
let me
me.
ask the question.
Right.
I'm
Who
trying to
s-
ask Ian.
Who stayed at a club and did that? Who stayed because they weren't sold and then didn't play for a year just in the background? Like you're
I don't
suggesting
think a
Kane
year.
could have.
I don't think a year, 6 months, and that definitely damages his wage structure. It definitely damages his pay structure and whatever. And then when a player, even though if they're that good, if they're not in it and they're not up for it, and you can blatantly see it, their price keeps coming down. It starts becoming more of a hassle on the pitch. It becomes more of a hassle. It's the crap that we goes all the way round. Players can make things happen if they really want to. I'm not saying
But
it's
you haven't
easy for
given a
them, but
solution
they
as-
can do it.
No, I'm waiting for you to give me examples of when it's happened at that level. We're talking about players now at Harry Kane's level in a market where he would have been worth 130, 140 million. Who has done that?
Well, I just told you we've had 3 players there who said if you don't sell me, I refuse to play. I will go on strike.
And here's the
Yes, they
difference.
did.
No,
Ian Berghoff blatantly said it clear as day. You don't sell me, I'm going on strike. I am never playing Spurs again.
Modric was told that was told he could go 12 months later. Chelsea wanted him. Spurs were never going to sell him.
He blatantly made it clear,
And
if you don't get rid of me,
said he wanted
I won't
him.
play.
And Levy
he
said,
did.
I will give you the transfer in 12 months.
Mhm.
And he kept his word, and Spurs got
So there was the compromise they got to.
for Modric.
Yeah, and he got a compromise out of it because he threatened.
Sure, but Luka Modric at the time wasn't one of the world's best strikers worth 130, 140 million.
No, but he was
Right?
one of the most wanted in Europe
Sure,
at the time. But
but-
I get he wasn't an established
Sure, okay,
world-class
but-
player at the time.
Sure, but now your thing about Gareth Bale, there's something you're overlooking here. Real Madrid were willing to give a world record fee to take him.
Mhm.
So Daniel Levy was going, yeah, I'll have that. This is what you're not grasping with the Harry Kane thing for me, is you can keep saying his price will come down. Daniel Levy is not going to let Harry Kane go for 75 million when he's got 3 years on a contract. It was never going to happen. There was
And
only
then-
one winner in that scenario, and it wasn't
So-
Kane.
And then City rubbed salt in the wounds by paying 100 million for Grealish. I mean, if you were Kane, how would you feel?
Sure, but the difference is,
Okay. Let's look at another player here.
Lubo, if you remember at the time, Romano, Ornstein, all these people were saying that Man City, this is their ceiling to what they're going to bid for Kane because they are happy to wait a year for Erling Haaland. So Man City tried their luck, got told where to go, right? And then went, all right, cool, we'll wait it out. But in Dan's scenario, I can't see how he thinks that it makes Kane get the move. I don't think it does. I think it actually upsets the entire football club.
And you know what? Kane joined the club at the age of 10 and stayed for 17, 18 years. He was never going to, he had an allegiance to Spurs. That was his club. He came through the academy. He had a fantastic time under Poch. Berbatov was there for 2 years. He's not a Spurs boy. He's not even English, so he's got no ties to Spurs. He's just a mercenary. So he couldn't give a shit. And for me, excuse my French, when I saw him strike and didn't turn up against Sunderland on the second game of the season, I thought he can fuck off. I don't ever want to see him play at this club again, ever. And Levy screwed United for 31 million. He paid 10.9 and he got 31 million for him 2 years later. I thought, bloody good luck to you. I don't want players who strike. That's disgraceful. You think of all those people who went to the northeast, all the way to the northeast, people that give up their time, spend a lot of money, and you got a player who's being paid bloody good money by the club who can't even be bothered to turn up. That's disgraceful. I'm sorry.
That sounds like Romero.
But he's not like that, Dan.
But
And
isn't
right,
there
the
a
other point
difference?
is I see it from the other side as well. I look on this from both sides. You know what? The player goes and does that. No, I don't want him at the team. But I'll give you something even better. Do I hold anything back from Sol Campbell for what he done? No. The thing I don't like about Sol Campbell is the fella's a prick. He can't get a job in management. He can't get a job in this. He can't get made a lord or whatever, and it's all because he's black. Can't stand the fella with his attitude like that. No, mate, you just weren't good enough to be a coach. But while you was a football player, you was one of the best defenders out there, yeah? Can't stand his attitude. Did I have a problem with him in the end of what he done? No, because I'm a selfish person like that. I don't sit by emotions and whatever. I do what is best for me. I do what is best for me, for my career, for my family,
Dan,
for my wife.
Dan,
And him going there,
you keep using examples wrong, my man.
Do I?
You keep
I'm just
using,
saying
of
how
course you do.
he
Because
did what was right for himself.
yes, Dan, but the difference is Sol Campbell had all the cards. Sol Campbell
In that aspect, he did.
but not in all aspects. Sol Campbell was the one going, well, I can just run this contract down and go wherever I want, right? Forget it was Arsenal, whatever. Sol Campbell had the decision, well, I don't have to hand in a transfer request. I'm going, right?
What about how
Harry
Sterling
Kane-
did it then?
Hang on. Harry Kane would have probably handed a transfer request. But again, you know what I keep saying to people about the agents having conversations and the clubs having conversations behind the scenes? Harry Kane would have put in a transfer request if he had known the money would have been there to get him out of the club. But Harry Kane would have known what they were prepared to pay for him and what the club were prepared to sell him for. So you'd be an idiot to hand in a transfer request knowing that no one's got the money to pay for you. You'd have to be a right mug to do that, wouldn't you? Knowing that no one's got the money to pay for you. Why would you hand in a transfer request?
Because that's where he would know what's having on in the background, basically. Because he would have been having contact with Man City. Now, if he was only going to clear that they're only going to offer 75 million, not a penny more. But then you know how things can get described and how things can get spoke about and that. And if they could have turned around and said, well, do you know what? We do want you that much. Hey, the most we're going to offer you is 90 million. What we need you to do is be such a prick at that club that it knocks 30 million off the price tag.
Not how it works.
And I think things like that life does work in that ways. It just don't work every time. I'm not saying it would have worked, but he should have.
We always have these conversations when we say,
okay, Sterling. What did Sterling do then? How many years do you have left at Liverpool before City got him?
Mate, I've got no idea about Raheem Sterling's situation. But this is
Raheem Sterling's situation. He was one of the most wanted players in England at the time. He was one of the top, if not one of the top players at Liverpool all the time. Man City came for him. Liverpool didn't want to do it. And he turned around and said, I refuse to go on this pre-season tour and I refuse to play for Liverpool again until you sell me to where I want to go, Man City.
Sure.
And
okay. But you still haven't answered the question.
And it worked. But I just
still
told you how it can work.
No, you've told me how it works in fairy tale land. Right? I'm getting back to
that was a fairy tale. That happened in the Premier League.
I'm talking about Harry Kane's situation. Right?
Mm-hmm. But Dan, City paid 49 million, which was a fortune at the time.
This is my point, Lubo. Lubo, this is my point.
But he wasn't going to go.
This is my point, right? This is just after COVID, right? And you think that Harry Kane putting in a transfer request is going to make clubs suddenly find 130, 140 million pounds for Harry Kane?
It depended how much they wanted him.
No, but Dan, you're not listening. They had Erling Haaland waiting in the background. They didn't need him that much. So your whole point is Harry Kane should go and be a prick to the club that he's been at for 15, 20 years, whatever. Harry Kane should go and be a prick. He should cause a fuss, try and get out of there. Cool. Daniel Levy is a cold, hard-nosed businessman. Daniel Levy will go, sure, be a prick. Do what you've got to do. When the number gets to this, you can be sold. At the moment, they're offering down here. I don't understand how
their first offer, I get it. The first offer, I get it. But I'm sure if Kane would have showed that he was willing to fight to get out of that club that much, I think Man City might have offered a bit more. I mean, the deal they had with bloody it's over a 200 million deal. They had a 200 million deal sitting in the background for the next season.
And they
200
didn't
million.
need to. Listen, what do you think? What do you think Daniel Levy was asking for Harry Kane for Man City?
I know what he wanted.
130.
What did he want?
No, 150, 160.
Right. Okay. So we think Man City are going to shift from 75 million to 150 for a bloke.
So because of the Gary Neville interview, City thought that they get Kane on the cheap. That's what happened. That's what happened.
Listen, I rate City. They made a punt. Yeah, said if we can get this guy this year for this much, great, we'll go for it. But this is what I don't get. And again, I'll say this: people talk about transfers as though these things are so simple. Dan's theory of if Kane had just thrown, but your theory of if Kane had just been a prick and thrown his toys out the pram doesn't make 150 million pounds magically appear. That's what you can't answer.
But when I can answer, because I've already told you.
You can't.
I didn't say it'd go to 150, but I bet you the price would have got dropped, and I bet you they could have come up to a better deal, depending what Man City were really willing to pay.
They only made one offer, Dan. That was it. 75 million. That was the only offer they made.
And
So why didn't they come back in, Dan? So why didn't they come back in if they're prepared to, like you say, meet Daniel Levy halfway? Why didn't they come back in? Oh, I know why. Because they were waiting for Erling Haaland, like was announced. Or
Kane just didn't make it obvious enough he was willing to fight for it.
Dan. That doesn't make Man City pay 150 million pounds. If Harry,
but it can make it can bring the price down.
Do you not think Kane
Levy? This is crazy. This is just not how football works in any way.
There's two sides to Daniel Levy. At the end of the day,
when's he ever done that? Then
he wants his money, come love nor money, and he seems to have a bit of a bad habit lately of actually making money on any players in general because he holds on to them too long. But if there would have been something going, and Kane, I think, would have been willing to kick up a bit more of a stink and make it a bit more awkward, I think it wouldn't have surprised me if 20 million gets knocked off the price and he goes for 110.
Dan, what world do you live in? What world do you live in that you think because a player throws a tantrum? Yeah,
you throw more than a tantrum. There's a lot more damage you can do than a tantrum.
But why, Dan? Why do you think that behaviour is acceptable? It's not acceptable, Dan.
Hey, man, why'd you necking, yeah? Who are you to tell me what's acceptable and what's not? Me as a player,
17 years.
I couldn't give a fuck. Me as my player, I don't care about you. I don't care about Savva. I don't care about no one on here. I care about me. Am I playing for the club? No, I'm not playing for the club. I'm playing because I want to win football. I know I'll get a better club come unto me. I've already give you 7 years of my football and that. If you can't appreciate that one, go full for fucking multiply. I will get what I want and do what is best for my career. That is why I don't hold it on Sol Campbell.
But you still haven't answered the question.
His career. I already answered what I think could have happened.
Sure, but Dan, if Daniel Levy wanted 150 million, right? Let's go by your theory. Kane throws a tantrum and says, I don't want to be here anymore, blah, 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 which I think would have been looked horrible on the England captain. That would have looked absolutely dreadful. And there's the difference between a football fan and the England captain is if he had done that, he would have been, it would have looked horrible. The Gareth Southgate would have been going, Harry, what you do? Like it would have been terrible.
And it just still had him as the bloody captain and striker.
Hang on, let me finish. But it would have looked horrible. The optics would have been horrible, right? So now let's get back to the main thing. That's worse than the optics.
It looks horrible. Who gives a shit? As long as you go to your next club and start putting in the back of the net.
As I said, but Dan, again, this is, as I said, this is the difference between a fan talking about who gives a shit versus how actual football agents, players, and football clubs operate. This whole just fucking do this, it doesn't work like that. The optics would have been horrible, but let me get to the main point. Even if Harry Kane had kicked up the fuss and done all of that, right? City still wouldn't have bid 130 million, which is what you said, knocking 20 million off from the price tag.
Could it? You don't know.
But But you do know because City would just it was COVID times, yeah, and they had Erling Haaland waiting in the wings for 66 million, whatever it was.
51.
So, okay, then looking at it in a different
million,
way. So do you think
I don't know where
that
Dan
no
thinks
matter
this
what
money's
Kane
coming
did,
from?
so no matter what Kane did, he couldn't have made something happen there, then, do you reckon?
Not unless anybody finds 150 million out their back pocket. No. But do you know what? But you can beg to differ, but you still can't tell me where the money comes from.
You can't tell me they didn't have the money to pay.
But you can't, Dan.
Just because they didn't offer it, don't mean they didn't have the money.
No, but they chose not to offer it, Dan.
But they chose not to come in with a second offer. Do you think, okay, so offer one is 75 million, right? You think that between offer one being rejected, Kane throws a tantrum, and then Man City go back to the negotiating table and go, fucking hell, what? First bid was rejected at 75. Go on, just offer 130. In what world do you think that's how
maybe
it
not
works?
even up to that high. But I think
But Levy's
he
not
could
going
have
to let him
forced
go
a way out.
for less than that.
When he had that much of a say in that club. He was the god. He had more of a sound than bloody Daniel Levy.
No, he didn't.
If he with players, supporters, and everything else, he was the god. He was the idol. He could have really kicked up a stink in there, and I think made something happen.
But again, I'm still going to ask: at what point were Man City going to double their original offer because Kane kicks up a fuss? That's not how business works.
Okay. Well, it's worked in several other times. I can bring you up a list of more if you want. I told you about Sterling. You totally ignored it and diverted off to the next bit.
No, Dan, I'm not. Sterling cost £50 million. We're talking about 130 to 150 million the year after COVID.
And look when he cost £50 million as well. It was still significantly money. It weren't just like an average player you was buying at 50 million. Liverpool was not going to let him go and told him he wasn't going to go. He turned around and said, "You know what, Liverpool? Bollocks. I ain't playing for you no more. I want to go." And they had to scrap up a deal together, basically. Other players have done it. Like I said,
and you think
Berbatov told us, "I am not stepping foot." He said it clear as day. You can get the video up on here if you want. I am not paying for Spurs again unless you sell me.
Here's the difference.
Let me answer this. City paid top dollar for Sterling, and Berbatov they paid what Liverpool wanted, and on the other, and United paid.
They paid 50 million for him when they wanted 80 million for him.
Well, they're never going to get 80 million.
80 million for who?
Liverpool didn't 80 million for Sterling.
They were never getting that back in those
70,
days. That would have been near on a world record fee.
Yeah, because he was one of the most wanted players in the Premier League at the time. That's why Liverpool wanted him.
I think we're clutching.
I think the point I'm making to you is things can get done.
Not at this level. Not at this level. I'm waiting for an example at this level. That's what I'm waiting for.
I already gave you one.
No, at this level.
Haaland. What was the difference at the level there then? It's still professional football players in the Premier League.
What do you mean? Erling Haaland had a release clause, which is why 6 to 7 of the biggest, because 6 to 7 of the biggest clubs in the world were all trying to get him. He had a release clause. Yeah. Nothing like Kane.
Yeah, because they still ended up paying over 200 million for him.
With wages, not
just wages, with the amount of money that got put into him as well. His transfer was 120 million because they had to boost it up with everything that they would have spent on him there. They'd spent to him on there. That was obvious. That's all I'm trying to say is that if a player kicks up a stink that much, they can make things happen if they want to.
And I'm asking for one example at this level where that's happened.
I already told you.
No. Sterling was 50 million. We're talking about a 150 million pound asset. When has that happened?
Okay, fair enough. When did the Sterling transfer happen then?
I didn't bring Sterling into it.
No, but you asked me to bring an example, so I did. Sterling was not bought.
It was 9-10 years ago, I think.
9-10 years ago.
I think it was
50 million wasn't a lot of fucking. 50
No,
million
one said
wasn't
it
a
was-
lot of money.
No one said it. No one said it wasn't
50
a lot
million
of money.
10 years ago is the equivalent of about 80 to 85 now.
Sure, but
That's-
with
So it was a
Stan-
big
fair
deal.
enough.
Sure, but with Harry Kane, we were talking about 150 million, Dan.
I know.
Man
But do
City
you think
offered.
if Kane fought for it, he could have got a couple of mil taken off it? He could have got 20 mil taken off it, and then maybe
Do you-
City was. You just don't know.
But you do know, Dan, because
No, you
this is
don't,
where we're
'cause
not
you're not there.
applying common sense. You might have got a few mil taken off, yes, but Man City offered 75 million and then walked away. In your brain, they're going to come back to the table and offer another 60 odd million pounds. They're going to nearly double their offer. It's mad.
I mean, who was the other one that they did it with? Man City, that really good winger they had. I can't remember his name. The one that got underrated so much. What is it, Mahrez? Yeah, Mahrez. Look at what they've done. How they got him. They put in the bid for him. They said what they wanted for him. Leicester said he ain't going nowhere. He turned around and told Leicester, well, you could go fall for multiply. If you don't get rid of me out of here, I'm never going to stick foot in your pitch again. Lo and behold, look what happened by the end of the transfer window. He was gone. Players can do that. I get what you're saying with the amount of money in it.
I'm waiting for the example at this level.
I just gave you two examples. Yeah, Sterling
Not
at
at
50
this level
million
you
is the
haven't,
equivalent of 85 million now. That's a big...
But Dan,
knockback.
but Dan, but this is the I keep saying this is the complete difference between fans and understanding how football transfers work. Man City at 75 million would have needed to come in at around, in your theory, you're saying 20
Another
million.
30, 35, 40
No,
million. If they'd have
you
given
said,
someone-
no, you said 20 million off. He could have got 20 million knocked off. That's 130
So
million
100%.
pounds. City would have needed to have come in with another 55 million pounds, right? Who ups their first bid from 75 to 130?
Mhm.
Who?
That's
I'm
where
asking.
that's where you take it up another level and see what you get. It would have depended how much City wanted him, but it also
And
depends.
they had
for me,
Erling Haaland
how-
waiting. This
Yeah,
is the point.
lots of them. But they didn't have him that season. And
But they
if
didn't-
Kane
but
would have
Dan-
wanted to go, he could
they
have put
didn't-
more effort in to make that harder to happen. To make that harder for
Dan,
Spurs
Dan,
not
I'm
to make
going
it
to do this thing again. I'm going to do this thing again, again, guy. This is where it's such hard work with people, right?
happen. No, it's just I don't agree with you. That's all that is.
It's not about agreeing. This is common sense and how football transfers work that you never seem to want to listen to, right? Harry Kane's people, when speaking to Man City, would have known that Erling Haaland was in the background. They would have been made aware. We're prepared to offer this for Harry. The conversation would have been, is Harry interested in joining Man City? Yeah, of course he's interested in joining Man City. Can we get the wages done? Yeah, of course we can. What will Spurs want? Well, Daniel Levy's going to want 140, 150 million. They're going to go, well, listen, we'll pay you 75 million because we've got other options. We can wait a year. We can get Erling Haaland, who's got a 50 odd million release clause. We're not going to go to that money. Okay, cool. We're now going to go to Tottenham and put in a bid. Cool. There's a 75 million pound bid. Be rejected.
And usually the first bid isn't the only bid, is it?
And
Usually.
Sure. But it can be the only bid when you've got another option sitting and waiting there. This is the point. So when Spurs might have turned around and gone, mate, you've got to get this to 125 for 130 for us to start taking you seriously. Man City are going to go, we're not done. We've got Erling Haaland sitting and waiting. We think we can get him. That's the difference. So when you're saying if Kane had kicked up a fuss, Man City weren't prepared to add another.
I didn't say it would work. I said, but if it kicked up more of a fuss, gives him more of a chance to make something happen. But then other people sit there and say that's disgusting. That is, I don't give a fuck if that's disgusting or not. It's my job. It's my thing.
Captain. You're not the England captain, Dan.
Yeah, and I very much doubt anyone in England would have given monkeys either. I just done one over on Spurs to go and get a job at Man City. They'd have all been cheering the same.
PR business. You think
PR.
if the you yes, but Dan, oh my God, this for you stuff PR. Harry Kane, his agent, his advisors, his team will be going, Harry, that is not you are the captain of England. You have endorsements coming out of your arse. You are the face of the country. That is not the look you're going for. Not because Danny says sod PR. That's not how it works.
No, I'll go with that. That's fine. Okay, don't do that. So, do you know what, Kane? Go and do that. You got the PR coming on you. Do you know what I'll just come and do? I'll just come in and still score a bloody hat trick, and in every confrontation, I'll still go and scores for England and that. Yeah, the people are really gonna not like what I did to Spurs there. No, it's just gonna be a couple of old Spurs fans who can't handle their shit, that they can't handle losing a good player.
That's not what
and it's hardly gonna be the world against him, is it? Come on, be real.
Dan, I honestly, I just love you. Just
what Sol Campbell did. Did he get hated for that by anyone by Arsenal? No, if anything, everybody loved him for what he done it.
No. But you why would anyone at Arsenal hate him? They got the play.
I don't say anyone at Arsenal. Any other players, any other squads have a hump with him for what he done with Spurs?
And again, Dan, when I'm going to bring you back to is you're using two examples that are very different. Sol Campbell was going on a free transfer, right? Sol Campbell.
That hurt us.
But yes, it hurt us, but he went on a free transfer, which is his right. Harry Kane had already signed another contract extension, which meant that Tottenham had the right. Daniel Levy had the right to turn around and go, I want 150 million or you can fuck off.
He was halfway through a 6-year contract.
I do get that. My only point I make is...
Dan, Sterling refused to go on the beginning of the season club tour. City got him with their third offer.
Yeah.
49 million. They upped their offer twice. City only made one offer for Kane.
And City still didn't pay the money that Liverpool wanted because Sterling made it so hard.
How do you know
it can work both ways? It can work
How
both ways.
do you know that for a fact?
If I remember right, Liverpool was asking like nearly 100 million for him because he was one of the most wanted in the Premier League.
That would have been a world record, Dan.
You think Sterling was
up to 90 million?
Record thing?
Well, they was willing to offer 70 million for bloody Basuma at one point. Sterling was one of the most wanted players in the Premier League at the time.
No,
maybe paper talk.
Sterling was a very, very wanted player at this time. As all I say is Kane could have made. He should have put more effort in to make it happen. He's just not that sort of person. Whereas Romero.
But Dan, the difference is he might not be that sort of person, but this reality that you're living in doesn't exist. This reality where Daniel Levy, this reality where Daniel Levy turns around and says, actually, yeah, I will drop from 150 to 100 million, doesn't exist. Daniel Levy, if Harry Kane had kicked up a fuss that much, what do you truly believe that Daniel Levy would have dropped that to 100 million for the world's best striker with 3 years left on his contract?
This is where I mean, he hasn't. This is where I mean. He wouldn't have had the pants to pull it off, basically, because there'd be plenty of other players out there that would actually do that.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Listen to the question I asked you. Would Daniel Levy have dropped from 150 to 100 million just because Harry Kane threw a hissy fit?
If he could see that it was destroying things a lot and he's almost half turned the fans on him by saying what he wants to do, but then he's going to have half the fans agreeing with him, and it's going to come up and it's going to start kicking up a stink at the squad and everything and that. That's when Levy's got to use his businessman to him. Now, I'm going to be holding a player here, my best striker. He blatantly doesn't want to be here. He blatantly doesn't want to play and everything and that. But I'm just going to string on to him and hold on to him. Then all of a sudden, the next season goes to shit because the player just don't want to be there. We know what happens when a player don't want to be there. They start going downhill anyway.
This is not how business works. This is just not how football business works. Daniel Levy is not going to give a third off the price of Harry Kane because he's upset, right? Daniel Levy is not a mug, whatever we want to say about him.
I've never said he is.
Dan, you know more than anybody out of every chairman in the league. He's the last one. He's the last one that's going to back down. He's
also got the brain that knows when he's in a situation as well.
No,
he could lose a lot of money out of it or might not. I just think if Harry Kane, yeah, he did on this one, but I think you're missing how deep I go on this. I just think if Kane kicks up a bit more of a stink and put a bit more of in a fight for it, he could have got something out of it. I didn't say he would. I said I think he could.
Okay, sure, but I agree. Kick up a fuss. Let the club know you want to go. And you know what Daniel Levy does as the chairman? Okay, thanks, Harry. You've handed in your transfer request. Cool. There's the number.
Mm-hmm.
There's the number. When they hit this number, you go.
He didn't.
Harry, are they playing it?
So,
No,
yeah,
he didn't even. Exactly. He didn't even have the balls to handle that in.
No, but the interview with Gary Neville showed the club that he wanted to go to Man City. So he got it.
And this is where he was too much of a pussy to try and get the job done. He couldn't even put in the transfer request because he was. No, it's not childish. It's a figure of speech.
Dan,
it's not childish at all. We speak different.
Dan,
when it means you're a pussy, you ain't got a pair of balls to put it down on the table. He should have put down what he wanted. He didn't even have the balls to put in his transfer request. It's just the type of person he is. Whereas Romero has got more than enough front to put it down on the table and say, right, I want out. And then to go and talk to the press. And then to go and do the other stuff.
Sure. But the difference is here, Dan. This is the difference. Like Lubo said, one, this is a person that's been at Tottenham since the age of 8, right? This is the England captain. This is one of Spurs' leaders in the team. This is a guy that signed a new 6-year contract on the verge of being, England's leading goal scorer, on the verge of being Tottenham's leading goal scorer. The difference between Romero going, I want out, and Harry Kane saying, I want out. Now, again, I bring this back. No one ever listens to this. This is the basics of football transfers. The player is not going to hand in a transfer request if he knows the transfer can't happen. Players aren't dumb. Agents would advise against them. If Harry Kane had turned around to his agent and said, I'm going to hand in a transfer request, the first thing any proper football agent does is turn around and says, you can't do that, Harry, because the money isn't on the table from the club. If you hand in a transfer request, they're not buying you. They're not paying. They've told us what they're willing to go to. So if Harry Kane still then went, I'm going to disregard what my agent says, Daniel Levy, there's my transfer request. Daniel Levy's going to laugh and go, all right, Man City, where's the bid? Well, we're not going higher than 75, 100 million.
Okay.
Oh, you're not having a footballer.
Yeah, okay.
So now,
depending on how stubborn Harry Kane is.
Hang on. So you can say you go with that, but now you've got a player that's very, very unhappy, has down tools. The whole club is a mess. And you've got Daniel Levy who knows, if I sell this player cheap, I'm going to be absolutely crucified. I'm going to be crucified if I sell Harry Kane for anything less than what he's worth with 3 years left on his contract. Those fans are going to lose their mind like never before. So, one, Daniel Levy's not that dumb. Harry Kane's not that dumb. His agent isn't that dumb. Man City weren't going to pay that money. So you saying he's a pussy and can't do this, can't do that. He wasn't a pussy. He was actually very clever with it.
Oh, was
Harry Kane did the right thing.
Okay,
yes.
If you think so. But
because he knew the move couldn't happen, Dan. You can hand in a transfer request all you want. Dan, Man City weren't going to pay 130 million pounds for Harry Kane.
But then if he would have stuck to his guns and just said, right, I ain't going to play anymore. 6 months, okay, maybe on the side. Yeah, you can now say his price has come down to about 90. It's going to drop very, very fast. And Levy would have to get rid of him, and he would have got a deal he wanted. Is someone willing to go that far?
Okay, so let's say he's worth 150 million with 3 years. So we're now going to go down to 2 years. He's worth what? 120, 110 million. Now,
I mean, even if he decides to play, but he just plays very shady for the season.
Okay, but hang on. So now what Harry Kane's doing, and again, this is where footballers have agents and advisors that advise them not to do things like you're advising them to do, which is career suicide. Because now what Harry Kane's doing is putting all his eggs in the basket that now a year later, somebody else in the market turns around and offers Daniel Levy the 120 million that he now wants for a 2-year Harry Kane. And for all we know, Levy might have turned around to Kane and said, I want to City and said, I want 100 up front. I want 90 up front. I want 80 up front. you've got to take all these things into
I get all that.
but I don't think you do, Dan. The way you're talking about it is
Well,
as
if
though,
I tell you I do, I do.
but it
I
doesn't
just see it
sound
from
like
a slightly
you do,
different
though.
perspective because I
Thing
think
is-
players can make things happen when they want to, but then there is
Not-
the limits when there is
Not
that
if
much
the
money in
buying
it.
club don't want to spend, Dan. This is not about the player. This is about the buy. You have to have a buyer. If you don't have a buyer, what do you? Surely that's economics.
You need a
101.
buyer, of course. You need a buyer. Do you
And he
think? Do you
didn't
think
have
City
one.
wouldn't have gone up to about 100, 110? Do you think they wouldn't have pushed it any
No,
further?
because they knew that.
didn't.
Fabrizio Romano said it at the time. They will offer this money because if they don't get their man, they believe that they're the favourites to secure Erling Haaland. Right?
The other thing also, can I just say, Chelsea got 130 million for Eden Hazard 2 years before from Real Madrid with 1 year left on his contract. So Levy's hardly going to sell Kane for 75 with 3 years on his contract.
That one I can get, but I think City, if they could have got it in there and offered 1.5, would they have got somewhere if they knew that Kane was going to fight to make this happen?
No, if
Like
they
people have
offered
done.
the money, they knew Kane wanted to join them. All they had to do was meet the asking price. They'd have met the asking price, Kane was gone. That was it. That was
But
it.
then Kane could have kicked up enough of a stink to make this a bit more of a battle if he wanted to go that much.
Dan, Kane's never going to do that because he's grown up.
That is my point.
Grown up
Because he
with
ain't got the
Man
bottle.
City
Nothing
weren't
to do
offering
with
the
Bottle.
money either. So that is
nothing
the
to do
point.
with Bottle. It's nothing to do with Bottle. He's also England captain. There is a level of
So?
behaviour and
Who gives a shit?
professionalism.
Oh,
He
this
gives a
is-
shit. He personally gives a shit.
Then that's his choice and his
That's
problem.
right. And
Sponsors,
clever
the
boy.
brand, for the England team, for the England sponsors, they give
Are
a
you
shit.
telling me? Yeah,
Clever boy. Got
I don't think they would give a shit if he'd have kicked up a stink and then gone Man City and then the sponsors or even with a bigger club, basically
Man
a player at a
City
bigger
weren't
club.
paying the money, Dan. The money. This is the one thing that you've missed in all of this. If the money isn't on the table, you can't leave the club. You can't. You can. This is just. It's just such basics. Man City would have had to have offered 130 odd million pounds.
If they didn't have the money, then they didn't have the money. But I thought he could have got it. I thought he could have put a bit more effort in to try and make something happen. And he just seemed to wander about a little bit, be a little moody, and just get on with it.
But hang on, I'll bring
And
in Alex
Kane's
in a
career,
second.
I'll say to anyone on here, Kane's career would not have been finished if he'd have done that. Kane's career would have been finished with Tottenham. Yeah, my heart bleeds. That's going to destroy his bloody career, in it, when he goes to the next job and gets paid like 300, 400 grand a week, in it. When he goes over somewhere else and does it and everything.
And I'm
The
not saying-
England people, English, are going to totally despise him for what he's done to Tottenham, isn't they? No, they're going to be laughing and saying,
that's
fair
not the point.
fair play, Kane. You actually got some ambition in your life and wanted to win something and not stay at this little jack-off club that don't do nothing.
Sure, but Dan,
It would have
Dan,
only
you
been
do
Spurs
realise-
supporters that didn't like him.
but you do realise, just before I bring Alex in, you do realise that by your metric, every business would just sell their product at 20, 30, 40% off because somebody's kicked up a fuss. That's not how life works.
Not
Daniel
every.
Levy, hang on. Daniel Levy knew he held the cards. He's got the best
The main
striker,
cards, yeah.
if not one of the best free strikers in world football, with 3 years left on his contract, who's worth 150 million pounds by his valuation. Man City come in and offer 50% of that, and Daniel Levy goes, fuck off, lads. No, see you later. You now want Kane to go, I want to leave. As I've said to you, Daniel Levy will go, you can
How much
leave.
came off Modric's price?
Mate, I don't know, but it wouldn't have been 75 million, would it?
I'm asking
wouldn't
how much.
Spurs got a
Because-
great price. I've got to tell you, Spurs got a great price in 2012.
Because I swear they got about 20% off the price of him and that because he
They did.
refused to play.
They paid top money, Chelsea. They paid 33 million. Or it might be
Chelsea didn't buy Modric.
Sorry, beg
Real
your pardon.
Madrid.
Real Madrid
Madrid.
did, but Real Madrid.
Mhm.
Chelsea wanted him for, I think, 25. Spurs said no. The agreement was that he could go a year, 12 months later. And he did.
Listen, I get it. If we're talking about Alex, I'll bring you in right now, I promise. I get it. If we're talking about knocking off 10 million from a price because a player's kicked up a fuss, I kind of get it, right? But what I don't get is we're talking about the difference between 150 million and 75 million is worlds apart. And Man City's biggest ever transfer fee is 100 million pounds. At no point are Man City going to turn around and go, yeah, we'll give you 130 to 150 when they knew they were in talks with Erling Haaland. That's what I don't get. So Harry Kane could kick up all the fuss he likes. But if the money isn't there to buy the product, what is Harry Kane actually kicking up a fuss about? Now, if you'd had 3 or 4 other teams that were all bidding for Kane, whack your transfer request in, mate. But you just come out of COVID, hardly anyone had any money, and we're asking Kane to bet his career on somebody going, oh, somebody please bid 150 million for me and get me away from Spurs. I just don't.
I get it. It wasn't going to go on the 100 million, but I just personally believe that if him and City would have had a deal together, maybe City had told him we're not going to up the price from 75 million. We don't know what went beyond there. But if City, I think, would have gone up another, say, 110, they could have put another 35 in there if needed to be. They had the money to bloody do it. And maybe they needed Kane to do a bit of work on his side to bring the price down as well. Things can happen, and it does happen. But with the amount of money you're saying,
again, listen,
wasn't going to be easy.
He's not dropping the price by 50 million. This is the point. Even if you get to 105 million, if Daniel Levy had sold Harry Kane with 3 years left for 105 million, the world would have gone nuts. Daniel Levy would have been absolutely crucified, and Daniel Levy's not a mug. He would have known this, Dan. He's not going to go, oh, I'm doing what's best for Harry Kane. He's doing what's best for Tottenham Hotspur, and he did.
Not. He does what's best for him.
He does what's best for Tottenham Hotspur. Because if he had let him go for 105 million, we would have all gone nuts, wouldn't we? We would have all gone bananas if he had sold Harry Kane for 105 million with 3 years on his contract. We would have gone bananas. Alex, sorry, mate. Sorry, you've been waiting to come in.
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to add that, Dan, in a sense, I agree with what you're saying, but I think you're speaking about it from a personal standpoint, which I totally understand. Like, I totally get it. And regarding Kane, he's not that kind of Romero type. But
that's what I'm saying. Basically.
What I want to add, like the insight I want to add to the discussion, is that I think Kane had the authority to not put in forget putting in a transfer request. I think he had the authority to push Levy to up his level of signings a step. Like, I think he had that authority because Kane had the entire fan base around him at that point, 3, 4, 5 years, 6 years
and
ago.
all the players.
And I think if he could have at least done that, do you know what I mean? He could have pressured Daniel Levy into saying, I want you to match my ambitions here. My ambitions is to win things, to you, for you to put up basically a super squad around me to make the club chances of success on the pitch as high as possible. I think he had that sort of authority, but I don't think he utilized it. I think he was, silent with all of his rights, his professionalism at the end of the day. But I think he had that authority.
He was very professional.
That he didn't really utilize. I want you to sign better. Not that he goes as far as you say, where he's just, I'm not going to play for Spurs anymore. I'm going to throw in but I think there's a middle ground. I think he had authority, King, because Levy's ambitions of how he ran the club at the time, the lack of transfers, etc. I think if he expressed this, I think the entire fan base would have taken his side, basically. And then what goes on after that, it's pressure on Levy that he matches Harry's. And he was just this ultimate professional that was never going to go out of his way to make the sort of club of his life as
because I agree, because that's what I've said the whole time, because he just ain't that sort of person.
But in a transfer request,
he just wasn't that sort of person. If he would have wanted to,
but I get what you mean. But the transfer request,
he could have turned Tottenham Hotspur upside down if he wanted that transfer. He could have turned the club and the fan base everything on its hands and knees. He had that
still
power.
wouldn't have got the transfer. And still wouldn't have got this. This is the point. I'll bring Sean in as well. He still wouldn't have got the transfer, Dan. So what we're advocating here is one of our best ever footballers to turn the football club upside down, go against Levy, put us through the press and all of this kind of stuff that Spurs are again another shit show, just for Harry Kane to have no one bid for him for the money Daniel Levy wants to accept, just for there to be a truce made further down the line between Levy.
That's where
and
Can I ask you guys?
where Kane would have had to have a link with Man City, as in Man City saying, I don't know what went on, nor do you. Man City saying, like, right, we need you to get this price down. Do what you got to do. Get this price down a little bit for us. Start causing a bit of a
Kane
stink.
can't get
Start
the price
coming a bit
down.
of a price.
Kane can't get the price down. This is what I don't think you understand. Daniel Levy's not a mug. Daniel Levy's not going to go, oh, but then when you're saying they need him to
Isn't
get
that
the
what's
price
happening right now with
Oh,
Romero? Isn't something like that happening right now behind the scenes with Romero? The fact that Romero called out the medical department without calling it out, he wouldn't be as unprofessional as to say our medical team is shit. But he says, and by the way, hi everybody. He says, I want to say massive thank you to the Argentinian medical team for getting me back. Right, 2 veiled digs. Then you hear from TYC, a major South American sports broadcaster, that El Cholo, who is apparently Diego Simeone, has been calling Romero every day, saying, we want you, do whatever you got to do to make it happen. And Daniel Levy's not budging on his 70 million euro asking price. And there's not a single, just like, I don't know what I've walked in on. Someone put in the comments a minute ago, I don't know if Sean realizes this show's been trying to shut down for the last 2 hours, but they're still going.
As they do,
exactly. It's not. Is it not like on a lesser scale, a smaller scale, maybe not quite as publicly like heard about in the English media because it's not Harry Kane, it's Romero's, less attention, but similar sort of mischief, similar sort of shenanigans, where Romero's had a couple of veiled digs over 3 veiled digs, as far as I can tell, over the last few months, and but at the end of the day, like to Savva's point, Man City were the only team that were coming in at the time. Right now, Romero, maybe he wants out, wants to go to La Liga, but the only club that want him, can't afford Levy's price, and that they've had to go and turn their attentions and got Clement Longley in. Is it not like a lesser scaled version of the similar sort of thing where the player might want to go, but Daniel Levy isn't going to sort of suffer any falls here, and all of the shenanigans under the sun can be manufactured by people like Diego Simeone. But ultimately, maybe Romero needs to kind of wake up and smell the coffee. That if you are this world-class player that you think you are, and that a lot of the South American media pretend you are, where are the bids, bro? Where are the bids? If you're that good, where's everyone? Where's the line of defenders? Of clubs at the top end of the market? Where is PSG? Where is Liverpool? Where is United?
I totally agree with
Munich?
Romero.
Where is Juventus? There's not. There's just Atletico Madrid that are interested but haven't got the juice. So I think it's like a slightly smaller scale version of the same sort of principle. That ultimately players think they have all the power, but Daniel Levy isn't going to budge for anybody.
At the end of the day, he's the one who says yes and no. I agree. And with the Kane one, maybe it's not the best example because of the main price on it. But I still feel that if Kane would have kicked up a bit more of a stink, if they had a deal with City or whatever, I don't know what went on. Who knows? But he basically put lack of effort in to even get the bloody transfer. So maybe he got told we're only going to bid 75 million foot stop. Yeah, maybe he got told that end off. Whereas Romero, I think he's definitely more of the sort of person that will quite happily say, screw you, and I will sit on that pitch and do nothing for 6 months and get paid for it because he will probably still get into that World Cup squad as well. And then his price comes down significantly, and then Levy's got to make a decision on him because he's now causing problems in the fan base, now causing problems in the training ground, now causing problems on the pitch. He's now become a virus, basically. You need to get him out of there. This is where Levy has to think, what are going to be the repercussions off of Romero, if any? We don't know what he's going to do, but he definitely seems like the sort of fella that ain't just going to sit there and take it like Kane did.
But again, you're assuming you know what Kane did. This is the problem, right? You're assuming you know what Kane did. Just because Kane didn't make it public doesn't mean, for all we know, Kane and his agent could have gone in there and gone, we're not happy with this. We want to do this. We want to. And Levy might have just gone, cool. You can have what you want, but you signed the contract, didn't you? This is Kane's fault. Kane signed a massive contract.
The
the time,
thing that
surely-
screwed him was his brother done it for him, and he didn't sign a bloody buyout clause. But he didn't even put he didn't even put in a transfer request. He didn't even start it.
Sure, but Dan, as I've said, the way football transfers work, you don't put in a transfer request unless you know there's an offer on the table for you. You don't put in a transfer request in the hope that somebody's going to find 150 million to buy you. Let's be fair.
And Sav, and in a lot of the contracts, if you put in a transfer request, you lose a loyalty bonus as well.
Exactly, right?
Who cares?
All the
Do you think
clauses that
Harry
go with
Kane
it.
really cares about 3 million.
Yes.
Yes.
Really?
Yes,
Oh,
Dan.
yes.
And Dan, this is the
He's a multi-millionaire.
Players, agents, family, yes, they all very much care about these massive bonuses that are attached to them moving.
If it's
and leaving.
say, for instance, a 3 million bonus,
It
that
wouldn't
he
have been
loses
3
out on
million.
because well, how much
It
would
wouldn't
it
have
be?
been 3 million. It would be way more than 3 million.
Give me
It's
a
Harry
number.
Kane, right?
Okay,
But-
give me a number.
But hang on, let me get to the point I was getting at. You've got to remember, when we get to this level of transfer, the pool of clubs that can afford this fee goes from massive to boom, right? So you look at the time, who can afford 150 million? Man City, you would argue, could, but never have paid that for a player. Real Madrid,
PSG, Munich.
have Real Madrid ever paid 150 million for a footballer? There's a question to any of you? No?
No,
Right? I don't think they have. Have PSG
Only
have
PSG. Only PSG
Okay.
have paid that
Only-
for Neymar and
Okay, so that's my point. So when you're getting to the levels of a player that's worth 150 million, the player and the agent know there are maybe 2 or 3 clubs on earth that could possibly negotiate a deal, right? One of the clubs that can negotiate that deal are saying, here's your 75 million, take it or don't, right? We'll wait for Erling Haaland. The other one is PSG, who I've never seen any link between PSG and Harry Kane. The
Not
other
that I
one is
know of.
Real Madrid, right? Who, as best of my knowledge, have never paid 150 million pound for a footballer. So Harry Kane and his agent would have to be really dumb to hand in a transfer request when they know that they've probably got 3 football clubs in the world and none of them have got a bid for 150 million in for him. So what's he handing the transfer request for?
PSG
To go
had,
where?
PSG had Neymar, Messi, and who else? And who was the third member of that strike force?
Mbappe.
Mbappe at the time. Real Madrid had Bale, Benzema, and Ronaldo.
So there's my question. What's he handing in a transfer request for? Where's he going?
I get where you come from it. I just think if he would have kicked up a bit more of a stink, depending what sort of deal he had with City in the background, he had a chance of making things move. For me, he just didn't. He didn't even really seem to want the move that much. I just think
don't
Romero
understand.
will make
75
something
million is
happen.
why he didn't get the move.
That's what I'm saying. If they would have put up the price for him, City might have been willing to pay more if he was willing to kick up more of a stink. I don't know.
Everyone at the time, all the reports, all of the big Romanos, etc. at the time were saying Man City will offer this because they are going to wait for, if not, they're going to wait for Erling Haaland. Man City at the time didn't need to pay 150 million for a 28-year-old Harry Kane or whatever he was at the time, right?
Right. If they was not going to go above 75 million, then it weren't going to happen. I'll agree with that.
But even if they had gone to 100 million, Dan, Levy's not selling him with 3 years for 100 million. They would have had to get to 130, 140 to get the conversation flowing. That's the point I feel that's being missed here. Kane can throw his toys out the pram, ruin his reputation as England captain and Spurs legend.
Why is he wearing why is he wearing it as England captain?
Hang on.
Only a Spurs legend.
For nowhere to go. For nowhere to go. It's like, what? You don't hand in a transfer request when you've got nowhere to go. I don't get it.
Well, you
Just
hand in
don't
the
get it.
transfer request when you want to go, don't you? and that would have been the prime time to do it, to at least try and push a little bit, wouldn't it?
No, you hand in a transfer request when you know you've got the offers on the table, mate. That's again, this isn't Football Manager. Behind the scenes,
I'm not saying it is.
No, I know, but behind the scenes, you would want to know, I'm handing in a transfer request. Why are you handing in a transfer request? You say to the agent, why are you handing in a transfer request? Because I know 1, 2, 3, 4 clubs are all bidding for me. If he's got Man City, only Man City, you go, I'm handing in a transfer request. All right, well, there's 75 million off valuation. He's not. Kane and his agent would have to be the dumbest people ever to do what you're suggesting, Dan. That's the madness of this. It's just not how it works.
If they weren't going to up the money in it, then they weren't going to up the money in it. I was just thinking, like, if he's got a deal with them and they're willing to up their money a little bit more than that, player kicks up a bit of a stink, he can make things happen.
I've got to tell you, Dan, that interview with Gary Neville was explosive. It was all over football. He's telling Tottenham he wants to join Man City without having to put in a transfer request. Jesus Christ, you can't get him more.
That actually took the shine off it for me. Yeah, that actually kind of spoilt the broth a little bit because he was such a legend. He always will be a legend, but I felt like that particular moment for me, it was like a little bit.
I wouldn't have held nothing against him. Do you know what? If anything, it disappointed me more that he didn't put any fight for it because it obviously showed that
you don't know that. Like this is what I mean.
It didn't look like it.
In what did you want to see publicly?
What would I have wanted to see publicly? Putting his transfer request because someone's putting a bid for him. Depending with what's going on, I would have been quite happy for him to stand out on the news basically and say, "Thank you very much, Spurs. Enjoyed being here. Give you everything I can, and I ain't going to be here anymore because I've got ambition and I want to do something. Cool. I want to win something in my career."
So what does he do the next season? What does he do the next season?
I wouldn't have held nothing against him for doing that. I know a lot of people would, but I wouldn't because he's actually looking out for number one. Okay, Dan. So he does everything you've just said there, which is just PR suicide. No one would ever advise him to do that. And then what happens the next season? Where's he playing his football? Well, if they weren't going to give the extra money for him, then there's no point on doing it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he had a deal with them. They was willing to offer more money, but needed him to put his foot down, whatever. It's happened with other deals, but it is a significant amount of money you're asking for. I just can't believe we'd want to advise footballers to hand in transfer requests when they've got nowhere to go. I just can't imagine in what world we think how football transfers work. It was just how much they was willing to put it up to, basically. And if they weren't going to go above 75 million, then no, it wasn't going to work. I'll agree with that. But maybe he could have fought for it more and got the price down a little bit. Maybe City would have then been more interested. Who knows? I just think we were told at the time, Romero we were told is going to be one of them who will cause a lot more trouble there to the point where you almost want to get rid of him as such. And if he would have stood up in front of a lot of supporters and said, I'll give you 7 years, 8 years of my best career. Sad thing is, I've got ambition in my life, unlike this club. I want to go somewhere, unlike this club. And I need to go somewhere to win, basically. Like how well do you think that would have gone down? He said all that in the interview. That's exactly what he said to Gary Neville. I want to come and join Man City and win things. That's exactly what he said. Levy knew exactly how he felt. He told Levy. Can I ask you all on this panel? Let me ask you all on this panel. Let me ask Alex and Sean specifically. They haven't talked for a while. If at that time, let's just assume that what Dan said happens. Kane throws toys out the pram. Daniel Levy goes, all right. I want 150. I'm going to accept 100. As Tottenham fans, right, guys, take your finance hats off. As football fans, are we not all going, sorry, what? You've just sold Harry Kane with 3 years for £100 million. Aren't we all losing our minds at that stage? You're on mute, Sean. I think you're on mute. Sorry.
Yeah. If that question was asked to me, I wasn't going to shift my stance at the time. I've always been someone that sort of tries to figure out, pays attention to where the leverage is. And I think that, you know, as I said in the last answer, I think Romero, this all rings a little bit true. If he has 1 year left on his contract, if Romero has 1 year left on his contract, the leverage is in the certain player's hands, right? You're shifting the goalpost a little bit towards, you know, who can run the clock down. Look at Gahey right now at Crystal Palace. Not to take this away from Harry Kane, but it's a very similar situation, just in different worlds, right? Mark Gahey, right now, the ball is in his court. That he has the leverage. A year ago, it was in Crystal Palace. In January, it was in Crystal Palace's hand, where they turned down a £70 million bid. Now, Crystal Palace might have to drop the asking price to £40 million, and even then, Mark Gahey might just say, "No, sorry, I'm going to wind the clock down, work out 1 more year with you guys, and I'm going to go and get 300 grand a week from Liverpool or wherever I'm going to go." When Harry Kane had 3 years left on his deal, 2 years left on his deal,
Three.
the leverage was all in Tottenham's and Daniel Levy's hands. With 1 year left, there was nowhere to go. But if Daniel Levy got 100 million quid out of, like, it was the right thing to do in his last year to get 90 million, 100 million quid, whatever it was. And the way that the needle's been moved now to say, oh, we sold Harry Kane and all we got was 40 million and Matisse Tell is opportunism. It's opportunism from people that are always looking for a stick to hit the big boy with. I know Lubo's going to come in on this one in a second. But with 2 years left and 3 years left, if Daniel Levy sold him for 110 million pound with 2 or 3 years left on his contract, then the same people that were furious when he was sold, the same people that are now using that Matisse Tell plus 50 as what we got for Harry Kane bollocks argument. Like, it's just one of those things where any stick will do. And those people would have been furious in that scenario as well.
If we'd have sold him for 200 million, people still would have been pissed off. No one wanted him to go because they loved him up too much.
Exactly.
As all I've said on the whole of this, Sean, is I felt he could have just put more pressure in to try and get a move. And he didn't look right. If
you had got 150, 200 million, at least fans, you're pissed off, but you're like, fucking hell, it's a world record fee. It's massive. It's but if it's 100 million with 3 years on the clock.
We got 100 million from it at the end anyway, and we still got
like a bad precedent.
50 goals out of him, right? But Daniel Levy handled the Harry Kane transfer as best as he possibly could, as best as anyone could.
Fully agree, Sean.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. For the club, I can't fault what Daniel Levy did. I'm not faulting Daniel Levy at all. I'm just saying I think Kane should have pushed a bit harder.
Sure.
And I don't think he's got the balls to do that. And again, this is where we've all grown up in different places.
He's not stupid enough to do that. He's not stupid enough because he knows there's no outcome for it.
Look, people got different morals, different standards. When it comes to sport and it comes to money, I haven't got morals. I haven't got standards in. If I'm playing football with someone, I'm that much of a nasty bastard playing football with him. If he runs past me and breaks his leg, I'm going to look at him and laugh and carry on and score the goal. I ain't stopping the ball to.
Yeah, but this is the world of professional sport.
And
this isn't.
There's a lot of other players out there who've done that. Well, it does, because a lot of other players have run past players who got severely injured and carried on and done their shit as well. That is what it goes on about having morals. Oh, you shouldn't morally do this because of your club won't like you anymore. Well, I've given my club my worth, and if it's not good enough for them, they can go stick it as far as I'm concerned. But maybe that's just where we're all different. But I get what you mean. If it weren't going to come, if you couldn't get over 100 million.
It's not about being different. As I've said, there's a reason that these players surround themselves with publicists, PR people, agents, because they don't give them advice like you're trying to give now. They don't give them advice of, you know what, just go and blow it all up. They're not going to give advice to their player that, do you know what, fuck it, just do it. Do you know what, fuck it. Danny says, fuck it, just do this. And Harry will be like, well, where am I playing my football next season? Nah, don't worry about it. Fuck it. Just hand in a transfer request.
If there was no way that the transfer was going to happen, then there's no way the transfer was going to happen. If they weren't willing to go up to, say, 110 or whatever, then no.
They weren't getting him for 110, Dan. This is the point. This is the point I think you've missed that no one has. Daniel Levy was not going to let Harry Kane leave for 100 to 110 million with 3 years on his contract. This is the base of the whole argument. He wanted 150 million. And you're going, oh, if you can get to 100, 110. Daniel Levy's a world-class, and Lubo's going to hate this. Daniel Levy's
Yeah.
a world-class businessman and a hard-nosed negotiator.
Well, he just said it himself a minute ago. I know
and
that.
you think he's going to come to the table and go, actually, I've had a rethink. Yeah, go on then. Just give me 110. I just don't know where we think this is happening.
Call it opinions at the end of the day. I just think Kane could have put more effort into it.
It's his biggest asset. Is one world-class player. Do you think Levy's going to miss that opportunity?
Never in a million years. Never. This is what I don't. This is why when Dan's saying it's just opinion, it's not. This isn't opinion. Daniel Levy's not going to sell a player for 50 odd million less than he wants to. It's like turning around and saying
they were trying to get him to sign a new contract when he came to the end of the season in the May, and he didn't want to sign a contract. And I think Lewis, from what I was told, Lewis told Levy, sell. And Bayern Munich came in and they got 85, 86 million definitely, I think it was. I think before add-ons, and that was a deal with 12 months left on his deal. Now, apart from Eden Hazard, I don't know too many players, too many clubs that have got money that high with 1 year left.
Yeah, no. Daniel Levy played an absolute masterclass with the Harry Kane thing.
He did.
Let me ask you this though.
He also learned, Sean. He also learned from the Eriksen debacle, where he saw what Real Madrid paid for Hazard, and thought he'd get 130 million for Eriksen, and he ended up getting 17.
What about Moussa Dembele?
Mistake again.
Moussa Dembele was sold in January to China for 12 million quid.
12 million, yeah.
Was 12 million quid in January better than losing him for free in the summer? As a Tottenham fan, as a Tottenham fan with the thinking cap on, 12 million quid. I don't remember what we did with that money. It's a long time ago, but was the Dembele deal like what? How much was Dembele's last 5 months worth to Tottenham?
Well, bearing in mind we could have done with him in Madrid for the Champions League final, Sean.
Correct. Exactly. 100%. Right. Especially when you lose. Who was it we got instead? Sissoko, and he got the red card, right?
Well, Sissoko was at the club anyway. That's right. But
Sissoko wouldn't have played if Dembele was here.
So. I'm sure. All Winks, funny enough. Yeah, it was our midfield was Sissoko and Winks that night.
Yeah, but wasn't he sold though, guys? If I remember rightly, for the back end of the previous year and then the first half of that year, he was really struggling to be fit for any games. And if I'm looking, the back half of the second year he managed 10 games, and the front half of that next season he managed 10 games. So he was really struggling with injury. I'm guessing that was probably a lot to do with it, right? That he was struggling to get on the pitch.
Tottenham fans, I walk into a hell of a lot of Tottenham fans that remind me of Moussa Dembele, like it was a fait accompli that we messed up in that situation. And I don't remember the specifics of it, to be entirely honest. My memory's not great with like 6 years ago with what happened specifically, but at the same time, the guy was going to leave for free at the end of the year. If Savva, what you're saying is true, then maybe 12. Like obviously, no one predicted we were going to get to the Champions League final, and everything that happened after Dembele left. We were barely out of the league stage, the group stages at that point. So I don't know whether Daniel Levy deserves as much criticism as he gets for that one, but he gets a hell of a lot of criticism for the Dembele situation. But again, I don't know. I can't remember, so I'm not sitting here with an agenda. I just can't. I can't remember whether it was a right decision or otherwise. You know,
he was injury prone in the year before. Definitely, I remember that.
Yeah, isn't there something? Didn't he come out and say that he couldn't cope anymore or something, or his body was struggling? I seem to remember there was something at the time that Dembele had said himself.
Yeah.
But I mean, listen, we all know.
The one transfer that Levy did screw up was the Eriksen one, because he asked for way too much money. If he'd have asked for 50 or 60, he'd have got it. But he was asking for 130 based on what Chelsea got for Hazard with a year left. And unfortunately, Hazard was a different much
6 months. He's still got a bloody good deal with Eriksen with 6 months left on it.
20 million euros, which was 17 million quid
for 6 months left. That was actually really good, but he should have got rid of him earlier. and he could have got rid of him for significantly more. But he was asking for too much, as Levy always does, basically, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So the whole point of this is if Romero wants to go that much, is he going to kick up enough of a stink to make something happen?
If he wants to go that much. Big if.
Rumours are that he's bought into the Thomas Frank project. I'm not sure whether I've bought it that much into Romero. I don't know. I'm like,
I've been told he's waiting for me.
He hasn't looked like he's wanted to be here for the past 2 years, has he? Even the way he's played and been on the pitch, it just looks like his head's been turned elsewhere. And then even talking about he wants to go to Spain and that, he's definitely got his hopes elsewhere, I would have thought.
Would you be okay? Like if Liverpool are sitting there thinking, "Oh, we can run down the clock on Gahey." Obviously, Gahey's already turned Tottenham down, right? But would you be okay selling Romero to a Premier League rival for big money? Because Liverpool seem to have money to burn at the moment. Mm-hmm. If it meant that Tottenham could go and get someone like a Diamandi from Sporting for like 70% of the cash.
He's a 19-year-old, isn't he? That 20-year-old defender.
That guy is going to explode on world football. He's absolutely insane. I'd let him go to Liverpool and bring in Diamandi, and then take the other 30 million that you're not going to waste, and then put it into a 6 or what, and go and get a monster. You know, like I'd be okay with it, because if he doesn't want to be here, he's kicking up a fuss. But the only place he wants to go is a place that can't afford him, and no one else in Spain wants to get him. If he really thinks he's that great, but like I say, the reality is, where are these people knocking down the door for Christian Romero? Harry Kane had
they won't pay the price for him.
Everybody in world football would have taken Harry Kane if they had the money. It's not like people are picking up the phone and asking about Christian Romero.
Do you think
he's too pricey? 70 million.
Yeah, I don't think
he's not worth 70 million. Simple as that. I mean, seriously, I think we'd be lucky if we saw 40 million for him. Why? Because he's so injury prone and so inconsistent. Now, on his day, he's easily a 70 million player, but being world class on your day isn't good enough. His consistency, the amount of injuries he has, I think we'd be lucky if we saw 40 or 50.
But if you can get 40, but you can buy a replacement for 40,
sell him.
Then you do it.
Yeah.
If he wants to go, or if you can't get the money,
you
keep him for a year, and you could agree that he can go in 12 months' time and fix and have a fixed fee, which could be 35 or 40.
But if he has another season where he's just injured all the time and has only a good game here, his price comes down even more.
Yeah. Well, there's no guarantees, are there, Dan?
Yeah,
no, that's just it.
About the Monday, by the way, honestly.
Alex, go on.
Yeah. About the Monday, I think he's a great talent, but yeah. I wouldn't spend big money on a centre back. And if people say Romero is rash, then watch the Amanda. And I don't know what's going on with him in the Ivory Coast. He's for him. I don't know. He's a great talent, but I wouldn't spend like this summer. I wouldn't spend it on a Romero replacement. What I would replace Romero with is a winner, like a player that has experience. Not certainly.
Aymeric Laporte, maybe.
Not a centre back. Like I would replace Romero's presence in our squad as a sort of winner type. Like I would say no.
Well, he is a winner.
Yeah, just an older, more established. You know, that's what I wouldn't replace him with. I wouldn't replace Romero with Danso, Dragushin, potentially Phillips, Vuskovic staying. I wouldn't spend big money on a centre back this summer, except if it isn't a left centre back like Piero Nkapi or like David Hanko. Then fine, go.
Hansko's going to Saudi, though, isn't he? Hansko's gone to Saudi.
I just think
side of our defense, but otherwise, no, don't. Yeah.
If we're going to replace Romero, listen. If Romero goes,
I've heard it.
I just think what we need to do is we've got to get someone that's consistent with, for me, and again, we've had this chat so many times about Romero. It's not that I think he's a bad player, but consistency along with lack of availability, when you add those two things together, plus all the sly little digs out in the world, if that can all be changed, if you could guarantee me that Frank can get him fit for 38 Premier League games, he's going to stop making these silly comments, right? And he's going to be available. I've got no problem with him being our centre-back next season. But the problem is he's the one that keeps coming out and making statements basically saying he doesn't want to be here. And then fans like me that say, cool, let him go then. We're the ones that go, oh, you want to sell Romero? Well, hang on. Everything about him tells me that he doesn't want to be here. And you can't have another year where he plays 18 or 19 Premier League games. That is just ridiculous.
I think he missed a big chunk of the other 50% because he was rushed back in December. Secondly, I think if Spurs had lost that final, and for whatever reason Ange was still at the club, I think he'd be gone. But thirdly, the fact that he has won a European trophy now with Spurs, and they've got a very bright manager coming in, might change the whole situation.
Lads, before you respond, just quickly, I'll pop them and say, like, Sav, I can't believe you're doing a 5-hour show, mate. This is going back to like 2022 levels. I love that, mate. I'm going to go to bed, though. I love you. Thanks for letting me on. Nice to see you all. I'll see you soon, okay?
I'll see you tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'm literally going to wrap up in 2 minutes. But listen, I've got Lubo. And as I said, if that happens, I'm all over it. But the thing is, Lubo, he's the one that keeps saying all these things. He's the one that keeps having digs. And we talked about this the other day. It's not just this season. Throughout his career, his availability is patchy, right? My concern is this. If everyone wants to keep Romero and he's your main centre-half, if next season he gets massive injuries and doesn't play a lot, stop using it as an excuse as to why we lose games, because you know it's going to happen. That's got to be fair. Yeah?
Okay, that's fair enough. But
we didn't learn from his first season or his second or his third. We've gone into his fourth.
Third season played 34 out of 41.
Sure.
Nothing wrong with that. That's 85% of the games he played. Since he's played 26 out of 60, and he missed 24 of those 34 games after the injury that he got in December.
Sure, but
that was avoidable, Sav. If he'd have missed another 2 or 3, that was avoidable. Again, we all agreed on that, haven't we?
But look at his time in Italy as well, Luba. You do this a lot. You just ignore history. If you look at his history, he's got a massive history of missing a lot of football. And I want to build my team around a centre-back partnership, and we've got 2 of them that are injury prone. We've got 2 of them.
Mickey's record's worse than Romero's in the last 2 years.
But I think a lot of that has been down to the style of play, why he's got injured so badly.
If we had Romero, but his defensive partner played 38 Premier League games a season, you could almost go, cool. But when both of them are missing half a season, it's just like... Anyway, look, guys, no, I'm not standing up to do a Man City watch along. No, and I'm not. Guys, I am going to leave it there because I'm absolutely shattered. First of all, Andy Lester, big up with a super sticker. I really appreciate you, my man. That's very, very generous. Thank you very much. And a new member of mine who joined the show a couple of weeks ago, actually, Moose City out there in the US. Thank you very much. I said, Romero is an arse, but he's our arse. I'm sure he will be off, but it won't be for less than Levy's asking. If Atleti can pay his 30 million and send us a player in a swap. Well, see, this is where I want to see. This is where I want to see Spurs be more clever. I want to say to Atletico Madrid, right, who's available? Maybe there's somebody.
He'd be a start, wouldn't
he? See, I'd say to them 30 million and Conor Gallagher. Do you know what I mean? Like I'd say to them 30 million Conor Gallagher. I'm all over that. But Moose, completely agree with you, mate. Listen, completely agree with you. Thank you so much, mate. I appreciate that. Alex, thank you. Lubo, thank you. Dan, thank you. And now I'm going to go to bed
sir.
and probably get punched. Take care, everyone. Much
Makes
love.
two of us.
There's no morning show tomorrow. There'll be a morning show Tuesday. There's no morning show tomorrow, but there is going to be a fan call-in show later on in the evening. So unless there's any Spurs news, so take care. Much love. Beth,
Yeah.
When Dan gets to bed, could you just tell him that he's talking absolute nonsense about Harry Kane? Cheers. Thanks, Beth. Take care, everyone. Much love.
She won't
And
tell
as
me that.
always,
She'll just smile and give me a kiss on the cheek and say you're late.
come on, you Spurs.